What's up, all you motherfuckers? Welcome to round 2 of season 3, Team S.O.G Drift Championship, right here live in St. Petersburg, Russia. I got my homeboy, the high and tight wearing jeans, one and only Mr. Pillow. How are you doing tonight, sir?
Doing very good. These jeans is high and tight.
Jeans are high and tight. That's the only way to wear them, right?
I'm excited.
So let's real quick before we send our first two guys in here, or the first two competitors. I shouldn't say guy. We got a lot of females that run on our fucking competitions. We're going to show you real quick the line just so you know what to expect as the night goes along. Starting right here in front of the cone car, they will dip out into this lane. Shoot out here. We have an initiation point that starts right here at this curb, extending all the way to this curb. First outside zone extends right here against the curb between these two light poles that you see. They are very fucking aggressive. They will grab your bumper and fuck your whole run. So be careful at that point if you're watching this as a competitor. Sliding down here, we have another inside clip between these two light poles. Get right up against the curb. Do not go over the curb. That will be considered a tire drop. But if you do go over the curb, guaranteed those light poles will eat your fucking lunch. We have a quick touch and go right here against these white lines, in line with the red and white checkers that you see over there on the far side. The white line is a tire drop. Stay inside of the white line. Coming down here to our next touch and go begins right here at this particular white mark on the pavement, lining up with this light pole. That is an outside zone going right here. Outside touch and go extending to the beginning of the crosswalk. On this side of the crosswalk, we have the beginning of the decel zone that extends all the way out to this end of this little weird looking fucking triangle. That is your decel zone, and that is the decel zone only on this track. If you are caught with your brake lights showing before or after that, you will be penalized by the fucking judges. You do have access in this line to use this lane starting right here at this point, extending over to right here on this white line. You can utilize this lane as you transition into the inside clip that begins right here. Inside clip goes up against the white line. Stay inside of the white lines and the dash line on the lane. This extends all the way around the roundabout. Keep as close as you can to the inside white. White line is a tire drop. Do not put any black marks on it. Stay as close as you can all the way through it. Transition out to the final touch and go outside, which is right here against this weird little fucking angled piece. All right, let me let you know as a competitor, if you're listening to me right now, understand that that is not the end of your run. Last season when we ran this line, everybody quit right here. Do not quit right here. Your run extends all the way to this weird little fucking triangle sign, the one that says now open. That is the finish line. Extend your slide through the last touch and go, the last outside touch and go, all the way through. If you quit before you get here, your competitor has an option to fucking take points away from you. That is the line for tonight. It is very fast. Everything through here is basically full speed. If you've got your car set up right, you don't even need the decel zone. But make sure that you keep the throttle all the way down through the entirety of this course. It is very fast. You can run 60 mile an hour through this if you got your car set up right. Judging for Comp 1, the A main tonight will be the one and only Mr. Crispy. He is a co-leader for Team S.O.G. We have the one and only Mrs. Powder. If you know Powder, you know Mrs. Powder. She will be judging tonight alongside of Crispy, and then the one and only Mr. Buncho Brunts will be judging for the A main this evening. Running our cone car, the guy that will be directing all of the competitors tonight is the one and only Mr. fucking Jin and his egg. He will also be competing as the night goes along, so there will be some swap outs for our cone car. That is a line for tonight. Hopefully everybody is able to enjoy the evening and stay competitive. Understand this is a very tricky track. Everything on this line is designed to ruin your night. So be on point. Hopefully you got a bunch of practice in line, and we're looking forward to our first couple of competitors showing up. Does that sound good to you, Pillow? We have reached the 6 o'clock hour. We should have our first two competitors showing up here real soon. Have you ran this line much, Pillow?
Here and there. You know, I got some practice in with some of the boys, but I was trying not to get in their way too much.
It's
Not
tricky
really a
as shit.
competitive driver. It is pretty fun though. That going into that roundabout, man, it's gonna be a little bit tricky if they're not careful.
That's the big deal. The light poles. We've got 2 courses that we run on this particular map inside of CarX, and we utilize the light poles. What it does is it forces our competitors to be very accurate inside the zones. And most of our tracks that we run, they flow really good together. If you hit all the zones and fill them, it's an ongoing thing with the S.O.G lines. They all flow really well. If you are out of sync in one zone, it will screw you up in the next one. That's why practice is very important, and it's why we try to be as detailed as we possibly can when we're drawing up the lines on the map for everybody to review for practice. Those are really meticulously created. I'm the one that creates those as far as the graphics is concerned, but it goes back and forth between the admins here, the ones that are creating the lines, to make sure that those zones are very accurate. So when you're looking at our comp announcements, those graphics that go along with them, they're really, really, really detailed. So pay attention to those. If you flow through those zones, this track is a lot of fun to drive. But if you're thinking you can cheat a zone or two, it is going to cost you. It's a very tricky track.
Much so. It'd be fun to see what the people bring out.
If you're not up to speed, last week we did almost 10 hours of streaming the competition. We had 60 plus competitors, and this drug out for, like I said, 10 hours. We have decided to not do that again. So we're running 2 competitions right now, side by side, the one that you're watching currently, and there's a second one. Head over to our Discord, which you should be able to see on your screen right now at the bottom. It's discord.gg/team or Savage Outlawz Gaming with a S rather than a Z. There's links in the comp announcements for both of the streams that are going on. We have about half the bracket here that you're watching. The other half is happening on another stream with our buddy Alex on your screen. He's helped us out. He's streaming that one over there on the Team S.O.G channel. Those 2, once we get down to a top 16, we will combine into this stream. This will be the stream that carries forward. Alex and Powder will come over here into the commentary booth with me and Pillow, and we'll run this thing to its completion. What we're trying to do there is condense the amount of time that it takes to run this competition. 10 hours is a long time to do anything, right? Who the fuck wants to pull a 10-hour shift of anything? Right, and running a competition for 10 hours is very difficult. We're trying to condense it, so we're running 2 side-by-side comps to narrow us down to a top 16. That way we can get to a winner of round 2.
It's gonna be one hell of a night, that's for sure.
Looking at the bracket that we got in front of us, looking at the guys that are stacked, we've got probably 4 or 5, maybe 6 different CarX teams that are participating outside of S.O.G. We've got Team Twisted and Crescent, AXC, and I mean, you name it. If there is a CarX team that you've ever heard of before, they're gonna present themselves tonight.
Yeah, did you see that? You see that picture that he posted? I think it was Gobstopper, one of the Twisted Boys posted. It was like five or six different teams in the same practice lobby. It was pretty sick.
Yeah, it's wild, man. The competition that are showing up at our comps are fucking next level.
Yeah, I'm loving all this participation from Discord communities. It's great.
Indeed. Yeah, Brian, we saw you last week. You stuck around for all 10 hours, man. Hopefully we won't drag you into the wee hours of the morning again. Mojo Jojo says we need to turn up our mics a little bit. So I can do that physically here on mine. That probably sounds a little bit better to everybody. I can also turn up Pillow inside of our inside of our Discord.
Ready?
Yes, sir. Whenever you're ready, send them.
Okay, well, send them.
Right on. Okay. We should have our first competitors coming into the lobby right now. Does that sound better, Mojo? All right, he says we're good there. Sorry about the inactivity. We were sitting here, or I was, half-assed drunkenly rambling. I'm sorry, Pillow, if I'm just leaving you out there in the wind. I would like for you to speak more.
I very much apologize. I did not realize that I was muted. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, man. Come on, get your shit together.
I had my my sister-in-law stop by to pick up their dog. I was dog sitting there, and her dog's a little crazy. She's a pit bull, but she's got some anxiety issues, so she's definitely shaky and whiny and all that. And they came over, and she just started howling. And it, didn't want you guys to have to hear that too, but
Yeah, man, good on you. That's next level fucking commentary shit right there.
definitely did not want to have the dog barking through the mic. But at the same time, I should have unmuted, and I apologize.
No worries. So up first for us, according to the bracket, if it's accurate, we have Horse Girl and I Play for Fun. For me, when I'm in the drone cam, I apologize to those that are watching. I don't have the overhead identifiers as to who is who. So it's difficult for me to know unless you have your name on the side of the car. I don't know who the fuck is who here right now. Alex, when I was watching his stream the other day, in his drone cam, he was able to see those names, and I'm not exactly sure how he did that. Maybe I can figure that out for next week. But it looks like they're ready to go.
Let's get it.
Utilizing all of that free zone out there in the transition. They took up every square inch of it. Little tight on that inside right there. Nice transition through the last outside zone. Finished. That's good to see. They actually ran it all the way to the back end. That's what I was talking about earlier, is you will find some people that do not want to run it all the way to the end. Yep, I've got to figure out how to be able to identify if they don't have their name on the side of the car. I got to figure out a way to pull up that in-game name so that we know who is running when. I feel like this is Horse Girl and I Play for Fun, but I don't know who is who.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
In through the first zone, clipping right up against the curb, touching the outside as they're supposed to. That is both of them. That lead car there dropped on that transition. That's not good. Proximity, though, look at that. Jesus. Well done by both of those guys. So now it's all in the hands of the judges. We'll come over here and hopefully they'll park up right in front of the judges like they're supposed to, and we'll take a peek at their liveries, which is always fun. Yeah, I agree, Slim Jim. It would be nice. It may be something that we look at going forward, but Alex, on his stream, when he's in the drone cam, I was noticing on his stream the other day that the names were on top of the cars just like they would be, if you were in game, not in the drone. I don't know if that's just a setting that I've got weird that doesn't allow me to see those, but it is something that needs to be figured out so that we know who is who. That, or I need to get Pillow just to jump into the lobby, park up, that way he can identify the drivers. That may not be the world's worst plan. Oh, Brian says it's the Keno thing. All right, makes sense. Okay, so Brian is telling me that if I run the ZML mod, that I would be able to see the competitors' names on top of their cars, even while I'm in the drone. That is something that I need to get, because there's a lot of guys that have liveries that if they have more than like 200 layers, I think it is, like I don't see their livery at all on my feed. It's just a white car, and that's unfortunate. Right on. I need to get with Buncho, one of our judges tonight. He's a mod, kind of a wizard. I ran the ZML for a little while, and I had some issues with it that it took for fucking ever for the game to load, and I just got irritated with that. So I dipped out of it and just went back to Kino Direct, and maybe that's something I need to revisit. Thank you for the information there, Brian. We are lining back up. It looks like as though we are going to go OMT here. We did not get any notification from Jen on the decision there, but what we're looking at here is they're lining back up. So we're going to run it again. There was a little bit of a hint of trying to quit before they reached the finish line. You saw them roll out of the throttle before time.
Yeah.
That'll cost them, I promise you that. Swapping sides. We got one driver ready. There they go. A little bit of a tire drop right there on the first touch and go. Another tire drop on the far side. Cutting that one right there. Nice. That was well done. Ooh, sliding out a little bit too far. Missing some of the zone there. Now we're back on pace. That's kind of what you're wanting to look for. Get as close to that white line as you possibly can without going over it. That's how you finish right there, ladies and gentlemen. Run it all the way through the end. You got the entirety of this alleyway here to your advantage. Just stay in the throttle. Nothing wrong with that. So it looks to me as though just, based off of history, judges weren't able to come to a conclusion with their first run, so they sent them OMT. Now we're looking at the possibility of we have to come to a decision right here. My personal opinion, whoever is in this maroon car, that should be taking the W. They hit all their zones on time. Didn't have very many tire drops. Wolfie, this is the bracket for the A main. Wildfire says
Maybe
the
the second,
if it's horse
the second bracket and the announcement, though. That's what I was trying to do right now, is find the bracket. And I went to the first one. It was the other one.
Right on. Says the maroon car had a more solid run all around. I agree, Brian. I feel like that's the direction that I would go, but I'm a drunken drone pilot, so I don't get to make those calls. The judges that are watching back this stream, using this stream for having the ability to rewind, they don't listen to what we got to say anyway, so we can kind of just we can say whatever the fuck we want to. Oh, Logan says that I can go in and do forced name tags. Let me do that. Let me check that real quick. I can actually go to my. We'll send y'all to some B-roll real quick. Hopefully, you should still be able to see me. But now I can pull up my Kino settings and not just be ruining everything. Let's see, game. Well, they have dipped out of the lobby. Let's switch back to something that's happening here. 1 second. All right, they have disappeared from the lobby, so apparently we have a decision. We're not exactly sure what that is. I would greatly prefer Jen to be coming and telling us what exactly is going on so that we can present that to the stream. We have our next pair of competitors coming in, which, if I'm not mistaken, should be Monty and Biscuit. Those two I can tell apart. Biscuit is a S.O.G driver, so he should be in a full livery. So that makes me think Monty is the one that's in the lobby right now. Let's take a peek at the side of his car and see if he actually has his name. Oh, this is Pib.
So after a little thing, found out that Horse Girl took that the dub on the last one.
Horse Girl took the last. Okay, very good. She must have been the one in the maroon car.
Yep.
Says Pib on the side of this car, but I don't see Pib in our bracket. In our bracket, we show Monty and Biscuit. Maybe.
No, Pib and Crescent Stang are right under Horse Girl, and I play for fun.
Oh, I see that. There we go. Very well.
Yep.
So they are off.
Sturdy Clap, not Stang.
If I'm not mistaken, Sturdy Clap is the owner of his team. Look at that proximity, ladies and gentlemen. Jesus.
Ooh. Man, oh man.
Sliding right through, all the way through the finish. Holy smokes. That's what we're looking for, ladies and gentlemen, right there. That is the type run that's going to get you a W tonight. They get back to the starting line faster than I can. I'm just going to have to start cutting through buildings. Sturdy Clap with the chase this time. Let's see if he can keep the same kind of proximity. Filling the zones exactly as they're supposed to. Holy smokes. The proximity's just not there for Sturdy Clap. He's going to have to close that up a little bit.
What a run from Pib.
No kidding. That was well done.
Oh, he had 3 gears. Here, there, and gone. Boy,
Exactly. He said,
Man.
catch me if you can, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Good luck to you. That is Team v Team, if I'm not mistaken, right? I'm wondering if our bracket is right, because we've got Sturdy in the lobby, and on our bracket we show Sturdy, Team Crescent. Maybe I don't know how to read this bracket. Because this says Pib on the side of his car, and it should be the Struble.
No, it's Sturdy and Pib is in the second one. The Strubel's in 3 and Strubel's with Spartan.
Okay. I'm wondering if I've got the wrong. Well, Pib definitely has some fans in the chat. There's no doubt about that. Let me double check my bracket here.
You dang indeed.
Let me refresh my bracket and just make sure that I'm looking at the most current one. I could have pulled it up before it was adjusted. Oh yeah, look at that. Huh. Surprisingly, I refreshed it and now I've got, okay, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, I was looking at a bracket that was set before Yeah, I pulled it up too soon. Yeah.
Uh,
That makes sense. So yeah, Sturdy Clap and Pib, that's exactly right. Sorry, chat, that I'm just a fucking moron. Don't pay any attention to me whatsoever.
So that round's going to go to Pib for having a cleaner line. Sturdy was just a little bit more like shaky in his chase, and that's what gave Pib the win. My bad. But yeah.
Makes sense. I think me and Pillow felt the same way as it was going through there. There was some proximity issues from Sturdy, and Pib was just way more consistent. So yeah, hashtag Pib fuck the world. Chat's got it right.
Mm-hmm. He threw down a very, very nice lead. But all right, guys.
Appreciate you, Jen. That, ladies and gentlemen, that's the voice of Mr. Jen. He's going to be our cone car, and he's be the ones that's bringing the decision. Hopefully, as you saw just now, it'll be consistent where we get the reasoning behind the judgment call. If you're listening to this as a competitor, make sure if you have an issue during your run, if you have lag on your end, if you have a controller issue, anything that happens during your active run, make sure you bring that to the cone car for your VC. All right. In this particular competition, that's going to be Jen. Let him know that you had an issue during that run. That way we can reset. We want this to be as fair as possible. Us as Team S.O.G, we realize that this is an online game that people are playing with, devices that have issues, right? Let's address those in the moment. We can fix it, reset, let another run happen. If you bring it up well after the fact, once the decision's been made and we move on, it's a little bit too late for you. Everybody is open here to making sure that everybody gets a fair run. Wildfire, I'll read you a bedtime story. It's $175 per hour. So pick a short story, okay? Now we're on time, right? So now we've got Struble and Spartan. Spartan does not show up to lose. Nope. I'm still fucked up. What are we looking at? Yeah, there we go. Okay. I can assure you that Spartan Lord does not show up to lose. That dude is a fucking beast, and he's on the chase right now. Oh, the light pole got him. That is unfortunate. Now all we got to have is the Struble to just finish their run, stay consistent. You ain't got to do anything crazy. Just finish your run, and you pretty much move on. That is unfortunate for Spartan to have caught the light pole, but that's what we were talking about earlier when we were running through the line, ladies and gentlemen, is those light poles will fuck your world up. Spartan Lord on the lead this time. All he can hope for is that Struble doesn't have the same issue that he does. But that's why you compete all the way through. You never know what's going to happen. Spartan laying down a fat lead. But we do not have an issue just yet from Struble. So this should be a pretty quick decision for the judges. But just so you understand what I was saying a minute ago, Spartan does not show up to lose. Very unfortunate that he caught that light pole. That might actually fucking end his night.
Very unfortunate indeed.
That dude is a super competitor, and I guarantee you, he's going to be the hardest one on himself for catching the light pole, sending it just a little bit too hard in that zone. Team Crescent, man, I don't know if you've noticed this or not, Billo, but they always show up with the liveries, man. Jesus Christ.
Hell yeah. I've very much been enjoying all the liveries showing up from different teams, but Crescent the most, and how much activity they've shown in our comps the past
Absolutely
4 or 5 comps. It's been great to see, and absolutely amazing drivers.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, right? It's the whole package.
Random yeah. Doing practice lobbies with comps, spot on. Doing tandems lobbies with randoms, they're in there, spot on. Everything's just great driving all around.
Yep, they very much pay attention to detail, and that shows up when we get down to that top 16. I guarantee you'll see some Team Crescent guys.
So that round's going to go to Stubble because Spartan Lord DQ'd on his chase.
Yes, sir.
It's unfortunate, but it happens to the best of us.
That's a fact. All right. So the Struble, not Strubble, Struble, will be moving on to the next round. Looks like he's probably going to end up taking on Pib in the next round. Next up, if I'm not mistaken, should be the Monty Biscuit battle. That will be a lot of fun to watch. Biscuit is, of course, a Team S.O.G guy. Homie's got all the skills in the world, but we've seen Monty show out on more than one occasions inside of our competition, so that'll be a fun one to watch. Yeah, Brian, those light poles, man, they just reach out and grab a hold of you and don't let go. They really are they're a reason. There's a reason why we set the zones where the zones were set. It forces everybody to be on point. Most of our tracks will test your skills across the board.
And especially your consistency. Consistency is key through all of this. Because you could throw the fastest, meanest, wildest lead out there. It doesn't matter if you can't throw it down again.
That's
throw
right.
it down on OMT, and you're a one-trick pony. And it ain't gonna work. But our tracks being so filled with speed, so much precision, it's hard not to see, some of the consistency fall off sometimes, but almost everyone that comes out here, is banging through gears, banging through zones.
Absolutely. And as the night goes along, right, you've ran this 4, 5, 6, 7 times in competition, right? In practice is one thing, but when you're actually running it against a competitor where it counts, that pressure starts to build as you get to the top 30, the top 16, the top 8. All those little things add up. But here we go. These boys are ready to go. Mr. Biscuit is in the chase, and we have something. I don't know what just happened. Maybe we had a lag spike. Maybe. We're definitely going to reset that one and go again. Monty on the lead, Mr. Biscuit on the chase. 3, 2, 1, go, boys.
What's happening? Oh.
We had a reset. I'm not exactly sure why. It took up all of that first zone. I don't know that you can get any closer to that light pole and it not take a hold of you. Filling that one out. Sliding into the inside clip. Could be a little bit closer to the white line through there. That leaves a opening for Biscuit to fill that zone a little bit tighter. Opens the door there. And in our competitions, man, if you leave a little bit of a door open, somebody's going to fucking walk right through it.
Yep.
You really have to be on point from the very first run that you have until you take the W at the end of the night. A couple of console players, they weren't able to reset all over here, so we had a little bit more time to follow them around a little bit. Mr. Biscuit lining up as the lead car. Monty in the chase. Let's see if Biscuit can ride that curb a little bit better. Filling the first zone. Ooh, a little bit of a tire drop.
It was a little wide on that first inside clip.
Mr. Biscuit struggling to get back up against the white line here around the roundabout. Finishing out nicely between the two of them. There's enough here. The judges are going to have to actually consider this one a little bit. There's some offsetting fouls for both drivers that the judges are going to have to balance out between the two of them and decide whether or not one is greater than the other. Perhaps we could see another OMT here.
Yeah, Biscuit definitely he didn't fill the zones all that great on the first outside zone. It was pretty good. First inside clip not so great. Definitely utilized his decel zone well, coming into the roundabout seemed, as good as he was getting it. Unfortunately, it seemed like Monty was falling off on proximity a little bit there at the end. Might have threw a little bit too much speed, trying to catch back up to Biscuit. It's definitely going to be a hard one for the judges to go through. I know it'd be difficult for me. I definitely would not be surprised to see an OMT.
There's a lot to look at because on Monty's lead, he filled the first initial zones quite well, got through the transition nice, but he struggled to get up against and fully fill that inside zone, get right up against that white line. He struggled with that there was some room for improvement as far as that goes. Just peeking back real quick on the replay on Biscuit, on his lead, he definitely got through the first zone. He had a little bit of a tire drop in that outside touch and go, and he struggled as well on that inside. So that might be the factor, that he dropped a tire on the outside touch and go in the straight where Monty didn't. That might be the deciding factor there, and that's going to be a recurring theme as you see as the night goes along, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't take a lot to just ruin your run. One tire drop is all it really takes in our competitions. The level of driver that shows up week in and week out, they really pay attention to the details. And if you open a door, like we said a minute ago, even a little bit, somebody's gonna walk right through it and send you home for the night. That has definitely been the recurring theme for Team Fuji. They show up every single week with the intent to win. They do not want to waste their time here. I can tell you from experience in the hours that I have spent with Biscuit in lobbies, trying to grab that guy's door, him being right up on mine, he's nobody to trifle with. He is a hell of a driver. But everybody that shows up from Team Fuji is the same way. Our competitions, we are legitimately putting up the best against the best every week.
All right. That round goes to Biscuit.
Goes to Biscuit. Okay, can you give us the why?
He just had a better lead. It was much more tighter in the zones than Monty was. Even though he did have 2 tire drops that were on separate occasions. So that's all I really got from the judges.
So the judges saw some things that we didn't, and that's why they're judges and we're commentators, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Jen. Appreciate you.
No problem.
So Biscuit moves on. Looks like Biscuit will take on Boguy, who got a first round bye. Boguy shows up every week to fucking win, just like everybody else. You know, we kind of got caught into a trap last week, Pillow. We had 68 people show up for the competitions, and I even said it early on in the stream. I was like, you know what? Some of these folks are just gonna they're here because they're gonna do their best, right? But we're gonna have half of this field just fall out because they didn't know what they were getting into, right? They bit off more than they can chew. And I was dead ass wrong. Every fucking person that showed up last week, all 68 of them, came to fucking win. There was no fall off on anybody. It was a fucking battle all the way through the competition. And so we learned our lesson last week, and we're like, yo, if they're participating in our comps, they've got the skills to win from the first round all the way to the last.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can. I mean, our competition being open to all, and definitely encourage anyone to come out and try, because you'll be able to see some of the best drivers on CarX.
Absolutely.
And chances are is you're probably going to get your tires smoked, but good learning experience because you'll learn from the best.
Exactly. Have a little bit of a confusion here as to who's going to be starting. If I'm not mistaken, this is going to be Chevy and
Odds.
Chevy and Odds. I feel like Odds is S.O.G guy, and I don't think my ZML is allowing me to see all of his livery. Otherwise, he would be in a full S.O.G setup. A little bit of confusion as to who's supposed to be leading, who's supposed to be changing, or I'm sorry, who's supposed to be chasing. Looks like
Chevy
odds.
should be.
Yeah, Chevy is going to be leading this one. So here we go. A little bit left over there on that first zone. Completely filled the second. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh no.
That is
Light poles
unfortunate.
leak up.
Just finish it out, odds. That's all you got to do.
Where?
Be easy.
Oh man, that's unfortunate.
I'm telling you, man, those light poles, they are going to cost people their night, all night. There's a little bit of a that's a word that I can't pronounce, so fuck it, we'll move past it. There's a little bit of a difference between the guys that are running on PC and console. You have the option inside of the PC to reduce your hitbox around your car. So you can tighten up really, really tight against your car. Console guys don't have that option just yet. And that could be a factor tonight. Just know that the PC guys can really get up against those light poles. Nice feeling of that zone. All the way up against the curb in the second. Hit the last one. Transitioned well. Could be a little tighter on the white line through here.
Just playing it cautious.
Exactly. Just running through the motions, getting a little bit of extra practice, knowing that there was a DQ in his chase.
Very unfortunate for Chevy. I know he
Absolutely.
He would have laid down some competition.
Yeah, that dude showed up last week for sure. We should see him coming around the corner. It looks like both of these guys, though, because they're not able to reset. They're not able to set a waypoint and just jump back to the beginning. That makes me think both of these guys are console guys. So that was a pretty equal battle. You don't have to worry about one guy having a hitbox smaller than the other.
We go to
XDS.
because Chevy DQ'd on his lead.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what we thought.
That is exactly what we thought.
Unfortunate, but it happened.
Very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate, but hey, man, he's going to show up next week. This ain't the end. This is only round 2 of season 3, right? We have a point system instituted this year, or I'm sorry, this season, where it's not just the winners get to participate at the end. It's going to be the top 10 in the points that will be posted in our Discord for everybody to look at. So every week you come and you earn points every week, no matter what you do. So this, he got points this week, right? Next week he comes back and gets a few more, and then we'll have our championship battle at the end of the season, which would technically be round 11. We instituted that just a couple of weeks ago. Allows us to let people have a bad week, right? Like you have one little screw up, like Chevy just experienced. He's still going to walk away with a few points. His performance last week gave him more points. We're going to be able to put together a group at the end of this that's going to matter. Here we go. We got Stealth and Nady lining up. Stealth is going to be representing Team Fuji with the first showing.
I'm excited to watch Nady run.
Yeah, Nady is. I'm sorry,
Been practicing with him all week, and he's been throwing it down.
Nady is a relatively new member to Team S.O.G, coming out here making his bones, and he's got the proximity figured out here.
Look at that proximity.
Holy moly.
Goodness.
A little bit of a tire drop there on the last outside zone for Nady. That's why I do not envy the judges at all. They've got to look at all these. They got to try to bank all of that, and that's sometimes why when their decisions are happening, they're rewatching the replays frame by frame, and we appreciate the attention to detail that they give. But here we go. We got Nady on the lead, fully filling that zone. A little bit of a tap there. Didn't seem to affect his line. He's rolling with it. Some tire drops there. Nady is all the way against the white line.
Man.
All the way against it. That's how you fill that zone, ladies and gentlemen. Putting his rear tires right against the last outside zone. That was a hell of a lead. I think this might be a quick decision for the judges, but as we learned just recently, they see things that we don't. They're able to go back and review literally frame by frame if they want to on the YouTube replay to find all the little nuances. There's really no place to hide. If I do my job as the drone pilot, giving the views to the judges, there's nowhere to hide, and they will find the flaws.
I don't think he ended up dropping a tire in that decel, coming out of the decel. It might have looked like it a little bit, but I rewound and stopped it. And he was pretty close. But I think he might take this one.
I feel like
on the roundabout on his chase, that was wild.
Yeah, his proximity to the white line in the roundabout is kind of what you're looking for, and you will see that as the night goes along. These guys will hone that in and really make it harder and harder and harder on the judges as we go along. I'd like to be able to peep in on the other stream, see what's kind of happening over there. Kind of wish I could pull those up. I wish I was smart enough to be able to pull those up in between and know exactly what's happening over there, see what those guys are doing over there. But it looks like they've got 24 people in the chat. We've got 34. So, hey, what's up? A main, we're up by 10. I'm about that. Thank you.
Wouldn't that just be like another tab of your Streamlabs or OBS or whatever? I don't know about streaming and stuff, except a little. I've messed around with Streamlabs a little bit. Yeah,
actually, Alex, we spent some time together going through some of the things. I learned a lot from him. Alex, on your screen, if you're not following him on Twitch and every other social media, you definitely need to be doing that. That dude's stream is fucking next level. Like, homie codes his own websites to be able to put his stream together. That dude is way more in tune with how to stream more than me. I'm just a fucking drunken asshole that figured out how to bumble into this shit. On his side, that he's streaming right now, there's plenty of people over there participating. That is, well, what's that? That is 30.
That's out right now. They got Rooster and someone else running right now.
That's what it looks like. Yeah. Alex's stream looks way better than mine. I think he's got the ZML mods where it looks really pretty.
Yeah, it looks realistic.
It does. It's very difficult to tell the difference between what in the hell is real and what ain't with that guy. I need to do that. Yeah. I need to spend some time with him and Buncho and get my stream up to fucking par, man. But over here, the decision between Team Fuji Stealth and Team S.O.G Nady, the judges are obviously looking back on our stream here, really trying to pick apart. And it's something that we hopefully all the competitors at this point know, but if you're just watching this, understand that our judges do everything they can to find in the replays reasons to not send it to OMT, which is one more time, right? Set them back up, let them run it again. They're trying to find a balance and who was just a little bit better than the other competitor, so that we can have a good decision on each and every run. They're trying to find reasons to not send it OMT. Sometimes they're just equal on either their mistakes or how good they were, and we got to send it one more time. But when we were sitting here for a few minutes trying to come up with a decision, understand that the judges are really going frame by frame to come up with an accurate call on that particular run.
All right, so that round's going to go to Nady because Stealth made contact a couple times and dropped more tires. Nady only dropped one tire in his chase.
Absolutely. So, yeah, we called the contact early on. Didn't seem to affect Nady, but when it comes down to the who did what and who didn't, we can really get into the nitpicking. Absolutely. Thank you, Jen. Appreciate that.
No problem.
So speaking to what we were just talking about, it really does come down to the microseconds of errors that you have in these competitions. Everybody that shows up at a S.O.G comp, they're ready. So you better show up ready as well.
Yes, sir. I'm excited to see our next matchup, Harry Bear and Wild from Team Kaiju.
Yeah, Harry Bear does not
I'm excited
fuck
to
around.
watch. For those who don't know, he's been in our community as just a homie for almost 2 years, pining after a spot. A couple days ago, he finally turned 18. He's our newest recruit.
That's right.
We can't be happier to have him.
Yeah, Harry Bear does not show up to do anything other than snatch the W out of your hands. Every week,
So,
every time he shows up, dude, that kid he's something else. We're grateful to have him as a recruit for Team S.O.G. It's just a matter of time. He's got to put in his time as the recruit, and we'll run him through the gauntlet, give him his X livery, and that kid will show out.
Very much so, and I have no doubt, especially after the first thing that caught my attention from Harry Bear was his Liberty Walk S15 that he did in game. And because when I saw that car, when they unveiled that car, I was like fell in love, and then saw it in our livery designs, and I was like, oh shit, I didn't realize that you could. I realized you could replicate it so perfect in this game like that. I don't understand. Some of these,
Powder talks about it.
The liveries they have, it's wild.
Powder talks about it when he's commentating with me. He's like, if you look good, you feel good, right? There's
Yes,
something
sir.
to people that take the time to make their liveries detailed, right? They're detail oriented. So when it comes to comp time, they know the line. They know the speeds they need to run. They know their setups and tire pressures. And I think we're going to see some of that exhibited between both of these drivers right now. A little bit of a tire drop there. Got a little tight on the inside, but now we're figuring out. They hit the zone, sliding right up against it, finishing all the way through. Man, I say it. I will say it 10,000 times tonight. I do not envy the judge's position, man.
Yes.
That's hard to look at all of the things. You know what I mean? The more zones you have, the more things you have to pay attention to, and the proximity and the smoothness of the run. All those things count, right? And being able to calculate all that in your head as it's happening in real time it's one of the beautiful things that we have here at S.O.G, where we have the option for them to go back and replay. They can just get a vibe of the initial run and then go back and pick apart the nuance. Slinging it a little bit wide there, going through that first part of the inside, dialing it back in, getting right up against the white line. Nice feel of that last touch and go, finishing all the way out through. Good luck, judges, figuring out who the hell wins that one.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a toughie. Oh, wrong one.
Come on, boys, get on back out here in front of the judges. We'll be fine. Or just park over there. However you want to do it. Be alright. Just fucking be still so I can show off your liveries. Fuck. He said stay shifted. We got a Rick and Morty fan.
All right, we're gonna go OMT on that.
OMT already. They have decided that they ain't seen enough. And I'm for it, man. That's free racing right there.
It's free real estate.
Just so everybody knows on the stream, Mr. Jen will come to the commentary booth and give us that information before he heads over to the competition VC and let those guys know. That's why there's a little bit of a pause there. But now we've got a reset here. We're going to go again.
Nice initiation, filling that zone all the way.
Can't get any closer on that first zone.
First inside clip was nice. They'll have to check on tire drops right there, but filling that zone nice and tight, sticking closer to the line. Little wobbles here and there, but pretty decent run.
Yep. Minor corrections are okay. You know, when you see the car bobbing a little bit, that's perfectly fine. Everybody understands that you got to turn your wheel a little bit. Major corrections can go against you. If you really flatten out in your line, you lose all of your angle and you got to reestablish that angle. That can be a little bit of a disadvantage for you. But minor corrections, that's okay. Line back up with Wild in the lead. Harry Bear going to try to put the pressure on. Right up against the curb on that one. Left a little bit to desire on the inside right there.
Not holding the greatest proximity.
Yeah, that proximity gap could cost. Oh, we have a tire drop there though.
Yeah.
Leading to the finish. So again, the judges have a lot to balance here.
A little bit of a shaky finish there.
You got the proximity gap between Wild and Harry on his chase. And then you have some tire drops from Wild leading into the end there. That's what the judges have to consider. They have to look at all of the mistakes that are made and balance those against both runs to try to come up with something. You only get one. This right here, these two runs that just happened, those are going to be the deciding factors. And as a judge, when you have to balance all those things out, that is a difficult task.
All right, so Wild won that run because he only had one tire drop and he had a cleaner lead. Harry Bear was just a little shaky and he kind of fell off on the roundabout.
Yeah,
Just
the
a tad
proximity
bit.
wasn't the best.
Understood. Yeah, we felt that as well. Thank you, Jen. We appreciate you.
No problem.
Jen's
Thanks for
putting in the
having me.
work. He's running the cone car. He's also listening to the judges, bringing us information. That guy's a busy fellow. We got it easy over here. All I got to do is fly a drone and talk shit.
Yes, sir. I've done that. Been doing that job the past six or seven comps, and let me tell you, it's a little hectic. Making
It
sure
is.
everything's correct.
It's a whole
Man.
job, man.
Wrangling the whole comp VC. It's not too bad because everyone's very, they're very professional about all this. They take it serious. It's as serious as you make it. And we wanna be serious, but we also wanna have fun.
They really are. The cone car really does set the tone for everything. They're the wrangler of cats. That is the competition VC. They're the ones that keep everybody in line, make sure they're ready to go. It's a lot to ask.
Yes, the competition is pretty much solely in their hands. Without them, if the competition goes awry,
that's it.
It goes smooth. It's totally on them, pretty much.
Yep, the judges are sequestered in their own voice chat so that they're not influenced by anybody else. They keep the streams at a muted level so they're not influenced by what you're hearing now. Really, it is the cone car and the info runner, which is usually the same person, or like you said, it's on their shoulders, man. It's a big responsibility, and usually our guys fucking just kill it. All right, so up next is Team Crescent's Stang and Wolfie.
Stang. Definitely excited to see Stang around.
Yeah,
He always
both
brings
of
it
these
out
guys
when
right
he
here
comes
bring
out
it every
here.
week.
Just Team Crescent in general.
They really do. Grateful to have a good working relationship with that whole team over there, man. They support the things that we do. We support theirs. Oh, that's about as close as you can get on that transition.
Yeah. Nice proximity. Holding that line.
Nice follow
Filling
through.
all them zones from Stang. That was a hell of a lead run, hell of a chase.
It really was.
Like every time, it's gonna be a tough judgment call.
Come back through, resetting a couple of console players. They don't have the opportunity to just jump back to the start like some of the PC guys. So they don't have to worry about a differentiation between their hitboxes and proximity to light poles and each other. It's always nice to see. Hopefully we'll get some balance on that on the new update that comes out. Hopefully they tighten the hitboxes around cars for the PC or for the console guys. And also, maybe, just maybe, fix the opportunity for us to have vehicle sounds, right? Like we got a couple of fucking electric vehicles running right now. Yeah. There's no car sounds. Kind of wish they'd get rid of that. There was a tire drop right there coming to the finish line. It's those little things. You got to finish them out. Lead and chase. You got to run it all the way.
Definitely going to be a tough one for the judges.
Agreed. Team Crescent showing up in uniform, right? Every Team Crescent we've seen so far, it's like they put a plan together. It's like, hey, this week we're running this livery. Show up in it or get fucked.
Pretty much. I definitely enjoy their light blue liveries. That light blue. It's just something about it.
I wish I had a better memory. There is a livery designer for their team, and they talk about it every week in our chat. They let me know who it is. Hopefully they'll let me know now. And that guy needs a shout out every week. Wolfie's showing up, of course, in a clean ass livery. Man, that thing right there. Agreed, Demented. Just fix the fucking game. I mean, it's only like, what, $15 at most?
Yeah, right.
Struble, there we go. He says, it's me. He says he's the one for Team Crescent that puts together all these liveries. My guy, you are fucking next level at that. They are beautiful week in and week out. Week in and week out. Never not impressed by the liveries that y'all run. You know, we talked about it earlier. It carries, right? If you feel like you look good, that's just one thing you don't have to worry about. It can push you forward a little bit.
Looking the part is one of the most important things. You know, that saying, you know, fake it till you make it. It's true.
That's right.
It's 100% true.
It's exactly what I did. I got the fucking X livery from Team S.O.G. long before I was able to represent it properly in an open lobby. And just having it made me feel like, okay, let's do the damn thing, right? Like you gotta show out. You got this thing on your car. You can't be a fucking loser in the open lobby.
Yeah. You know, it's something I had the thought about a couple days ago. Just jumped on by myself. Was just feeling like sliding, but no one was really on. Jumped into an open lobby and got into a 13-man train, and the proximity and all I could think about was like, you know, I wouldn't have been able to do this 3-4 months ago without all the help from the community that we have and all the people willing to, you know, take door bumps and let you spin them out and all the stuff. The community of CarX and the community of our Discord, all the teams that we have involved and active is just so amazing. I picked up CarX and I played it for 2-3 hours, and then I didn't play it for a long time because it got boring, and it wasn't until S.O.G. and all these communities that really grabbed my attention and brought me full circle into this game.
Yeah, it's the thing that sold me on it wholesale. I came from the Call of Duty community, and everything over there, you can only get as good as your competitors, right? Like, you can learn to shoot your guns, but the 1v1 battles that you get into over there, it's like if that dude is way better, that you never learn how to get better, right? The CarX community is, hey, you didn't keep proximity, you know, adjust this, adjust that, fix this, fix that. Everybody seems to be very welcoming inside of it. And I think that's the drift community just at large, real life and virtual, right? Everybody wants everybody to fucking be good because nobody wants to run against trash, right? Yep. So there's a huge support system underneath this community at large. And when you join a team, and the teams that really support each other and put in the time and show up for one another. They show up at our comps over and over and over, and they rise to the top. They'll be in the top 8. They'll be in the top 4, and you'll see some teams battling at the end of this thing. And we all bounce everything off of each other, right? Like S.O.G wants to beat Team Crescent because we're S.O.G and they're Crescent, right? But you will also have the transference of information between teams of, hey, man, you can get a little bit better here. And just the welcome, that's a word. I know it's a fucking word. Fuck off with that word. The community at large, regardless of what team you're on, everybody bringing everybody together, and the
very inviting nature.
Yes, exactly. Rising tide raises all ships, right?
Yep.
If Crescent is better than us and they can bring us up a little bit, and then we figure out a thing and we can bring them up a little bit, all those things tie into each other. Oh, we've got some fucking bots.
I was gonna say, I think you got a spam bot in your chat.
We got some bots that showed up. I need to assign some more moderators to the channel.
like,
But
man.
if you're looking for a good time, call whatever the fuck that number is.
So the winner of that round is going to go to Mustang Lifestyle because Wolfie dropped 1 tire.
1 tire is all it took, huh?
Just 1 tire.
Yep. So we were trying to fill that. Thank you, Jen. We appreciate you. We were trying to fill the time there with some just. I mean, I guess we were kind of gushing over the fucking CarX community, but
Hell yeah.
the judges in that meantime absolutely were paying attention to the frame by frame of the replay, trying to figure out exactly who came out on top, and they decided that Stang, Mr. Stang, Team Crescent, is going to rise up and go on to the next level.
What a competition so far.
Bro, it's been fucking harsh already. Can you imagine that top 8? Good grief.
I know. That's I'm excited to merge. It's going to be great.
It is going to be a lot of fun. We're going to actually, Powder and Alex on your screen are going to join us in the commentary booth. That top 16, that's going to be a fucking fun time.
It's going to be a crazy time. And I'm just now realizing we're going to have 2 drones.
I think we're going to cull it down. I think they're just going to jump into our stream here. We're going to go 1 drone, and Alex will end his stream, and everybody will just pile over here. Next up, looks like we're going to have CS Slides and Tank. Tank is a recruit, if I'm not mistaken, for Team S.O.G right now. So we've got 2 recruits for Team S.O.G competing tonight. You just saw Harry Bear. He got knocked off by Team Kaiju's Wild, and now we've got another S.O.G recruit. Mr. Tank is going to show up and go against CS Slides. This is a hell of a task. We've seen CS Slides more than once in our competitions, and just like everybody else up to this point, he comes to win. He definitely does not show up to lose. Yeah, Stribble, hook them up. Go to that 18 sexy, whatever the fuck that is, in chat. Just go over there and see how much of their credit card they'll take advantage of.
Or, just hit up Spooky.
Yeah, hit up Spooky. That'd be way cheaper. I promise you. Mr. Slides is in the lobby. Pretty goddamn clean livery. Did a hell of a job on that carbon on the top.
Hell yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Clean.
The old Falcon livery. Falcon? Is it Falcon? Falcon?
I think that's like a tomato kind of thing. Falcon,
Probably.
Falcon. However you. I love the Falcon liveries.
It's so...
Especially the BRZ livery. I have a BRZ livery on the console, the Mercedes.
Yep.
And it's just got the black on the back added. But, oh, man. I don't know what it is about them blue lines.
There's something
Things
about
just
it for
get me.
sure. Don't. He said, you know what? You're not going to fucking rub my bumper because it doesn't exist. All right, so we're in a holding pattern waiting for Tank to show up, just so everybody's aware. During our competitions, you are required to be in our Discord voice chats. You are called upon for your run. Once that initial request for you to show up in the lobby is presented, you have 2 minutes, which a lot of people consider an overly generous amount of time to show up in the lobby. But you've got 2 minutes to show up in the lobby or else you are disqualified. And I feel like that's what we're on right now. I feel like Tank has received his 2 minute warning, and he'll either show up or he won't.
Yeah. And it's also a good time to mention that anyone out there that hasn't joined in our Discord, we have our Discord link at the bottom of the screen there in that text, the Savage Outlawz Gaming Discord. For those that don't know, we have a new application that you can fill out to join our team. If you are over the age of 18, if you are active on Discord, if you enjoy being a part of a gaming community where people support you and help you with your games, not just CarX, but others, then we might be the community for you.
Absolutely.
So go ahead and try it out.
Try it out.
Try it out. Try it out. I've been waiting so long to say that.
Yeah, you fucking rolled it in there perfectly.
Try it out.
Try it out. Yeah, just to expand off what you talked about, if you want to join Team S.O.G, you got to be 18 plus. But if you just want to compete in these comps,
Yeah.
you can be 9. You know what I mean? We don't really care how old you are if you want
Anyone
to just
can
compete
join
in
our
the
server.
competitions.
Server is open to the public community.
Correct. I mean, Spooky, a 20 is a 20. You ain't wrong on that. Spooky will tell Blue that he's a bitch for $0. I love the fact that chat shows up every week, keeps us entertained in these moments
Very
of
much
waiting.
so.
Do need to send a quick message.
It's looking like. Can't tell who that is.
Trying to find Mr. Jin, see if we can get some.
Okay, Tank is unfortunately not able to make it, and his 2 minutes has surpassed. So we're going to be moving on to the next round.
Got you. Do me a favor,
Alrighty.
would you? When you go back to your voice chat, take control of that room and let them know that these donuts that are happening right now, it's not okay.
Mhm.
Be professional. Sit still, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
No problem.
So there you go. That's what we were talking about earlier, is the arrival of the 2 minute timer. Tank was not able to show up, so fortunately for CS Slides, he gets to move on without even having to make a run. There's no buy run. It's just he moves forward.
Alrighty.
Looks like next up we have Flames versus Team Kaiju's Somi. Somi is a female driver. We learned that last week. And she came down to, if I'm not mistaken, she was in the Final Four last week.
I believe so.
She is a hell of a
Pop up
driver.
In the YouTube chat here. While we've been streaming, I've been seeing her pretty active in general chat lately also.
Yeah, man, she's a participant. We like to have everybody just show up
It's very nice.
and show out.
You know, recognizing people lately and getting more involved with the community and getting more acquainted with everyone. It's nice.
It is nice. I like the participation levels that we've been getting the last 6 weeks or so. You know, the last round, round 10 of season 2 for us was a pretty big round. I think we had 40 drivers, and we thought, oh man, that's a lot. And then we show up round 1 for season 2 and have 68. Jesus.
Yeah,
It was
I thought it was pretty funny that we were geeking out over our first top 32 bracket.
yeah, and then we doubled
had
it.
like 34 drivers, and then the very next week we get 64.
Yeah, I think there was
Something like that.
68
Doubled
total
it.
that
Yeah,
ran.
Oh man, that was was crazy.
There was a lot of guys that didn't show up and actually run their run, but there were 68 people when we began the bracket. There was 68. So Somi's in the little fucking bean, and we've got Flames in the pink and black lead car. Here we go.
Here we go. Should have taken our initiation a little bit wider. You can take Flame could have. Into this roundabout.
The proximity from Somi.
Oh,
Like, I'm going to deposit a lot of rubber on that driver door. Ooh, a little bit of a tire drop right there at the last possible second. A little bit of a tire drop. We'll see how that factors in. We've got a couple of PC players here, so I have to hurry up and get back to the beginning. They're able to jump over. They are lined up, ready to go. Got to hurry up sometimes.
Speedy.
So we got Somi on the fucking lead. Filling the zone well. All the way on the inside. Good grief.
I'm going to check the tire drops on that. It was so close.
That is going to be something for the judges to consider. But this is what we're looking at. Look at that inside, that front tire right against the white.
No bobbles, no nothing.
Nothing, just super smooth. That could be a deciding factor right there, ladies and gentlemen. The filling of the inside zone from Somi was on point. That's an example that you can use if you're watching this stream. That's what you're looking to do on that inside zone. Here's the thing, Flames. That's a pretty goddamn clean livery. Got a little bit of anime stuff on there that I don't understand because I'm old and I don't get it. But it's good looking. Oh, look at that. Got a little bird on there. The detail.
That's a very clean livery.
The fade is nice all the way around. Let me tell you from experience, getting that fade to show up all the way around the car is not easy.
Without the lines, the ombre is difficult.
It's very difficult. Somi showing up, and I believe this is the Advan livery. That showed up a lot last week. That link, that's a real life sponsor that happens in FD. Putting that together is not the easiest thing in the world. There's a lot of detail that goes into making that show up as well. Both of these drivers putting their liveries together as though they fucking mean for you to see it.
Other stream.
Yeah, I'm half-ass keeping an eye on that one down there. I kind of see him running, but I can't pay enough attention to it. Looks like they got a couple of people showing up right now. Not exactly who. That is a Team Pharaoh driver. That was the first time I've seen them last week. That's happening over there for the B main. Doesn't mean that there's anything different, right? It's just we got to split them up. You got to label them some way, A and B.
So Sami wins that round because she had one less tire drop than Flames.
All right. One tire drop, ladies and gentlemen. That's all it takes.
That's all it takes.
Somi moves forward, representing the lady drivers. I don't know exactly who is and who isn't. Hopefully chat can let us know if Flames was a lady driver. I would love to see some lady v lady at the end. That'd be fucking nice. You know, this is a goddamn stag party most of the time. I love when the females show up and show these boys what the fuck is up. You know what I mean? That's a fun time.
It can be a big old sausage fest in here. Definitely enjoy it when the diversity gets thrown into the mix.
Yeah, Wolfie, man, it's the most satisfying sound on the planet. The pop of the cork. Looks like Jen, our info runner and cone car, is going to be participating now. We got Mr. S.O.G. Nady sliding in, acting as the cone car this time. He will be the new voice for you when he comes in and gives us the decision. Jen does not get to participate in the judge's voice chat during his run.
I normally don't get to see their underglows and whatnot.
Yeah, that's wild, right?
Yeah. I always forget about that until I see pictures from the PC people and everything. One of these days I'll catch up. I keep highly considering talking to my boss about letting me download Kino and CarX on my computer at work. Because the computer at work, I think I'm running Mastercam and design softwares and everything.
Right on.
So it's because I do CNC milling. I run a 3-axis Haas super speed, and we're at job shop. So I just get random jobs every.
So y'all do like some CAD work in advance to set up your the DRO I think they call it.
Yeah. So instead of sitting there and writing out all the G code, you basically visually you give Mastercam a visual representation, and then I tell what kind of toolpath I want it to take, and then
right on.
write the code for me.
Ooh, sending a little bit too hard there, bud.
No.
That was unfortunate. We have switched roles. We have a lead driver that's chasing currently.
Very unfortunate.
I think that's Corey Doug is the person that is showing up in the bracket. Jen said, "Excuse me, I would like to go on to the second round. Nice and easy, thank you."
Oh man, it happened to me my second competition in S.O.G. I think it was on the recruitment track actually, our recruitment track on West Coast, and I ended up clipping the wall into the first initiation, and I was so upset.
It is rough,
I
man.
ran it so many times, and it's our recruitment line.
We're working towards, as a matter of fact, like this season, having a guy like Alex come on to be able to stream and run a drone cam for us. We're looking to fill those roles so that I myself could occasionally either A, take a weekend off, or B, compete if I wanted to.
Yeah, very much so.
And what happened is the competition blew up.
Yep.
Right, so now we got to run 2. And that's okay. Like, I would love to be able to compete one day. I'm not that great. I'm probably the weakest driver on the team. But I would like to be able to take advantage of that if I could at some point. But with the explosion of our competitions, the amount of people that we pull in, because we're just not going to do the qualifying on one day and the comp on the next day. It's if you can show up in spec on comp day, we'll send you. And that's what you have right now is we will expand this into 3 streams if we have to make sure that we can run this efficiently, fairly, and hopefully with the level of entertainment that draws people to us.
The tip is going to go to Jen, to Corey, to DQ.
Yeah, DQ on his initiation.
Makes sense. Hang right here, Jen, just for 1 second. Let me bump your volume up so that when you come in, we can hear you a little bit better.
This is Nady. I covered for Jen.
Oh, Nady. I'm still going to bump you up.
Sounds good.
160. There we go. Now we can hear you real good.
And there's Blue, who's muted.
1 second. Let me see if I can fix that. Fuck off. Yep, Blue jumped down here for some reason. Don't really understand why. Okay. Back to it.
Weird.
What do we got?
I
Sorry.
don't know if you're looking at the other the other stream right now, but whoever's in that Beamer, that livery is sick.
Oh, I believe that is Good Vibes Only. I've seen him in some practice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He was in our practice the other day.
Yeah, and there were some times where he wasn't exactly fucking spreading good vibes, but
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing.
yeah, there were some times where he was a little bit out of pocket, but hopefully he's figured it out as we've gone along.
Just a little bit. But everyone, I understand. People can get in their own world and they don't understand that they're putting other people out.
That's a fact.
It's not even that is that big of a deal. Someone could have said something to him.
Yep, hopefully he has figured out exactly how these things run. As a competition, we want it to be obviously we want it to be fun, right? That's the number one reason we're here, is to have a good time, right? Nobody's taking home thousands of dollars or anything to that effect, right? Like, we want it to be a good time for the competitors and for those that are just watching. But on the flip side of that, to be efficient and not waste everybody's time, we got to have a little bit of professionalism. We expect our competitors to run their runs, line up in front of the judges. Let's not do a whole bunch of donuts, right? Let's be a little bit professional. And sometimes in practice, it gets a little loosey-goosey. But if I'm not mistaken, we got DJ Life and the Complex are fixing to run this thing. Complex being in the chase position. DJ Life on the lead. Pretty nice livery. I like that. The black and the gray. I'm for it. Filling that zone all the way through. Could have been a little tighter on that inside. Touch the outside right like he's supposed to. But how are we going to fill? This is the one that's the catalyst, right? Looks to me like the Complex understands filling that zone tightly a little bit better. So we'll see how that plays out for him when he's in the lead. But as his chase, he was right up against the white line.
I love his Fox body.
That is nice, ain't it?
Practicing with him yesterday and just kept getting distracted. That gray, the gray black, man, it does something. I don't know.
There's something about it, a simple, clean livery. There's something to it, man. But here we go. We got the Complex on the lead. DJ Life on the chase. Could have filled that zone a little bit better.
Yeah. Got that second inside clip though. Yeah, it seems as if he was letting off his angle just a little too soon.
Agreed. Yeah, both of those runs, I'll be honest with you, man, that compared to the other competitors that we have seen so far, leaves a little bit to be desired. But one of these two is going to move on, and they get the option to evaluate their runs and tighten up a little bit as we go forward.
Sir, what do you have for a beverage this evening?
I am drinking currently Sazerac Rye, Buffalo Trace product.
I very much enjoy Buffalo Trace. My dad heads down to the distillery every once in a while and gets all their distillery picks and everything. My dad's a big old bourbon snob. Got me into it. Same with my stepdad. And the one thing that no one's been able to turn me away from, and it's my very much drink of choice. And I have this fifth that I have right now. It's almost gone, but I got two more sitting on my dresser, sitting on stock. Is Willet. I can't get enough of Willet.
Willet is a very nice drink, no doubt.
I love Willet so much. My stepdad and my mom used to take trips down to Kentucky just to hit the liquor store to bring back like 14 fifths, 15 for like the year. My dad ended up giving me one for Christmas one year. And he's like, yeah, here, try this, because I was talking about bourbon and everything. And just ever since then, man, I can't get enough of it. It's my favorite.
Yeah, it turned into a whole little hobby for me. One of my best friends, this guy named Kelly Sparks, he got into whiskey pretty heavy and really started looking into the nuances of it and tried to understand it as a whole thing. And that's the genesis of our podcast. Our podcast starts out with some sort of a review of a whiskey or a beer or something, and we really try to pick it apart and give tasting notes and the whole nine. And recently, I guess it's about a year and a half ago, maybe almost 2 years ago, I got to go through Buffalo Trace, and we did the whole tour at Buffalo Trace. And then we did a couple of, it was weird because it was in COVID, right? So it was limited on what you could and couldn't do. But went to Wild Turkey and a couple other places. I went to Four Roses Distillery, and I got some bottles there that you can only get at the distillery.
Yeah, I love Four Roses.
Yeah, it's a whole thing for me, man. Whiskey is I'm the typical 40-year-old guy that has a whiskey obsession, right? I fit right into that fucking stereotype.
Yeah, my dad's recently got me into Bowden Blade, or Blade and Bow.
Blade and Bow. Yep.
Yeah, with the key club and all that stuff, he's almost got
Exactly.
his fifth. He's almost got his fifth key. He's searching for it.
If I'm not mistaken, that's one of the first whiskeys that we ever reviewed on our podcast. You can go to beardedidiots.com and look at there's a whole whiskey list of all the things that we have reviewed. We have a
Check
spreadsheet
that out.
for all the things that we've looked at, and we each give a review. My buddy Kelly is way harsher on his reviews. So we do it on a scale of 1 to 10, right? Like what we feel in the moment. And we've actually revisited some of them to see how our palates have changed over time to reevaluate some of them. And it changes, man. There's a moment, and we've talked about it with particularly one beer that I had. The environment that was around me at the time. It was a $21 can of beer.
Oof.
And it was fucking amazing. But it was in the moment when I had it, right? We were at a event for my buddy. He was at an arm wrestling tournament. We were there for that. It was like right next to a lake, and my wife and her best friend and all of our buddies were there, and everybody was in like just it was a whole vibe, right? And I drank this beer, and it was the best beer I ever drank in my whole life. I was like, dude, I got to buy 3 or 4 of these to bring back to the podcast to digest them. And we cracked them on the podcast, and I took a drink. I was like, oh, that's pretty fucking basic, right? Like, it's good, but it's not that fucking euphoric feeling that I had when I had it the first time. So context matters when you're having a drink. You know what I mean? If you are feeling it and everything about your life in that moment is a glorious thing, that can affect your judgment on the drink that you're having. I feel like we got a decision. What's up?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we have a decision.
All right, so the decision is Complex is going to win that round.
All right.
You had no tire drops at all. DJ Life had a couple of them, but both of their runs were pretty good besides the tire drops.
Very much so.
Right on.
Alrighty.
I don't know if the Complex has a really detailed livery or not, because I don't have the ZML mod installed. If you got more than 200 fucking layers, I can't see all of it.
He might.
No,
just be
he's
running
actually
out.
on Xbox. So
He's on Xbox,
I think
so
he's
he's
just
got
running
a-
a basic car. And
He's
it looks
got
pretty
a-
clean.
It does look clean as shit. That's what I'm saying, man.
Oh.
If you built something on top of that, fucking quit. Because this blue on black is fucking awesome.
Yeah, that is clean as fuck.
Although I do feel bad about the Fox body. That silver on black is a good look, man.
Oh yeah, I do see in our chat we got some Blade and Bow fans. And
Oh, yeah, Blade Bow is amazing. There's nothing
my
wrong with
dad's
that
done
whatsoever.
all he's done the Buffalo Trace tours, and he was into Blanton's there for a second. When he got into bourbon and everything, he was all about Blanton's, and I think everyone kind of is.
Yeah,
when they
it's
start getting into
fucking,
bourbon,
it's
and then-
mid,
and then you
my
realize
guy.
it's just it's like it's whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But he's definitely opened up my eyes to a whole bunch of different stuff, especially Four Roses, and oh man, he ended up getting this bottle from my grandpa a long time ago. It's in like a yellow, I want to say it's Weller, maybe.
Okay, I love Weller.
Hey, he's got like a
The original weeded bourbon.
yeah, like a 1945 bottle.
Holy
from
shit.
My grandpa, yeah, like a super old one that's unopened and everything. That's just pretty much his prized possession that he keeps up on his shelf.
He should probably just drink that.
Yeah, and talking about bourbon and everything, it would actually be. I know you're starting up your podcast and everything. I just had this random thought of you, talking about whiskeys and everything. It would be kind of cool. I would very much enjoy being on your podcast.
Yeah, man. We're
I
open
also
to
would very
anybody
much
showing up
enjoy-
pretty much any time.
To the point of talking about this, it would be actually pretty interesting. I could get a setup going at my dad's house, and I could do this with my father, because my father, not only being, very much into bourbon and having something to talk about that, but 31 years in the military, plus all of his time in automotive and all production. I think he would have a good time doing it, and I've been enjoying bringing my dad into the video game side of stuff. He was always interested in watching me playing games, but never kind of really got it. But anytime I bring my games over, he is so fascinated and just like locked to the TV whenever I like hang out and show him what's up.
Hell yeah.
I think he would have a he would have a lot to say. That's for
Yeah.
sure. I think it would definitely be a good talk.
Oh man, we're all about it. Anybody that can come on and give us content and give us, particularly like a history lesson with a guy that has a long-term relationship with whiskey, where we can really dig into that and pick apart his brain of the hows and the whys. Man, we're all about that.
It definitely would be a good time. It was just a thought that I had.
Yeah, dude. No doubt.
Like me,
You're on the fucking
my-
schedule. Just consider it that way.
My dad loves talking. I love talking. We love joking and having a good time and having some drinks and just bullshitting. I
Have a little bit of an issue with Horse Girl showing up right now. That is not the same livery, and I'm curious as to whether or not that's the same car that she was in when she did her first run.
Yeah, I don't.
But we have Horse Girl versus Ayler. Currently, Ayler in the lead. Horse Girl on the chase. Maybe I'm just forgetful, but I don't feel like that's the same car that she was in her first run. That might be something that the judges pay attention to here. Do you feel the same way, Pillow?
Yeah, I think so.
I feel like she was in a much more basic car.
It was just a burgundy car.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
was.
know,
It was
she-
exactly. It was the first purple car that, because we didn't know who the fuck was who.
I'm not sure if that's
Yeah, that gives me pause, because it's not okay for you to come in and compete in a different car round 2 because of the spec check situations. We might want to take a moment here to alert the judges that something.
I do believe that is the same car.
Same car, different livery.
Yeah.
All right. I don't care if it's the same setup. That's fine.
Yeah.
Looks a little different.
Even
that's
still,
okay.
We have made it a point to let people know that if you show up your first run in a livery, you need to stay.
Right, because of the confusion that we're having right now. Like, there's a tire drop for sure for Horse Girl. I assume that's a female. Maybe dudes want to call themselves girls. I don't know. The proximity from Ayler, though, holy moly, significantly different. Ayler said, "Excuse me, I like to win." Yeah, that is a whole thing, man. Like, if whatever car you show up in on your first run, that's what you need to show up in for the remainder of the competition, because we do spec checks and there is a visual memory that can be looked upon for that. And when you switch things up, it gives us pause. We want to make sure that this thing is fair, that the run that you did on this one is the same competition level. If you're in the same setup, that's fine. But we prefer you to stay in the same visuals. And perhaps she or he, don't know. If you're listening to this, maybe you let us know. Maybe they caught what we were talking about before of we don't have a name on the side of the car, and they're trying to help us out that way. Let's take a peek at the chat. Let's see what's happening over there. Typically, we can learn some things. Okay, so Somi says, same kit. I trust Somi. She seems like a solid competitor. It is a female. Horse Girl is a female. All right, well done. Brian also confirms it's the same car. All right, so we're on pace there to make sure that this thing is as legitimate as it can be. Same whip, just different look. Fair enough, and that can carry. That's fine. It's just something that maybe we need to be a little bit more clear on the S.O.G side. There's nothing wrong with us learning as we go, right? We love some positive criticism, right? Maybe that's something we need to be a little bit more clear on as we go forward. Of the livery that you show up run 1, let's run that for the whole thing, right? So now we've got 2 things that we've learned from the stream this week of perhaps you should have your name on the side of the car. Let's just have that for the ease of the stream, the ease of knowing who's running where and when. And let's stay in the same livery as we go along so that we don't have any confusion. But I appreciate the chat jumping in here, letting us know that, yes, it is the same car, just a different look. We want to give credit where credit's due. We want to use the proper pronouns because it is 2022. You know what I'm saying? And That just makes all those things easier. What do you got,
Yes,
Jen?
it does. So I have a verdict. This round goes to Ayler because on Horse Girl's lead, she dropped 2 tires, causing her to DQ.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Nothing wrong with black and gold. Fucking Ayler showing up in his jaw. I don't know what the fuck JHA means, but he knows what that means. Horse Girl should have shown up in this livery to begin with. That's a fire fucking livery. Well done on that one. Ayler, will probably see him throughout the night as it goes along. Thank you, Somi, for participating. We appreciate your help there. That really does. It's I'm sorry that we just fucking figure this shit out as we go along. We try to roll with it as much as we can, but eventually we'll actually look like we got our shit together.
Eventually.
CS Slides, yeah. Stay in the same car, brother. Just stay in the same, the same setup. Don't change anything else. Just throw your name on the side of the car. That'd be beautiful. That's perfectly okay. Oh, Ayler says it's his actual name. Makes sense. Makes sense. This car looks familiar. Look at that. Seen that guy before. So we got Pib and Team Crescent's The Struble. That's going to be a fucking heater. Holy shit. This should be a fucking battle right here, folks.
Hell yeah.
That's going to be the theme as we go along throughout the night. It's only going to get hotter and fucking hotter as we go along. We've got drivers ready. 3, 2, 1, go. Let's send it, boys. All the way against the curb.
Hell yeah.
Inside touches, outside touches, inside touches. Holy shit. Now then, look at that. Both of these guys putting it right against the white line all the way through the inside roundabout. They're like, look, man, we've been listening. You will not catch us sleeping on that fucking inside zone. Holy shit. Good fucking luck. Good fucking luck going forward. Bro, we ain't even at the top fucking 8 yet. And that right there is top 4, top 2. Who the fuck's going to take third, second, and first level of racing right there? Jesus Christ. Resetting, flipping sides. Let's see what we got on the Struble. Ooh, didn't quite feel that one. This one feels a little bit more lazy. Sliding out a little bit on the outside. That might be... Oh, no, that's unfortunate. Pressing a little bit too hard.
You hate to see it.
Sometimes you make it easy on the judges. Sometimes you make it hard. I feel like, unfortunately, for this time, Team Crescent made it a little bit too easy on the judges this time. Guaranteed, though. Exactly. Struble's going to show up. He's going to line up in front of the judges, take his decision. He will show up next week with a fucking point to prove. Bet on that.
Fucking the Subi wagon. Just noticed that.
It is a full fucking wagon. And Team Crescent, can we give just a second here on their liveries? Consistently, they have a smoked fucking American flag, and me personally, just being a fucking natural born American, I love that.
Oh yeah.
Consistently, they show that out. I ain't got no hate for any other country, but I do have love for mine, and it just fucking makes my dick hard every time I see the little smoked out American flag on the backside.
Oh yeah.
Agreed, Brian. That was solid as shit. Nady, obviously, we're just fucking dummy commentators. We will do everything we can to point out what we can point for the viewers. The judges are probably not going to pay attention. They do everything they can to not be influenced by the chat or our talks here. All they do is look at the video. Hopefully they see what you see. I feel like you're probably right. Oh, the complex said this is his first time competing and his first time or second time competing, first time advancing. Yeah, man. Good luck to you going forward, brother. It's only going to get harder as you go along. So I would.
Oh man, congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely. It's no small feat getting to that next round. Everybody that shows up here is a competitor. We don't have any. Doesn't seem to be particularly. Based on last week and this week, season 3, there's not anybody showing up that can't win. So it's a battle from the very beginning. So you moving on to the second round is something to hang your hat on. And if you continue to move forward, then something to brag about. Hey, Horse Girl, no problems, man. It is what it is, and it's something that we can just be clear as we go forward. Appreciate you joining in on the chat. No worries on the livery. We'll make it a little bit clearer going forward, just for the ease of the judgment and the ease of the stream to keep those no hate towards you, right? We don't. It doesn't seem like you were cheating. It causes us to have pause. That's all.
All right, so that round's going to go to Pib because of Struvel's DQ on his lead. I know it looks like there was contact, but we slowed down the replay, and you could fit a piece of paper between Pib and Struvel.
All right.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, something that's worth mentioning. I think I appreciate it, Jen, for bringing that up. Something that's worth mentioning. Our judges are watching this replay on mobile devices, which probably everybody is. You're watching on your phone or your tablet or whatever. The beautiful thing about YouTube streams is, number one, it's a stream. You can go all the way back to the beginning of this thing and start it all over. So you have the replay function there, but you can also zoom. You can zoom in. You can pause and zoom in on your phone and your tablet and really see where things are. That's what we talk about. Is if I do my job as the drone driver and give the view to the judges that they need to be able to make these decisions, there is nowhere to hide.
That is one thing I never understood about Twitch, that you couldn't go back in their streams and everything.
I got a feeling that now that YouTube is really jumping into that market, that's something that Twitch is going to come up with, where it's just a full stream.
They're fucking better, because I mean, I understand that you want people to be involved when the content creator is live, and I get it, but I also believe that being able to watch something back, and I mean, a lot of people have their stuff saved and everything, but like you walk away for 10 minutes or you're just not paying attention and you can't go back and see what happened. That's
Yeah, man, it's a little bit of a bummer, and it
seems a little silly. Yeah,
there's some restrictions on the YouTube side as far as what they're willing to let you say and don't say if you want to be monetized. Yeah. Right? If you don't give a fuck about being monetized, if you got patrons or independent channel supporters, then who gives a shit whether or not you can carry the monetization of YouTube, right?
They say you want our support, then you have to do what we say. I understand that.
Right, and I give zero fucks about whether or not YouTube supports me. I have this channel that you're watching this on is my podcast channel. I have patrons for that. You know what I mean? They give me money direct, so I don't care if YouTube gives me fucking $25 per stream. I get my patron support from that. Mm-hmm. But I like the fact that when I go live, if you're not able to, if you have a life event, right? Yeah. You can just pause it and then go handle your life event and then come back to it and click play and it'll still be there.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful thing. So I'm curious right now, being as how we have an elongated pause here, that we may have a little bit of a challenge between Pib and Stru. We talked about internally through our competitions that we wouldn't allow challenges from the competitors until we get to the top 16. That's only there for the ability to us to move this thing along, right? Nobody wants to sit here for 10 hours again, right? Brian was on board for that last week, and he was one of the few, other than competitors that hung around and made that happen. But we're trying to make this thing as respectful of everybody's time as is possible. And we talked about bringing the challenges from the competitors down to the top 16, but I feel like that's what's happening. I feel like somebody is presenting a challenge to the judges that maybe they want to run this again.
Yeah, I wonder what's happening.
Yeah, Sturdy. As a matter of fact, it's something that we've talked about is competitors that have been disqualified, right? We don't want to influence going forward, but people that don't have a stake in the competition, we've actually kicked around that idea of bringing people in and letting them talk. That is something that has been in the works. We're only season 3 here. This is really the first full season that we've decided to do a commentary side where we have a full broadcast that goes along with it. But that is something that has been kicked around. And I do agree that would be something that's fun, but we got to be really careful because of the fact that the judges are using this stream as a judging tool.
What's up, Jen?
So there's been a protest. They've decided that we're going to just run Strubal's last run, which is going to be his lead, and then we're going to go from there.
What was his point of contention, just so we can let everybody know?
So he said that Pib made contact twice. The first contact caught his bumper in mid-transition, and then he's saying the second contact is what caused him to spin. So we're just going to run an OMT because on the live stream, it just looks like it's desync. So
okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And that's one of the things we talked about earlier on was, our judges try to be as fair as we possibly can, because what you see on the stream may not be what's happening on the screen of the competitor themselves, right?
Very much so.
Let's bring it to
Been
the
in that
table. Let's
position a
talk
couple
about it.
times.
Judges get to decide on that.
I've been in that position a couple times running cone car where I can see it, in the lobby, and they go to the judges and go, well, I know that they lagged there, and well, I don't see it on the stream. Well,
Makes sense.
it happened. I saw it.
Yep, and that's fair. We want everybody to have their best run possible.
Yeah. We definitely want to judge this. I wish that we could have a camera on every clipping point to see exactly and check people's, because that would be great, but it's not possible.
Stroop's on a little bit out on the outside there. Struggled a little bit on the transition. Everything else looked clean, though. Holy moly.
Yeah, great transition timing.
Really was. I'm sorry that I'm coughing in y'all's face. So there we go. We have one more run of that to make sure that we have a fair judging, and that's, it's important to talk about, right? Like my stream, I'm connected to the game in whatever fashion that I'm connected. Each individual competitor, all the judges, just so everybody knows, the judges are watching through the game feed, their in-game feed. They are spectating the competitors, right? So they have all the camera options where that's concerned. That's really how they judge their brake usage. Oftentimes from the drone feed that you're seeing right now, I don't have the best view of whether or not they are or aren't braking in decel zones or not braking in decel zones. So they watch those. So there's all this desync options that can present themselves, just from the fact that we're doing online gaming. You know what I mean? It is what it is. And we try to make sure that the competitors know that they can bring those issues to the judges, get another run like what we just had, so that we can get a fair assessment going forward. Again, this is all bragging rights, right? There's no money on the line. Nobody's going to go in debt or be able to pay their bills based on what happens at a S.O.G comp. But it's pride. right? You want to have a solid winner, and we want people to show up to our competitions knowing that they're going to get the fairest judgment that they possibly can.
Very much so. We want to give everyone a fair chance. What's up, Jen?
All right, so the win is still going to go to Pib, because he had no tire drops on his lead and chase, but the Struble had a tire drop on his lead. So
Understood.
yeah.
Alrighty.
So that lets the Struble go to bed tonight knowing that he did everything he could to win and just was a little bit short. All right?
Yep.
He didn't have to worry about whether or not he got a fair call. Pib moves on, which is not a surprise to any fucking body that listens, but it also wouldn't be a surprise if the Struble moved on. Both these guys are fucking next level.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Brian, actually the first, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 comps that we did where there was a stream, it was really just so that the judges could see it. And I just sat here quiet for 3.5, 4 hours, and there was no explanation as to what the fuck was going on while the judges were reviewing. It was, you're right, it was hard to watch.
You just heard King's voice every once in a while on the stream because he would stream it on Twitch.
Yeah. So we decided that, you know what, let's just open it up. Let's open it up to the public. Let's open it up to the competitors. Let's do the whole thing, right? Let's have somebody do some talking over the top of it.
We got Bow Guy and Biscuit up next.
That's going to be a fucking burner. No doubt about it. Everything going forward is going to be a fucking heater. Like, I'm looking forward to that 21st section bracket with Ayler and Pib. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Good luck with that one.
If I'm not mistaken, I do believe that Ayler lives in Michigan.
You're probably hanging out with that guy.
I think he might. Because if I do believe, I think we were talking about the Dream Cruise when it was around here. So we got the Dream Cruise on Woodward every year.
Boga, this is his first run of the night. He got a bye in the first round. Biscuit has put down a fucking lap already, a couple of them. So Boga is he's getting broke in right here against Biscuit, which is not exactly the easiest fucking thing to overcome. Boga gets the lead, Biscuit with a chase. Oh, there's a tire drop there on that touch and go. Oh, tire drop on the inside, setting up.
They might have saw some contact there.
All right, let's see what Biscuit can do on his lead. Boga chasing. Boga laid down a pretty good lead, even though it's his first run of the night. Looks like he's been practicing. Biscuit's a little lean on that first zone.
Yeah.
He's been consistent with that all night. He's been a little bit lean on that first zone. Same thing with his transition into the roundabout. Like he nails it later on, but that initiation into that inside zone, that is a very difficult transition. If you don't have your car set up just right to come through the decel zone, it is difficult to get your car to angle over and position correctly to go through that inside clip all the way around the roundabout. And it looks like Biscuit struggles a little bit with that.
He might have dropped a tire in that last outside zone, because I was just watching that back. But it was a pretty solid run.
Yeah, both these guys.
I think it's going to come down to, who had more tire drops, basically.
Right.
They both seemingly had similar proximity, and either that or it's going to be one more time.
I'll tell you one thing that Biscuit has been very consistent on ever since he first started showing up to our competitions. Biscuit used to compete in S.O.G Season 1 and Season 2 before he became a S.O.G driver. But the first time he showed up, he's been running this little net cage graphic on the side of his car from day one. Homie does not build a car that ain't got a net on the driver's side. He's been very, very on point where that's concerned. That black and gold looks good, though. Holy moly.
Love the Stang. Always do.
Yeah, it's a fun car to drive, man. It's just got so much power.
Yeah. I love the weight. I always enjoyed it was a little weird to get used to. And then switching car to car, like sometimes it fucks me up. But just like throwing so like I tell everyone that starts driving the Mustang when I introduce people to this game, it's just, throw the ass and trust it.
That's really all you can do, man.
Yeah. Just gotta throw that ass and trust it.
My son, Blue, told me that early on. He's like, I know it sounds weird to say this about a video game, but you just got to trust your car. And I was like, I've been playing video games since fucking Atari, my guy. You know what I mean? I've been playing Pong when I was a little kid.
Yeah.
So to trust a video game to do the right thing is a very difficult thing for somebody of my generation to wrap their head around. He's like, I know it sounds weird, but you just got to trust your whip that's going to do the right thing. Yeah. So early on, my struggles were very much that. It's like, I have to control every aspect of this thing, right? Like, there's no AI that's going to figure that shit out for me. And there really is. This is obviously an arcade version of drifting. Unless you have a full fucking drift setup, right? With pedals and steering wheels and all that shit.
Yeah. I really want to get into that.
Same.
It'd be fun.
It makes me want to invest, my guy. Like, I'm fucking 41 years old, and I'm sitting there going, maybe I can spend some of my extra money and go buy a fucking $200 wheel.
Yeah, see, the thing I really want to get into is like drift sim for this in VR, so you can do first person, but be able to like look around and everything.
Yeah.
And then also for flight simulators, because I've played. They have for PlayStation VR for PS4. They have Ace Combat 7.
Yeah.
They had like the very first mission you could do in VR, and it was fucking crazy. Like, insane. It felt like I was flying around. Even though I had a controller in my hand, it felt like I was flying in a plane.
Indeed.
It was insane.
Yeah, I've flown, like, actual in real-world drones. I've done that.
Oh, yeah.
Right, and that translates into a little bit of why I can ease into the transition of doing it for this game. But I've also played DLC, the Drone League Championship, the game that you can play. So I've done some of those things, but I also fucked around with Microsoft Flight Simulator, and that is so fucking fun.
Yep. What's up, Jin?
So the win's going to go to Boguy because of Biscuit's contact. The first contact threw Boguy off his line, and then the second contact was made into the D cell, and it messed up the whole line completely after that. For Biscuit anyways, but yeah.
Okay, so Boguy moves forward in the black and gold. Nothing wrong with that. That's a good time. Look, man, Biscuit is a hell of a competitor, but so is Boguy. These guys show up every week, and it's so cutthroat in our championship series that you legit have to show up with the full fucking intentions of winning every week. You got to put in the work that leads up to it. Participate in the S.O.G practices. We do a lot of things that teaches the line and lets you know the flow and really what the judges are looking for, right? And that's ultimately what it comes down to. We are open to teaching you the line and letting you have the best advantage you can have every week when you show up. And if you don't take advantage of that, you're going to end up in an L.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of people come out and miss zones and all that, and it's unfortunate they DQ because
right.
I mean, our lobbies are open to everyone. We always post codes.
Yeah, we try to do, like I said, the comp line that we post is very meticulously put together. Those are the actual zones that the judges are looking at. We also try to every week put a video up of somebody running the line at 100-point, run, but it's all out there for you. Everything's there for you. We got S.O.G versus S.O.G. We've got S.O.G odds versus Nady. filling those zones on all the way through. This is what we're talking about. Oh, a little bit of a tire drop there.
Trying to pull it back into the white line, maybe stay in there. A little more proximity would be nice, but still matching angle. Pretty solid.
Very solid run.
Kind of shallow on that last outside zone.
Yep, I've got to get the XML because I have no doubt that Nady actually has a full livery on. All I'm seeing is the black. But we were told in chat earlier that if it is a solid color, it's going to be white. If I don't have the ability to view more than that, so maybe we're not. Maybe we've got a team member. Oh, we lost our cone car. I don't know what has happened. Maybe they reset. Yeah, they did. Gen reset. Didn't seem to affect the lines at all, although we did have a little bit of a contact there.
Yeah, I don't know. They might run that back.
Yeah, they might actually. There may be some operational interference there. Both these guys, though, hugging that white line.
Again, proximity could be a little bit better.
Could be significantly better. There's definitely a gap there that can be filled as they go through the night, as these guys find other competitors later on in the bracket. I mean, that is going to be something they have to work on.
80 though, he's fast. Trying to chase him, it's not easy.
Right, and that's the beautiful thing. If you have a car that is fast as fuck and can control it, almost always, that is going to net you a positive in our competitions. Our whole team runs fast as fuck.
You brake for a millisecond too long, and you're getting left in the dust.
Indeed. Hey, we appreciate you, Wolfie. Thank you for saying that, man. We try real hard to make this thing as entertaining as possible. That's why I get fucking hammered.
Yeah, thank you. Hell yeah.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Blue is my kid. It's not a secret. We just don't talk about it a lot, but it's not a secret. Yeah, Blue's 100% my child. Ayler says, the more you know. Agreed. Tell you what, Pillow, I'm going to let you have it for a second. If they come back with the decision, tell them to hold them for a minute. Oh, wait, here's Jen.
Right there.
Yeah, sorry about the reset. Just had a little situation right there, but one's going to go to Nady because of the DQ odds caused himself.
Agreed.
So, yeah.
So, can you do me a favor, Jen? Can you hold the next two? Just come back and check with us before you send them. I need to take a quick restroom break.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, thanks.
No problem.
Damn, it is snowing like crazy where I'm at. I'm a couple, about 30 miles north of Detroit in Michigan, and it is snowing. I really hope we don't get hit like Buffalo got. They just got slammed with seemingly like 3 feet of snow. I was seeing videos out there that were people just damn near trapped in their houses, opening up their garages to like 4 or 5 feet of snow, having to dig themselves out. It's insane. Really hope that doesn't happen here. Man, oh man. What, did it stop snowing? I think it did stop snowing. Well, that's always good. right back up here soon.
All right, Cody, you back? No. All right.
No, not yet.
Well, Pillow, how's it going, man?
It's going well.
That's good.
Having a good time. Talking on the stream.
How's the commentary going for you guys?
Oh, it's good.
All right.
Having
My apologies. I'm back. I'm ready.
some adult
Alright.
beverages and having a good time.
Hell
Wolfie,
yeah.
Wolfie v Wild. That's what we
no.
got.
Compound is going well, King.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Very well. Oh no, you're good.
Here we go. Wolfie v Wild. Wild on the outside. Don't recognize that livery either. That is something that we're going to have to address going forward. A little bit of a tire drop there. Perhaps a tire drop on that one. The proximity, though, from Wolfie, holy smokes. Was that Mr. King himself?
Sir. Peeping it out. I was just talking about all the snow that Buffalo got.
Bro, I've been seeing that on the news. That seems fucking intense.
Just it was sending me pictures her at work on lunch. That was a great initiation of that first zone.
Yeah, it was.
Man, what a perfect lead. Absolutely textbook. Take note, everyone watching. You're competing. That's what they're looking for.
Yep. You couldn't have said it better. Wolfie just laid down a 90-plus run. That might have been 95-plus. I don't know that you can do it any better.
No, I don't. Obviously, we can't see his actual speed and everything to know how much he decelled or didn't.
I'm sorry,
But
Wild. My bad.
Still, that was. It's going to be a tough one for the judges.
Yeah, Wild laid down. What we've seen so far is potentially the best technical lead of the night. He's dialed that thing into knowing his brake zones, knowing his gearing, all those things. Holy shit, that was a fucking fat-ass lead.
Man, it was a good one.
Let's take a peek at the liveries real quick. Wolfie got the rose. It's like a yellow carbon fiber on the front quarter panels. That's kind of unique. Don't typically see that. You normally just see black carbon fiber. The man said, you know what, I'm going to carry the theme. Nice little fade from the back over the top. That's a hell of a livery, my man. Of course I got grip. This Advan livery, we were educated last week that apparently there's a relatively historical team in the drift world, the real drift world, of the Advan livery. That's a lot of people have been running that. I like it. The detail paid to on the exhaust there.
Yeah.
It's a pretty simple livery, but it's the little things that set it off, right?
Yeah, very much so.
No, legit Wild. I mean, for real, man, that was a fucking fat lead, my guy.
That was a crazy lead. I'm excited to see what we got in store for when we get up to the top 16 and these two comps merge.
Bro, it's
What
gonna be
is that?
fucking lit.
I mean, if what we got thrown down in here is happening, I know this is happening in the other comp, and it's just gonna be a nutty. This is such a fun way to run this comp. Just, I hope everyone else is excited. Like, because when we merge together, it's gonna be, oh man, I feel bad for the judges.
Same.
It's gonna be tough.
Yeah, there's a lot of Team Twisted on the other side of this thing, and those dudes show out every fucking week. Don't fool yourself.
All right. So that round's going to go to Wild due to proximity. If he just was able to close the gap on some of the corners.
It's just a banging ass lead run in general.
It really was.
That was solid. Alrighty.
All right, so moving on. Mr. Wild, congratulations, my guy. Looks like he will take on the winner of Crescent's Stang and CS Slides, who should be coming up next. He's going to find out here live on the stream as to who he's going to be going up against next.
Hey, no problem, Wild.
Yeah, man. There's no bias here. We want everybody to show up and show out. Both of me and Pillow both are obviously Team
The
S.O.G,
love of the game.
but yeah, it's all about competition, man. We want to see everybody just show up and do the damn thing. I don't give a shit what team you have on the side of your car. If you show up and show out, you're going to get some love around here.
Everybody is treated equal. We try to do our best to be unbiased, like Curdy talked about. And if you have the respect to show up and be inspect and support our community, we have the respect to judge everyone equally and
100%.
show everyone that this is a very fair competition. We're trying our best.
100%.
So we want everyone to come back, because this is the best way to spend Saturday night. I've been looking forward to Saturdays.
No kidding. Everybody's safe. They're in a building. You might be drinking a little bit, might be smoking a little bit, but everybody's safe. Nobody's out running the streets. It's a good time.
Hell yeah.
So here we go. Stang versus CS Slides. Let's see if it's going to be Team Crescent moving forward, or if Team Crescent can get knocked off by the Independent. Couple of EV cars here. Fucking Elon Musk showing up. Woo. My bad. Lost the fucking camera there for a second. Oh my God. Stang said Crescent ain't going nowhere. He said, let me gap you a little bit.
Man. Just putting the burners on, that's for sure.
Well done. Well done. I get all nervous when I'm talking. Like, normally I don't, but I know that fucking Burn Baby's going to make a video off of this, and if I don't say something cool in every run, then I'm like a fucking moron in her video.
I was pretty nervous coming into it, but I know it wouldn't be a big deal.
Nobody makes fucking like highlight videos on my fucking podcast, so I don't give a shit about any of that, but I know somebody's going to make a highlight video with my voice and your voice in this. And it makes me think about, there was a huge shortcut taken there. That's going to be unfortunate.
Yeah.
Some corrections there around, wasn't quite as smooth around that inside as you could be. CS Slides, that might be some of the deciding factor there. You cut a little bit short, went on the heavy tire drops. I don't know if it was 2 Might have been 2 tires that fell off the course lines there. That is something for the judges to go back and review. I'm sure chat's looking at it and be like, oh yeah, he dropped 1, he dropped 2. They'll let us know.
Yeah, it's pretty great. I'm looking at the Discord, and we're pretty much even with the other comp right now. Like it's running pretty evenly. I think we're gonna hit 6. I was wondering if we were, one was gonna hit 6 or 8 before the other. But I think we're probably gonna be able to merge right away. That's
right on.
pretty cool.
That'll be cool for us to slide right into a singular thing. So hopefully they're letting everybody know that, oh man, Stang throwing the S.O.G on his banner. Man, thank you, sir. That is awesome.
Yeah.
We appreciate that. That's the shared love that we're talking about. Yeah, hopefully that the Stream 2 over there is letting everybody know that we will be switching to a singular one over here, and everybody that's participating in their chat, all the competitors that are over there can migrate. We might actually take a quick little intermission right at that transition so that everybody has time to get where they need to be. But yeah, that's gonna be sweet if we can time that out.
So that round's gonna go to Mustang because CS Sludge dropped 3 tires going into the roundabout on his lead.
Absolutely.
Just choked up a little bit too much coming out of that last outside zone going into the roundabout.
Jen, would you say, in your professional opinion, that he sent it a little bit too hard there, bud?
Yeah, he sent it just a little too hard.
All right, makes sense.
A little too hard there.
All right. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you, man. I'll tell you that 10,000 times tonight. You're doing a hell of a job so far.
Try it out.
Try it out.
I literally haven't met anyone else that listens to that podcast. My roommate kind of does. He's listened to a couple of them, but he doesn't listen to like I have.
Yeah, man. Fucking Jen's a cool guy. No doubt about it.
Definitely a cool guy. Oh man.
He definitely looks through the hole in the fence. That guy, 100%.
I love Bedstock.
He knows where the bodies are buried for sure.
Oh man, crazy because I was literally talking about this with my roommate the other day. I'm a huge Garth Brooks fan.
Yeah, same.
And still am. Obviously.
Yeah.
But
he's weird as fuck. Dude likes to shit on airplanes. Just shit on the floor. I mean, how you not a fan of a guy that's that way? He's like, dude, I'm a fucking multimillionaire. I don't shit on the floor. Who gives a fuck? Give me a different plane.
That goddamn Ukraine video, especially the refugees.
What are you laughing about?
Crazy ass laughs.
Yeah.
Oh man,
that's such a good thing.
I don't understand how much of a psycho he was.
All right, so we got Team Misfortune Bagman taking the lead against Somi or Sami. Maybe she'll correct us she's obviously paying attention here. She'll let us know the proper pronunciation, but she's right now in the fucking chase and she says, look man, you ain't going nowhere without me being right up next to you. Holy shit, the credit card swipe right there in that transition. The proximity though. I'm going to tell you what, that was a fat fucking lead. It was a fat fucking chase. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Good fucking luck being somebody that has to decide which one of those two was better than the other. Hopefully I can get back in time. Here we go. Boom. Made it. Somi on the lead now. Bagman on the chase. Neither one of them came here to fucking lose. Send it, boys and ladies.
Wait. There must be a...
Jen must have some lag. Must be something going on with Jen. Oh, don't fuck up the rhythm here. Let's get it. Oh, we're winding down. We got lights from Somi. We got lights from Bagman.
about to hit it.
3, 2, 1, go. Nope. Something is amiss with the cone car. Not exactly sure what's going on. Maybe Jen has had an issue. It is online gaming, unfortunately. Maybe we have an issue with our cone car. That's unfortunate, man, because both of those runs right there were fucking fire. We'd love to keep that energy up through the second run.
Yeah. Possibly a Discord issue, maybe. Yeah, it seems like Jen.
There we go. Now we got lights from the cone car.
I was gonna say Jen was up on the judges there for a second.
There we go. Now we got it's a pretty rough start. Let's reset that. Let's. These two competitors right here are both on fucking point. We don't want any fucking reason for them to be a foul start. We want this to be as fire as it can be. So here we go. Drivers ready. We got lights. 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are. Can we get the same heat? So me filling that zone. Ooh, nice little fucking right up on it. A little bit of a touch there. Doesn't seem to affect the line at all. All the way on the inside.
Oh, yeah. Proximity falling off.
Proximity is falling off.
No way. What a lead run.
What a lead run. Might have been a hair, a whisper of a tire drop right here on the last touch and go.
Yeah, but I believe Bagman had a pretty big tire drop coming out of that decel zone. It might have been two, honestly.
That right there is what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. As this thing gets closer to the top 16, top 8, top 4, these battles are only going to get more and more fucking intense as we go along. Bagman's got some supporters in the chat. Truthful Play says, let's go, Bag. That is a clean ride, though. Look at that, man. I would be happy to drive that around as my daily driver. Are you kidding me?
Sick.
Look, Somi is a hell of a driver, hell of a competitor, right? Showed up last week, put everybody on point that I'm here to fucking win. Shows up again this week and is like, look, man, you ain't taking this W without snatching it from me. Zero fucking chance I'm driving around in that fucking Yaris, though. None. Not even a fucking hint of a chance. But this one, shit. I drive that car to and from work every day.
All right, so that round's going to go to Sami due to contact on Baggish and him dropping tires. He lost a lot of proximity as well.
Absolutely. I feel like we saw the same thing. I'm glad that the judges and us are on the same page. We obviously don't want to influence them, but some of these things just come natural, right, Pillow?
Yep. It is what it is.
Good showing out for Bagman, though, man. Thank you for showing up and participating. We appreciate you. Somi is just here to fucking win, my guys. Everybody that is paying attention to this stream and the other stream,
Team
fucking take notice.
Showed up.
All right, so next we should have an S.O.G driver, Jen, our cone car. So we'll have a swap out here for probably Nady. Jen's going to go out here and represent a little bit up against the complex. Should be a good hell of a fucking battle between these guys. Same thing with Jen. I don't know. Like, I know it's a good car to drive, but I don't know about... I wouldn't drive this car in real life. Right? Like, I make good enough money that I can pay for the gas. I have noticed tonight, though, that we've had significantly less electric vehicles showing up. We've actually had engine and exhaust sounds through the night, more so than we've had in the weeks past. So maybe that's something that they're working on, trying to figure out those bugs. But Jen in the complex sounds to me like, or looks to me like, as though the complex is on his 2-minute timer.
believe so. Oh man, there's some watching this other stream. I don't know if it's just the stream or he's got some crazy lag going on.
So Truthful says that he's the creator of that that livery, man. Good job, dude. That thing is tight.
Yeah.
I love the simplicity of it. Something to be said about simple liveries that take a second to fucking get it figured out. It looks simple, but it's actually a little bit of work. I'm on board for that life. Jen said, "Excuse me while I check the fuck out and go over here and run this fucking this line, whether or not you want to participate or not." But I'm over here now.
Who's still ripping?
Complex struggling a little bit on the chase there. Left some proximity on the table.
So that Beamer, man. So very clean. Blueberry. Blue.
Yeah, it's fucking. This is an actual, like, no joke. I would drive that car every fucking day of the week.
Hell yeah.
That motherfucker's nice looking. But Jen said, "Hold up. I got all this speed."
That's horsepower. No gallop.
Oh, now we got a little bit of a gap situation from the Complex. Complex might be listening to us a little bit, but like, wait a minute, I got some horsepower too?
Hell yeah.
Oh, Jen. Oh, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. A little bit of an over rotation for the Complex. Jen trying to follow that. I don't know if that was a lag issue. We will have to wait and see what happens.
What happened there?
I don't know if that's a disqualification, if they just said, fuck it, I over-rotated, I'm out. I know I took the L, or if we have a game issue. Like we've talked about earlier, everybody has controllers, right? Everybody knows that their controller can die right in the middle of a run, right in the middle of a fucking gunfight. But it looks to me like the fact that the Complex is lined up in front of the judges, looking to take the decision as it stands, that was just an error on their part, not a malfunction in their gameplay.
Okay, so it is so me. She clarified in the chat.
She did. So me.
Me. Yep.
Thank you. I figured that was coming across. Yeah, Ricky, we're definitely Team Misfortune is on the fucking radar. No doubt about that. Pay attention to our Discord when those fucking comp lobbies, the practice lobbies go up. Come in and participate. We do a weird version of sticks to help everybody understand exactly where they need to be in the zones. Take advantage of that.
Alright, here are the results.
What you
Jen
got?
the dub due to Complex DQing on his lead.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty.
We assumed as much. Good luck for you the rest of the night, Nady.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good runs, by the way.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks.
Jen showed out. Jen is nobody to fuck with. He's our the multifaceted fucking cone car competitor. The amount of shit that's going through that guy's head in the course of this competition is fucking wild, man. He's really got he's shouldering. He's the Atlas that's holding up the globe that is this competition tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, he's normally in the judges' booth making the decisions and everything, but this time he said, fuck that. I'm trying to show everyone what's up.
No doubt. Yeah, Slots, man, always. You show up every week, dude. We know that you got what it takes to be in the top tier. Everybody that lines up against you they know they got to put it out there. It's one of the beautiful things about our competitions is it's, you know, what's the saying? Pillow iron sharpens iron, right? Everybody that comes out here, if you ended up in that top 4, top 3, top 8, whatever you want to look at, that is an accomplishment, man. Just being there. But I feel like that right there solidifies 2, 4, 6, 8. That's the top 16. If the B main is at their top 8, we are at our top 8.
They might be.
We should be moving towards the combination of the streams, which means I'm probably not going to talk that much. I'm going to let Alex and Powder and Pillow kind of do the damn thing. That's a fucking lie. I've had way too much fucking whiskey to shut my mouth.
Oh, shit.
But I will do everything that I can to not let this be out of pocket.
Yeah. I'll have to try not to talk over.
Right. That can get real busy in a fucking hurry.
Yeah.
So there's a potential here if you're watching this stream that there might be a quick little intermission just so that we can reset, get everybody in the voice chats and the lobbies that they need to be in. But this stream is not going to go away. This is going to be the stream for the foreseeable future. We have Ayler in the lobby right now, I believe. Maybe he's just prepping himself. I'm not exactly sure.
Have you guys got news on who won yet?
Yeah, and the last run, absolutely.
Yep. So Jin.
Yeah, Jen took the W. I feel like right now we are at our top 8, and I feel like we were going to merge at the top 16. Is that still happening, or we're going to merge at the top 8?
No, we're merging right now. Whenever they're up to where we're at, I think they have 2 or 3 more runs. We're a little bit ahead of them.
Got you. Okay, so yeah, we are ready when y'all are ready to combine. Miss Powder, you might want to stay in your judges VC, unless you got something to add.
Okay. Nope.
But yeah, I'm assuming there's going to be a quick intermission here while we combine these two competitions, getting everything set for the top 16.
It's gonna be a blast.
It's gonna be a blast. Let me switch over here real quick to our. We're gonna switch to the B-roll. You're gonna see some pretty artistic shots that Mr. Alex put up for us. You won't be able to hear me and Pillow while we try to get this thing ready to go. But once we're ready to run it, we will be back live. Okay, so if you're still with us, if you're still listening, if you can hear my voice, understand that what's happening right now is on the B main competition. They are on their last run over there. They have one more set of drivers to run through their chase and lead, and when they complete that, everybody is going to merge onto this stream. We're going to go top 16 over here with Jen potentially running the rest of the comp as the cone car for his runs. He'll dip out. We'll probably utilize Nady or Blue. We'll fill that in. But Alex and Powder will be joining us over here momentarily. Like I said, they've only got one more set to run to finalize their top 8, which will create the top 16 for this entire competition. We'll finish it out right here on this stream. So just bear with us for a few minutes. Everybody will show up, and we'll get this thing moving. We'll finish out the top 16. It's going to be fire. From what those guys are talking about over there, their competition has been really tight, and as they're closing in on their top 8, obviously, if you've been watching this, you know that our top 8 has been really tight. Everybody's going to be on point, hitting their zones, doing their damn thing, looking for this W. So when we combine these two, it's going to be a fucking burner, and we hope you stay around. What's up, everybody? Listen, man, we're working through this. We were getting the judges lined up. As you can see here, we've got some participation from the one and only Mr. Crispy, the co-leader of Team S.O.G. Look at that livery, man. That dude takes all the time. Everything on his shit looks so fucking good. S.O.G. King is here, the owner of S.O.G. He is going to be one of the judges going forward, as well as Crispy himself, and then eventually coming into the lobby will be S.O.G. Burn Baby. That will be your 3 judges for the top 16 going forward. The only other person that you'll see in the room is myself, because I have to be there to drive this drone for you guys. And then we will have our cone car, which I believe is going to be S.O.G. Blue. So you will hear Blue. He was the cone car for the other stream. He will be the info runner. He'll be bringing you the decisions, as well as controlling the top 16 as to when they do and don't run. Just giving you a quick update as to what's going on right now. This is the first time that we've ever combined 2 separate streams into one. Some of this stuff we're figuring out as we go along. But here in just a few minutes, you will hear not only myself and Pillow, as you've heard all night, but Powder and Alex will be here. So give us just a couple of minutes while we get all this sorted out, and I promise you we will bring the top 16 heat shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are at our top 16. I got with me in the booth, as always, Mr. Pillow is around, as he was earlier. Powder is here with us, and the one and only Alex on your screen. We are ready for our top 16. What's up, fellas?
What is going on, everybody?
Well, I'll tell you what's up. I can't wait to see how this top 16 reacts, considering we had 2 streams merge into one. We had so many drivers in the bracket trying to streamline things. This is our first time doing it. 2 comps at one time merging into one.
The final 8 over on our side of things, man, they were absolutely on fire all night. So I can't wait to see what they bring to the table with you guys. Top 8 over here on.
Bro, I don't know what y'all's top 8 did. I kind of like half-ass kept an eye on it. Me and Pillow, we were trying to see what was up over there. I know our top 8 is going to fucking bring it, and I hope y'all's does as well.
Ooh,
just to let everybody know real quick, going forward, we're going to have S.O.G. King. He will be the judge for the top 16. Burn Baby will be a judge, as well as Crispy, the co-leader, the man, the myth, the fucking legend. He will be there as well. We've got, looks to me like our first 2 ready to go. Who do we got up on the fucking table right now?
First pairing is up. It's going to be S.O.G. Nady versus Gobstopper from Team Twisted. And these guys are getting ready to launch off right here. They get the green light. They are headed away. Great initiation into the first turn here. So much angle from the lead car as they get to that inside clip there. So close on the transition here, as you see, as they make their way into the roundabout. And you can see that Twisted Machine there holding the angle perfectly, staying right in the tire tracks of Nady's lead machine. Make their way to that final outside zone, so close to it, finishing the line out strong.
Well, I'll tell you what, folks, that is a hell of a start to the top 16. Beautiful.
That's almost exactly what we were looking for. We've been talking about it all night. I'm sure y'all have too. The fewer drivers that are available, the tighter these runs are going to get.
Absolutely, man. The competition level here tonight is off the charts for sure. It's a crazy run right there. I do not envy the judges at all.
Nope.
Their job this evening.
A little bit. They're going to have their hands full tonight.
Absolutely, fellow. Absolutely.
All right, here we are going off for the second run here. Gobstopper going to be on the lead this time around. Does a good job getting out to that first outside zone, makes the inside clip so close on a tire drop on that touch and go to the outside, but little contact made on the way in to the roundabout here. Didn't seem to affect too much of the line. We'll see what the judges think about that. But meanwhile, Nady staying right in tight on the door as they make their way to that final. Look at how close Nady comes all the way up to the front wheel. Unbelievable.
Absolutely. That last transition by Nady, you could have fit a paper in that son of a bitch. Like we were talking about earlier. Look at the proximity on that bumper. That
was something, right? That was a fun one to watch.
By the way, folks, we're getting some love in chat for the commentary tonight.
Yeah, we got a fair amount of love on our side, man. We appreciate chat showing up, giving us our fucking kudos. Listen, man, we're only here for y'all. We're here for you.
I completely agree with that.
That's exactly what we told the stream on our side, baby. Same exact thing, word for word. My man Johnny, how you doing tonight?
Powder got fans in the chat.
Yeah, he does.
You know what happened today, boys? Our boy Kingy let me know some information. He sent me something on Discord. You know what it was? Somebody made a meme out of your boy Powder.
Oh God, was it the goat thing?
That's what happened.
What did it say, Powder? Tell them what it said, because I saw it.
Facts. You know that lead commentator from FB America? Right?
Yeah.
If you know who I'm talking about, you know who I'm talking about, right? Yeah. Well, it's that meme where, you know, that couple walking down the street and all of a sudden that guy turns his head and looks at that fucking fine-ass bitch walking by. Yeah, well, that fine-ass bitch was Powder.
Oh, they turn. Oh shit! Let's pay attention to Powder. Understandable.
Yeah.
That's the quote of the night right there. It turns out that fine ass bitch was Powder.
Facts. You know what I'm saying? Like we in a Matrix and I got a red dress on. Don't turn your head, son.
You will lose
Man.
your fucking significant other if Powder walks by. Is the point?
Yep.
Yeah.
Man,
yeah, I'm
you know
taking you with me, baby.
Pillow has been hanging out in here with Curdy tonight. They have been chilling, talking some drifting, having a good time. And then all of a sudden, here comes
Right.
Alex and Powder.
Randomly out of nowhere.
Oh, hell. Full send. We here, baby.
Got an answer for you guys.
Well, tell us about
right.
it. Then.
It's gonna be an OMT, too close to call.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
an OMT. No shocker
That's
as we
what
get to the
I'm
top
talking
16.
about. OMT on the first run, first pair of the top 16. Gotta love it, chat. Gotta fucking love it.
Nettie said, "I just got this S.O.G livery. Like I just got it. Why are y'all pressuring me so hard? Come on, Team Twisted.
Put the work in.
And doing, you know what? Gotta earn that podium spot around here.
That's it. There's no
That's
fucking
what's weird.
freebies.
Nope,
You
no
guys
freebies.
heard it here first. The first OMT of the final 16 for this evening's event. It's going to be Nady and Gobstopper going at it again. So Nady's going to jump into the lead position. And these guys are ready to fire off here from the line. They give each other the light flash, and then the cone car gives them the go-ahead, and off they go. Using up that first outside zone, getting down to the inside there. Gobstopper making a bit of a line adjustment there, is able to hold on and gets right up to the door of Nady. They keep close proximity all the way around, and look at that front tire of both machines right on the white line all the way around the roundabout, and come in for the finish as clean as can be. Good stuff there from both guys.
Holding that door like it owed him money.
Seriously.
Exactly.
He wanted his money. Where my money at? I could have swore I seen that fool lean out the window and slap him with a temp can. Be like, where my money at? That's how close my man was.
But from a judging perspective there, Pillow and Powder, what did you guys, what do y'all take away from that? Because I don't think we're going to go for a second one more time. These judges are going to look for a final decision. So what's y'all's takeaway on that first run?
I mean, there was there could be a little bit more proximity by Mr. Gobstopper on this chase, to be honest. Hate to call you out, bud, but I mean, I'm gonna call it like I see it.
Nettie said, "Hold on, I got a credit card, and I'm willing to spend it."
The pole bites again.
Unfortunate.
I don't know, bud. That might have been contact by Nady.
Just
That
a
might have
little
been
bit.
contact.
I don't think so.
It could be.
Oh, you're saying to guide him, to lead him into the post there.
Yeah, bud.
Oh, let me see if the mainstream. Okay, I've got a little bit of a delay on the mainstream here. I'll get to take another look. The judges go ahead. I mean, they're going to have to actually like pause and zoom in on that. They were so close, but I don't know if he touched or
I don't
not.
think so. He slid by clean.
I feel
Yeah,
like that was the
pretty clean
case. I
with
feel
that.
like
I'd
my
agree.
comment in the moment was, "I got this credit card and I ain't afraid to swipe it." I feel like it was that close.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a
My
good
man,
observation there, though, that they were that close on that transition before the poll. How many in you guys first? Well, your top 32. How many poll contacts did you guys?
There
have
was
to
more
see?
than a few. We commented on a couple of times how these polls will reach out and just grab a hold of you and
Just-
ruin your
yep,
night.
We said the exact same thing. A little pole
Absolutely.
dancing action going on our end
I'm
tonight.
saying, you know, Curdy, it was to the point where, you know, I thought these fools, you know, forgot that voting was like 2 weeks ago and not now, you know, because it is November and voting,
Yeah,
you know,
he
the
said
first
they were
Tuesday
headed
of
to the
November,
polls.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're headed to the polls, they're voting at the wrong time. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
And if you choose the wrong
It
side of
happens.
that poll, it could potentially fuck you up.
That is the truth.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Chat seems to
of
think that
wisdom here from
Gobstopper
S.O.G.
has ran all the good runs that he's going to give. Chat seems to agree with the fact that this is going to go to Nady, but again, this is the judge's decision, right? This is not ours.
Yeah.
It's not Chat's decision. Fortunately, they don't let that influence them. They're professionals. They mute the audio that's coming through right now, they don't pay attention to the chat. They just look at the fucking replays and draw their conclusions.
Yo.
Yo.
Dub's going to go to Nady. There was no contact from Nady when he was in chase, so Gobstopper just hit the pole all on his own.
Just ate a bit of the pole there.
That is it. I feel like we called it in the moment. That's what happens when you put 4 intelligent motherfuckers in the commentary booth, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right.
Here, baby. Hey, you know what? It just might be 5 because we got our boy Jack Daniels with us tonight there, buddy.
Boy, I got Buffalo Trace sitting over here just waiting for me to fuck
we
up.
got 6. We got the 6-piece.
Yeah, that's right. We got a 6-piece Chinese dinner for fucking 6 over here.
I tell you all.
What's that other shit? Oak Ridge?
There it is.
Yeah, baby. There it is.
I'll tell y'all one thing. I just kind of, it's not really a rule, but I just try to stay in the habit. I don't drink when I stream.
That's unfortunate.
But I think next Saturday,
yeah,
I might bust the old 12-pack out and have it sitting right here nearby because I think we can have us a good old time.
Bro, if you're going to bring out a 12-pack, you're going to have to start early. You have to start early. He said a 12-pack. Man, that's like fucking 7 minutes of time for us.
I'm saying
for old lightweights like me over here, that's more than I'm going to drink in one sitting. So
Understandable. Here we go. We got Mr. Pibb and Timber. We haven't seen Timber on our side of the thing tonight. I don't think y'all seen Pibb either.
If it's Mr. Pibb and Timber, we got our show coming.
I know Pibb is going to fucking show out. Like I said, we haven't seen Timber, so this will be first for me and Pillow. This will be an interesting one. And I feel like y'all are talking about heat, and we're talking about heat. This should be a fucking good run. We got lights from the drivers. Let's go, boys.
Speaking of heat, man, these guys are bringing it to it right here on this first outside zone. You can see Pibb, as always, my man is cranking angle for days, and it looks like he is running away from Timber here a little bit. Is Timber going to be able to take advantage of the decel zone here and get back to the door? He gave it his best shot, but he almost got too much angle there. Slowed him down on the way into the roundabout, but he is driving it forward, trying to get back to that door. But you are going to have a hard-pressed time trying to catch up to a Dodge Viper. So we're going to have to see what happens on the flip side.
Mr. Pibb has he's got the head bobbing cap, and he said, look, man, I got 9 lives. I've only expended 0. I got 9 more to go.
Right? And my man's got 10 cylinders, and he's only using 8 of them.
That's right. He's like, come on now.
He's got it in EcoBoost. It's a Ford Viper.
Yeah, man.
We got lights from the drivers, and now we go.
You got that leaf on the side.
All right, well, we'll see what Timber does in the lead this time, making it all the way to the outside. Swings around a little bit far out of that inside zone there, but manages to get the outside touch and go. Both of them does not fall victim to the poles, and they are coming around on this inside clip around the roundabout. And man, I tell you, Pibb is staying right in there on the door, staying in close. He is not going to let this one get away from him. He knew he had the advantage on that lead run, and boy, I think he just brought the fight to him here.
Me and Bill talked about it over here on our side. Was like, if you leave a door open, even a crack, a hint of an open door, somebody's going to take advantage of that. And I feel like that's exactly what happened just now with Mr. Pibb. He knew he had a little bit of an advantage going into his chase, and all he had to do was be safe. And not only was he safe, but he pushed it. That's the big difference between a lot of the competitors that happen in the S.O.G comps. They can be safe, but they don't. They're going to get up on your door, and they're going to risk the too much angle. They're going to come at you, man. You got to earn every single fucking bracket movement.
They're giving it 110% every time, even if they only need to give 60% to win. Nope, 110 coming at you.
Exactly.
Absolutely. It's full send, or I'm in the wall. It's nothing in between.
Exactly.
You're going to have to keep that up if you want to hit the number 1 or even the 40.
That's the whole thing. You got to take every run that you get as a practice run, right? Like you got to hone your line on every single opportunity that you get, chase and lead, because when it comes down to that top 4 and the top 3 and the top 2, you got to be perfect. There's no room for error.
Got a verdict for y'all guys.
We'll talk about it.
About this one.
Dub's gonna go to Pibb. Pibb had basically a all-around perfect run. There's
I
nothing.
think we could all agree with that.
Man, I don't know where you've been.
yeah,
We just talked about that for like
definitely.
7 minutes. Where the fuck you been?
Like we ain't been watching the same shit. The fuck?
It's
The
like,
hell,
we know that.
Buncho in chat said it best. Pitt with a 99-point run damn near every
Absolutely.
fucking time. If it ain't 99, it's gonna be 98 or 97. How you doing?
So I don't know if y'all talked about it on y'all's side, but let's give Blue and Jen and Nady, let's give them some props, man. Running that cone car, being the info runner, that is a full fucking job, man. We appreciate it. We'll give Blue a little bit of shit here as we did just now, but honestly, that's a fucking job, man.
Oh yeah. Well, and you hear, like, for example, I'm doing a little play-by-play action, running my mouth a mile a minute, but I mean, you got to think about these guys are actually, in a sense, they're doing the same thing because they have to be the cone car. They have to let them know which next pair of cars is coming into the server. They have to let them know when it's time for them to go, what they need to do. Then they need to jump over to the voice chat with the judges, see what the judges have to say, bring the drivers that information, then bring us that information, and then jump back in to the comp voice chat and do it all over again.
Exactly.
And that's for every single run all night long.
The entirety of this fucking
these guys put in
competition
is unreal.
The entirety of this competition hinges on our cone cars. If they are not on point, this thing does not. Us in the commentary booth running the drone, that's easy work compared to what these guys do, and we greatly appreciate when we put it out there. It's like, hey, who wants to run cone cars this week? We understand when people balk at it a little bit. It's a fucking job for sure.
Absolutely.
So we got Toxic Monkey and Quilla.
Yes, sir. This is fixing to be a showdown right here. Toxic has been bringing it every single run in that Yaris on our side of things tonight, so we'll see what he does in the top 16 here.
We ain't seen Quilla all
Lining up
night.
with Quilla on the inside, making that outside work for him here. Does he get the inside? Oh, yes. Using up every bit of the zones on this course here today. Bringing it to the roundabout here. Maybe not getting as close to the inside as he wants to at the beginning of the roundabout, but he tightens it up as he comes through. But Quilla staying on that door all the way through. Final transition, pretty close coming to that outside zone.
That's the beauty of the chase, right? All you got to do is mimic.
Yep.
That was pretty good, folks. That was pretty good.
Quilla said, fuck that, son.
Pillow, what were you saying there, buddy?
I was just commenting about the, following the lead. Just following, sticking right in that pocket and just following exactly what he does.
Maintain that angle and proximity as well as possible. Well, here we go. We're on the flip side now. We're going to have Quilla on the lead, which means Monkey is going to be trying to find that proximity and angle. And he's been successful at it so far tonight, so we'll see what he does here. So far, keeping it close on the proximity. The angle might not be there, but we'll see what it does. This is the real test in the roundabout.
Quilla going wide.
Way far to the outside. But staying right on him there is Monkey. He's staying pretty close on the transition here, matching the angle through the finish. But yeah, a little wide there it looked like for Quilla. I think he didn't get the angle he wanted on the initiation into the roundabout. What do you guys think?
Agreed. He left the door open. That's what we were talking about all night. Leaving the door open for somebody else to be 1 second better than you, right? 1 inch, 1 foot, whatever the number ends up being. If you leave the gap, somebody's going to attempt to fill it. And with Quilla going a little bit wide there on the outside, that may be something that the judges see and factor into their decision making. You don't want to leave those doors open at all.
No, you don't. Not at all.
Y'all want to hear the most satisfying fucking sound on the planet?
What's that?
Do you want to hear the most satisfying noise on the planet?
Oh, I've got a sneaking suspicion of what it might be. Give it to us here.
Yeah, baby. Tell me it's a cork popping out of a bottle. How you doing? But I'll tell you this much, chat. Fact of the matter becomes, with the top level of drivers we have now in the top 16, like Mr. Curdy was saying, you do not want to leave that door open at all.
No, sir.
So
Rooster,
for everybody's mind, it really comes down to that chase. Because the top quality drivers we have can throw down lead runs. Not a problem.
Nope.
Yeah, there's
It
no
comes to
room for
the
mistake.
chase.
They'll
Rooster
come
might
in
have said it best. He said, "Stay on that door like flies on shit." That's what you got to
For
do.
facts.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Curdy, I think your noise gate might have grabbed that sound you were going for there because we never heard anything from you.
Well, probably not. I heard it well.
Damn.
But
I mean, I could try
noise
again.
gates, Powder, yours is your mic's doing that thing again. If you want to, now we've got some downtime. If you don't want to get it to do what it's supposed to do.
All right. So the dub is going to go to Toxic Monkey.
All right.
Kind
Tell
of
me
fell
why.
out of the zone. And the inside zone around the roundabout, he only really had one tire in. So,
Got it.
Makes sense.
Toy like a toiga.
Like a tiger.
Toy.
There's Powder with the reconnect there. How's it going now, Powder? How's it sound?
We'll see. What do you think? Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Yeah, we got you now. It was doing that thing where it likes to cut in and out on the last one, so
Yep.
you're all set now. I got to hear that beautiful voice.
Yeah, and Pillow,
Oh,
get up on your shit like you want to mouth fuck it a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Deep throat your mic, baby. How you
Right.
doing?
Brian heard the
Well,
court.
here we go. Toxic Monkey moving on to the final 8 here this evening.
You know what? I think every Team Twisted member that has the claw livery, at a minimum, should at least just fucking bypass one round. That fucking livery by itself is worth a fucking
Yeah,
W,
it's
right?
It's almost like
Hey,
the
I
livery
mean-
wins.
I mean, it is, but you know, we don't pay favorites around here.
I think here's what we need to do. We need to tax fucking Alex because he's the coding master. We need to have like a chat involvement best livery of the night. We should be able to hand out that fucking award where
That would
the
be a kind
where
of
the
cool little award. To do.
Hey,
I might-
yeah,
Hey,
where the
don't
chat
get
can go,
me
you know what?
started.
This is the top fucking livery of the night. That's the W for
Right.
that.
If we're gonna do that, then we need to get together, throw some money together, whether it be a Steam card, whether it be an Xbox card or a PlayStation card. Top livery of the night gets a little something.
be a
Agreed.
cool little thing to do.
We got Miss Somi here ready for her fucking chase. She said, you know what? I know exactly where to fucking line up in my
You
egg.
guys are
Oh
already
yeah,
trying to
if
throw-
y'all don't know about
throwing it
Somi
down.
from Mr.
Oh,
Alex
we
and
know Somi.
Powder's chat, where you know what, if you haven't seen her before, sit back and relax and enjoy the show.
Rocky Bunny is a
Trust
new
on
name to
that.
me. That must have been in y'all's
Now,
bracket.
face it, we'll see. Rocket
Rocket
Bunny
Bunny
is a worthy
Oh, yeah.
adversary right here. This is the driver that I actually know from outside of these S.O.G events. Rocket Bunny can throw it down, and Somi can 100% throw it down. And you
Let's
guys
find
will
out.
see it right here. Off they go, coming to this outside zone 1. Of course, Rocket Bunny making most of it here, getting all the way in on that inside zone. Not kind of far off of that touch and go on the outside there, but we'll see if he makes up for it here on the roundabout. Stay in close proximity is Somi there on the chase, but Rocket, look at that, just tire tracks tracing that white line on the inside, making his way to the outside zone.
I will tell you this, as a guy that knows this line, I know where the decel zones are, and I know what causes your car to allow your front tires to lay down black marks. That is a breaking through the inside clip. That could be a factor for the judges. If your front tires are laying down
that's
black
true,
marks,
you're
that means
right.
you are riding left foot brake through there, and that's not okay. All right, we got to take it into account.
See, I was gonna mention something, but your boy Powder was, afraid his eyeballs wasn't working right. See a flash of a brake check.
The only time your front tires should be laying down black marks is in decel zones.
He's right about that, and as you see this time right there, Somi did not lay any front tire black marks until they got to that decel zone there and managed to hit all of the zones, it looked like to me so far, or pretty close to him at least. And then maybe not the proximity she wanted there on that inside clip going around the roundabout, but yeah, like you said, no front tire black marks at all.
None.
Until the decel zone there.
And you saw Rocket Bunny, even on the lead and chase, both laying down black marks around that inside zone. That is a full send area. You have to be on throttle through that. The only place that you can be braking, left foot braking, e-braking, is in the actual decel zone. That's what we talked about on our side of the chat, is you have to understand what the line is before you show up.
Yep.
Now, that comes down to whether or not the judges pick up what we're picking up, right? We're just commentators. Maybe they look at it differently, but I feel like...
and their entire focus may be on a different aspect of the line, and
Correct.
that might not even come into play in their eyes, because that's not their focus.
Absolutely, and the fact of the matter is they got the luxury of slowing it down frame by frame and zooming in. We don't. We got real-time judgment calls.
Exactly.
So, we do the best we can, chat, to call like we see it. Now you got 8 eyeballs on the situation instead of 4.
Yeah, Buncho, you're on point, man.
Speaking
to the chat participation, yeah, man, we can't be giving fucking livery money if we ain't giving fucking comp win money. That's true. But we can give out a fucking, hey, bro, you showed up in a fucking tight-ass suit. Nothing wrong with that.
That's
we
right.
can talk about it.
Yeah. Hell yeah. That's what I'm saying. Why that tie looks so damn good.
He got the double Windsor knot? I mean, you got to respect
I'm
that.
saying. Look at these $50,000 cufflinks. This guy balling out. Motherfucker. Damn. Why you holding out on us? Let us see them some bitches. You know what I'm saying? My man rolling. Hey, look, he spent all his money on them $50 ball fucking cufflinks. He couldn't get a Rolex, so he got himself a Nolex.
That's right.
Oh well.
Why is this upside down and backwards? Can I look at it if I do the damn right? If I do it right?
Gotta make sacrifices.
Dub's gonna go to Somi
Naturally.
because Rocky
It is.
dropped 1 tire.
Dropped 1 tire. They did not seem to account the fact that there was heavy braking in a non-decel zone, but it doesn't matter.
true.
It ends up being the same way.
Yeah, either way.
Only with the dub.
Someone with the
All
dub.
right,
Look for her in the
you
top fucking
expect
4.
nothing
I'm
less.
telling you.
Well,
She was a little
facts.
bit upset last week that it ran 14 and a half hours before she got to run some of her final runs. She's going to be awake and ready to go for that top 4 tonight.
Oh,
Fired up for this one.
oh yeah, baby. She coming swinging today. Well, she can't swing in last week, that's for sure, but it ran a little long. And she, unfortunately, had a little bit of time gap between her runs.
Agreed.
Well, it looks like coming up, our next pairing is going to be Ayler versus Boguy over here.
Oh, here we go. How Boguy do on your side of things there, Curdy and Pello?
He was
Same
throwing
as
it pretty, throwing it pretty
same as
well
always.
on that gold Mustang that he's got.
Boguy does
Pretty
not show up
pleased
to
with what
lose.
he's got.
Oh, no,
for
he
you
don't.
guys, it's
Neither
not
do
good.
Ayler. Neither do Ayler. I mean, they're in the top 16 for a reason, right, boys? How you doing?
Quick little story about
Yes,
Ayler.
sir.
Earlier this week, he was in one of the practice lobbies that I was in, and
Yeah.
it felt like he didn't really know the line as well as he probably should have, but it took him all of about fucking 4 minutes to figure out that line, and then he was hell to deal with.
Ooh. Quick
Oh,
learner.
yeah. That's Ayler for you, bud. I know whenever Ayler joins a comp, any driver in that comp got something to deal with. But a
There's
lot of these
Boguy's
drivers.
machine there. You can see in the chase position. Mean looking machine there, digging the shiny gold style there as we wait for Ayler to drop in the server.
Finally, folks, I get to see a crowd killer. First crowd killer of the night for your
You've
boy
been waiting
Powder.
on it.
Oh yeah, bud, there she is in the house.
Yeah, I
Y'all
think
don't know, your boy loves a fucking Mustang.
we've come
Oh
across
yeah.
come across a couple of those tonight.
Now we haven't had any in our stream, man. Damn, it's
Shit,
been
you
a
can't say that
fucking
again.
show out of the Yaris's over there, but
I know we had a bunch of Yaris's, man.
Yeah, I enjoy the Mustang.
which is cool. I mean, I want to see how the drivers deal with that damn Yaris and that real quick transition
I
that
don't think
Yaris
that
has.
have we seen any S15s tonight on our side of things?
I think we've had one on our side.
I haven't seen one. No.
I tell you what, man,
No.
I need to figure out the secret sauce because I've for the events that I'm used to, man, we can't get rid of it. It's just S15s. It might as well call it the S15 show. I need to figure out y'all's secret sauce for getting rid of the damn things.
I think what you're learning is that the S15 is a fun car to use as a tandem slider, not so much as a competition car.
That's true.
Who's rolling up in the Frederick Osbo in the fucking lead right here, though?
Oh,
That is Ayler
right there.
Oh, yeah.
Ayler
Right there.
throwing it down here. Getting that inside clip there a little bit. Heading to the decel zone. Looks like not a lot of... I take it back. As soon as I said not a lot of decel, I think Ayler realized that as well. Headed into the roundabout there and said, oh, shit, I'm going too fast. And you saw a little contact there coming in from Boguy, but I don't really think that affected the run much other than maybe Ayler on the decel outside of a decel zone. What do you guys think about that? That's what I saw with my eyes, but what would a judge's eyes say about that?
Fortunately for the judges, they have the ability they're watching the cars in game, right? So they're able to follow them, and they see the brake lights way better in their in-game perspective than they can on the drone perspective. So they get both of those aspects as they go through. It's something that they can memory bank for those decel zones and then go back to the YouTube replay.
And watch from up above.
Exactly. If I can keep from being on top of a building.
That's the first time you've done that, and sir, I am impressed with your work. I'm telling you what, because this is hard as hell to do, and I know from firsthand experience now. But as we get the camera down here right up on these cars, speaking of hard as hell to do, mimicking the radius of that roundabout all the way around. Great stuff there from both of these drivers. Boguy doing a good job keeping that inside clip proximity there.
I think, folks, this might go to Boguy, because if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Ayler straightened out right before the finish line in his lead.
Well, and I also didn't really get a whole lot of angle. I think before the first inside zone, I'm not sure if there was a straighten out, but something kind of wonky happened there as well. It looked like to me. I have to go back and take a look at it, but that may have been from the first run. My memory likes to do weird things, but
Gotta love the on-point Frederick Osbo recreation.
Absolutely.
Beautiful replica.
It really
Beautiful.
is. We've talked about that on our side is the attention to detail in your livery, right? Usually translates to the attention to detail that you have on your run, on the line that you decide to follow. Those two tend to coincide with one another.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're willing to sit and zoom all the way in and just pixel perfect, take hours at just the visuals of what your car looks like, think about how much time they're willing to throw down and put in on driving and hitting the line and practices and everything like that.
Absolutely, Buck, because I can tell you from previous experience, I sat there for an hour and a half to damn near 2 hours just making my hood on my 180. Nothing else. Iced out 180 just with the hood carbon fiber. That's it.
Yes, sir.
Because I put a design into it. Looks pretty good, in my opinion. But then again, you know, I am biased with my own cars. Oh well, what can you say? But as for the cars in front of us right now on your screen, chat, my shit is trash compared to that.
It's fucking same.
Nah.
Oh, can we get a zoom in? What'd you need a zoom in on there, Struble?
No, Struble says you guys can zoom. He's talking about PC versus console.
Oh.
Console with the controller, they
is-
can't zoom in.
Hold on.
You
hold
can
on.
zoom on
I
on
can
console.
zoom in, Struble,
You can,
with a
just
USB mouse, buddy. Yes, I can. That's
All you
how
gotta do is
perfect my
zoom.
hood
That's
is,
it.
baby.
gotta plug the mouse in.
That's all you got to do. Plug the
Uh-huh.
mouse in. You can zoom in just like
Yep.
everybody on PC.
That's right, bud. Flick your nipples a couple times, say the magic word. You're good to go.
Judges are obviously having to debate these runs right here.
Absolutely.
They're taking their
yeah,
time.
taking their nice time in their due diligence, like always, folks. Love to see it. 'Cause
Hey,
they
bunch
ain't
of
gonna get the call wrong.
you ain't wrong. Look, Brian, you can make all the excuses you want, man. Telling you, it can go all the ways. You ain't got to have an incremental scroll wheel. I mean, you have to have a scroll wheel. You're right. You do make a good point. Yeah, it can one click and take, but yeah, you're right. It's probably best to have a fucking zoom with it's a little bit smooth.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't know because I've always been the PC guy. I never got to mess with CarX on the console, unfortunately.
Or fortunately.
I mean, I feel like nowadays the only thing that sets apart PC from console on this would be Kino and the modded maps.
Yeah.
And
here's
like
the thing,
Underglow, because we're starting to get damn near everything you guys got now.
Yeah. Here's the thing. All those things are almost fucking who gives a shit. Right?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'll take the vanilla version. I don't need nothing else. Can I just
me,
facts?
When it comes down to...
The only thing that's always got me about the Kino, like, especially their development team and everything like that, the thing about Kino that gets me is I feel like a lot of, and I'm not taking away from their work. Those guys work their asses off and they've made an incredible product. But I think what they are doing is just unlocking things that are already available in the game that the CarX developers just either didn't finish or you know, just didn't want to enable in the actual game. Because within Kino, for example, for those of you console players that may not have seen it, we have the ability to swap cars in an online lobby without having to leave and come back. Well, the thing is, when we do that car swap, it actually uses the in-game UI. It's not a little Kino window that pops up and says, hey, which car do you want?
Correct.
And then they do some crazy hacky work in the background. It actually pulls up the in-game car UI. I think that that's actually, this is just me talking out of my ass, but I think that is a feature that's actually available in the game code that CarX just had. Maybe it's buggy and CarX just has that turned off. And I think Kino just opens up the ability to do that again.
Yep, they brute
That's
force
kind of
it.
my take on that.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying. It's kind of like you can have a game, not have access to it on Game Share, but as soon as you get that account on your PlayStation and press the button, all of a sudden you got the licensing.
Yeah,
it's over
it's
with.
like the code is in place, and then they just have some
it's there.
variables or something
You just
that
gotta
have it
press the
turned
button.
off,
Yep,
and Kino
yep,
just
yep.
turns it on. I think that's what they do for a lot of, not all of their stuff, obviously, because there's a lot that goes on with Kino stuff, but what I guess I'm getting at is I'm a little frustrated kind of with the CarX development team, because if Kino can do this stuff, how come they can't help out our console brothers and make it to where they can switch cars and shit, and you know, and modify their tunes without leaving the multiplayer server?
Here's what I feel like.
drives me
I feel
nuts.
like the CarX team wants to put out a product that is stable, right? That everybody,
I
that,
completely
regardless of
agree
who
with
you
that.
are, can use it and enjoy the game. There's some things, probably like you said, on the back end that are available. Kino exploits them and brute forces those things to happen in real time. Then you take 6, 8, 10 months of Kino people doing that. CarX is obviously monitoring those things. They're watching, they're paying
for
attention. They
sure.
go, okay,
Yeah.
so we've got 5 months of data of that really not being that big of an issue. Like, you have glitches here and there, but fuck it. Let's just turn that on.
Yeah,
now.
let's turn it on. Yeah, absolutely. Hey,
Dub is going to go to Ayler. They deemed the contact from Bow Guy to not affect Ayler's line enough. Bow Guy dropped one tire in outside zone 1. So,
All right.
Ooh,
Ayler
close
moves
call.
forward and will take on the winner of Jen and yourself, Blue. Good fucking luck to our 2 cone cars.
yeah.
That is going to be
Yeah,
a fucking
boy.
battle
Here we
right
go.
there. Jesus Christ. An SOG v SOG fucking heater ready.
This is
It's
gonna
a
be one
cone
right
car
here.
battle?
A cone car battle. You're absolutely right.
Man. Attack of the cone heads. That's right. Consumptions of mass quantities.
Yes. The cone
But,
wars.
To speak on what we were just talking about, man, just from because I've got a little bit of a history in software development. That's kind of what I used to do for a job there. I think Curdy is absolutely spot on with everything he said, because you know for a fact that the CarX development team is keeping an eye on things like Kino, because there have been a couple of things that I know used to be in Kino that I've seem to read about the CarX team coming to them and being like, hey, don't do that. And then next thing you know, there's a Kino update and those things are not there anymore. So they are definitely keeping an eye on the situation there. And I'm sure, just like Curdy said, that they're seeing what things are done on the kind of the brute force hacky side of things. And then they could say, hey, maybe we want to apply that to the full version. So
exactly.
Hopefully we see more of that in the future.
No, the fact of the matter is, it could be Kino keeping this game alive.
It really could be.
There's a big part of that on PC, I think, as well.
That's what I'm saying.
What in the
PC
actual fuck is this coming in as a cone car?
That is a cone car for
what
your ass
in the
right there.
Fuck.
Boy.
Oh, it's got cone on the top. All right, fair enough.
Yeah,
Fair
baby.
enough.
I love the dedication.
The one true cone has arrived.
You can't miss that
Don't
one.
hit this on bit. Nope.
My friends, we are rocking with Jen and Blue right here. Jen on the lead. These guys take off up out of here. All kinds of angle headed into that first outside zone. They get to the inside clip super close there. Outside zone too close as well. They'll have to have the judges check back to see if the tires went in. And then they carried so much speed in the roundabout, it moved them to the outside. Inside, outside, they're trying to hold on to these things, fighting it back and forth. Almost a little contact there, headed into this outside zone here. That was an interesting run right there. Lots to talk about there.
100%. That's going to leave the judges an option to really fucking find some nuance in that run.
Now, when you're talking about the double line being the track limits there through that first road section, Al, are we looking at that like tennis, where on the line is okay, or what is there? How are they judging that as far as out of bounds?
If you touch white, it's a drop tire.
At all, so it's like hockey. If it gets to
yeah.
Or I'm sorry, football, not hockey.
Correct.
No, you got
so
it.
So if it hits if it crosses the plane,
correct.
Is what you're saying. Got it.
Like right there, Jen that's a drop tire for Jen on this chase.
That's a drop on the inside.
Same thing there.
Got you. And then Blue sending it all the way around on the inside zone. Now crossing over that white dashed line in the roundabout is not dropping a tire. However, that is what the inside clip is that first lane around the roundabout. So we were talking about that before the broadcast this evening, is that the judges are going to be looking at if the drivers can keep their entire car inside of that zone.
That's absolutely
correct. And they will
correct.
be looking accordingly if that is not the case.
Right.
But interesting to know that on that double white line there, it's like football. Crossing the plane is what you need to be a drop tire. Not like hockey, for example, where they say the puck has to fully cross a line, be it either the blue lines or the goal line, whatever it may be. But it's like football. Crossing the plane is all you need, and it's a drop tire. So that is definitely something to keep an eye on.
Ooh, chat would like to know if we get a close-up of the cone car, good sir.
Will do.
That's pink right there, boy.
Very pink.
Nice paint job, though. Clean, level, no drips.
Oh yeah.
Got so what have we got? Shoelaces on the roof, looks like here.
I love the fact that we got a custom interior too.
No doubt. They took the time to put in a custom interior in a car that is definitely a fucking joke, right?
It's actually pretty cool. Yeah, I never thought about that.
Yeah. All right.
That makes me think that this is a car that they run in a different livery. And all they did was just change the delivery on it.
Why do I feel like that's the car with the Simpsons in it?
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, I've
You know
seen
what I'm
that
saying?
one.
And then you're gonna see Homer smoking a cone.
Exactly like Homer's car. That's kind of wild.
Oh yeah.
Do you want to say hello?
I could have sworn I seen one like
Mackenzie
2
just
days
got home
ago.
for work, and she wants to say hello.
All right, then.
What's up, guys?
What's
What
going
up?
on? Welcome, welcome.
Nice. Welcome to the
Mackenzie,
stream.
Seems like it's been going pretty successful.
Absolutely. We are having a blast over here. That's for sure. We got some
sure.
quality driving.
No doubt. You should hop in, man. Jump in here and fucking participate in the booth.
Absolutely. Come on in. Have some fun with the boys.
Give me 2 seconds.
Don't get.
Well, the judges have definitely got a lot to look out here between Jen and Blue, and of course, I'm sure they know these drivers well, so they are going to be looking through with a fine-tooth comb for sure, because they know what these guys are capable of and where their talents lie. So they are going to be looking at everything in this run to make sure they get the right decision on who comes away with the victory.
And even to add on to that, I think they might scrutinize just a tad bit more, knowing what they're capable of.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to all these runs coming up. As I was
Oh,
saying
yeah.
before, and our before we merged, the amount of close runs and just it came down to the wire, and the talent that we saw, was just I knew what was to come, and they definitely have not disappointed.
Oh, yeah.
Alrighty, so here we are with a decision.
What do we got?
The win is going to go to Blue because Jin dropped a tire twice, one in the inner clip and one on the roundabout.
Alrighty, there you have it.
Mr. Curdy himself called it to the T, folks.
Yep.
You heard it here
Gonna
first.
be moving on the way through.
I don't know about you guys, Curdy, but commentary booth on our stream was 100% correct on all the calls.
That's right.
Yeah.
Powder called every single one of them all the way through. Didn't miss one of them.
We were pretty much there too.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
we
say, I
had a
think me and
couple that
Pillow nailed it.
called Possibly OMT, but then they made a decision instead. But it was pretty much spot on there.
We only had one shocker where the judges actually came back. It was pretty impressive. The judges came back and said, you know what? They said we've got a lot to say about those lines, but here's what we're gonna do. We know both of these drivers are better than the performance they just put on, and we want to see them do it again. And boy, did that light a fire under their ass. The 2 runs we saw after that were probably the best runs of the night.
No doubt.
It was they took
I
that
felt
personal.
like they got it. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did.
But that's the only one that was other than that, man. Powder called every single one of them.
At least tried to get it correct. Because unlike us, like I said, I'm not a judge, so I don't have the luxury of sliding backwards and all that bullshit just to zoom in and yada 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 yada.
S.O.G on S.O.G crime.
Brian.
Got it right, Brian.
Yeah, you did, bro. Yeah, you did, bud. S.O.G on S.O.G crime. Flash. You should have seen the surf and turf battle we had.
This guy. Oh boy.
So now we've got Wild versus Positive Vibes. Now, Positive Vibes, I had the opportunity to meet that fellow in a practice lobby. It wasn't always positive vibes from him. But we did get to watch Wild on our side of the stream. And that motherfucker, good luck.
Hell yeah. Well, I guess we'll see what we get. Positive Vibe threw it down on our side of things tonight, keeping the momentum going. So we're going to see, but that seemed to be what they're running. Not necessarily high on the angle, but they kept the momentum up and had a smooth line. They made the zones, like I said, maybe not crazy on the angle, but they made all their zones and had clean runs. So we'll see what they've got up against Wild here.
Yeah, Wild definitely was throwing it down, and he's definitely going to be one to watch out for, keep an eye on. He's definitely super consistent, filling the zones perfectly, keeping his proximity right where he needs to be.
Yep, this will be an interesting one for sure.
And
Well,
speaking of
Sam.
wild, that livery, I was peeping it on the other stream when we
Oh,
were in
yeah.
ours. And that thing is nice.
That
Little-
dude
little
likes to
Rasta
smoke
style
weed.
there.
Hell yeah.
All right, well, here we go. Off the line they go. Wild is going to be on the first lead here. A little contact headed into the first outside zone there, but they look no worse for wear as they move on along here. You can see keeping up the proximity. Oh, getting a little attached on the rear bumper there. You see the little flash saying, hey, sorry about that, but we're going to keep it moving. Always finish the line. Oh, and then getting caught on that inside curb, grabbed the front tires and pulled Positive Vibes around. Wild finish in the line out there looking clean as can be. But yeah, Positive Vibe having a little bit of trouble there. Once it seemed like they had a good showing until they got to the roundabout and got stuck on that rear bumper, and that kind of threw the flow off for the rest of the run.
100%. We've talked about that all night. Is like if you flow through the line, it really does carry from one point to the other just fine. But if you're off a little bit on one, it really does throw you off throughout the rest of the line.
Absolutely. Me and Alex touched on that on our stream. How it's kind of like Red Bull Rhythm, if you ever seen that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Stuff going. If you miss the first one or even the third one, you got to think like 2 turns ahead. If you set up wrong for the first turn, you're not going to be able to hit the rest of them.
Little contact between these two drivers coming outside of the outside zone 1 there, just coming out of it. It was that may have even been a netcode thing, is maybe they didn't hit on their end of things and we just saw it on ours, because it seemed like both cars kept going like it didn't happen, because it was loud. It was enough of a contact to make a sound in the game. So I'm not sure if that, you guys that play video games in general, not sure if that actually happened, but otherwise pretty clean run there from both drivers. The good proximity to the inside cut of the roundabout there.
That is
I
a
don't
nice
suspect the
oh my
judges
God.
to take very long on this one here, with Positive Vibe having those little bit of a struggles through the roundabout on that chase run. But we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, they definitely have they got their work cut out for them even still. And
Oh, always. That's a tough job there. We were talking earlier about how tough the job is for the cone cars, but the judges having to work together as a team and come to a decision on like the smallest of margins, and looking, zooming in and looking at pixel perfect shots of where tires are. Did somebody drop? Did they make contact? Did that contact affect another car? Was there decel? As so many tiny little nuanced details that they have to keep track of.
Definitely not easy from personal experience. Because, eventually your eyeballs will start burning, start leaking.
I'm
from
telling you,
no
for
reason.
zooming in and like having especially if they're on, mobile, so that they can, pinch to zoom and everything like that, got their phone probably right up next to their face. Your eyes will get tired.
Oh yeah, I've been there, done that. Then you multiply it by the number of hours while you're doing it. It happened. But we did have a pretty good battle right here. Although our boy did get snagged by the roundabout. Let's see. Get ourselves while the good delivery.
Judges taking a little longer than expected on this one. They must be looking over something that we might not have seen in the live broadcast here.
Absolutely. We're only watching it real time. and get it right constantly.
Oh,
And we
I
are
would
only
like to-
human, folks.
I would like to take the time to point out how smoothly all this has gone this evening, and how much fun this merging of two together to make one has been.
absolutely.
Been a blast.
Hey, here
What's
comes
up,
Blue.
Blue?
What you got for us, bud?
So Dub's gonna go to Wild because Positive DQ'd himself in his chase around the roundabout.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty.
Very nice.
There you
Hello,
have it.
S.O.G. Daddy. Hello.
Oh, hey,
Hello.
hey.
What up, Mac?
Hello, guys.
What's going on? Welcome.
Booth, folks. Love to see it.
What's up?
Doing fantastic. How you liking tonight's festivity?
I am very, very proud.
Have you been watching while you were at work?
Yes, sir. As much as I could.
S.O.G. Daddy
Much as I could
joining
without
the
getting in
fucking
trouble
commentary booth
anyway.
right now. One of the
Hopefully you've
co-leaders
enjoyed what
of
we've
the
had
team.
going on so far.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
We got some top-notch drivers in tonight's bracket, as you can tell, Miss Mac.
And speaking of tonight's
Ridiculous
bracket,
skill.
coming down to the final pairing here of round one of this top 16, we've got Musha versus Stang coming up. This is definitely for sure going to be a show. But real quick, Pillow was just mentioning before we got word from the judges there on that last run is how smooth this event is going. I mean, major shouts out to the entire team at S.O.G. here, but to put on, you know, I've been doing drift events myself for you know, a little over a year now, and knowing the organization that goes into doing just one, and my things have been on a quite a bit smaller scale than what you see here, and to be able to do not one but two events simultaneously at the same time and then merge them back together to make this happen is quite the feat. It is an awesome thing that these guys have been able to do here.
We got a heater right now, Musha v. Stang.
You are right about that, and here we are headed into outside zone one. Musha, as always, sending it all the way with that beautiful machine they got right there. Stang staying in tight, though. Oh, had to get checked up there. The angle got off a little bit, but they were able to make the correction and get back to the inside. Both drivers staying on that inside clip all the way around. Coming through that final outside zone. That was a close one there headed into the roundabout.
Absolutely. That might have been a brake check that didn't even make contact. I'm not sure. It sure looked like it didn't touch him. It just looked like a clean brake check, but it didn't make him fall off the door. But he did surge back a little bit coming off onto the finish line. So we'll see how Musha takes this as a chance.
That is right. We are lined up again, ready to fire off here. Stang's going to be in the lead position. Musha taking off the chase. They get the green light, and here they go. A little bit of a slow start into the first turn here, but Musha's able to hold on to it. Little contact there. Like I said, a little slower lead. Musha's been going with the higher momentum here, and then a little bit of over-rotation going into that one there. And I think Musha expected for Stang to spin all the way around there, so they just continued on, but Stang not giving up, finishing out the run here. So major props there for the sportsmanship of finishing the run out. But yeah, I think Musha expected them to rotate all the way on around there, so they just kind of said, we'll keep driving.
And even still, like in our stream, we were bragging about that Crescent liveries, and they got it going on every single livery that they bring out.
Oh yeah,
they are just heat.
Absolutely, bangers in the street.
Yeah, I believe it's Struble is their livery designer, and he's just he's got it going on.
He really
very
does.
clean looking.
Shoot dang, he said. Shoot dang.
I
Man,
believe
I
it was
think,
dang shoot dang.
I think the little over rotation we saw there coming into the roundabout, though, kind of goes back to the first run that we saw, where I said there might have been a little, a mix up on the angle, but I think it might have been just that car's tune when they're pushing as hard as they are. I think it maybe in practice they didn't push quite that hard on the line, so it didn't want to over rotate, but maybe coming into the, we talked about it on our stream, me and Powder were talking about it earlier. He says when that red light's on, the cameras and lights are up, and it is actually go time, you don't know what it is, but something changes.
It does.
And boy,
it really
I tell
does.
you,
Oh, absolutely.
that is where That's where it comes out. So that there might have been a little bit of that happening there with Stang. But how do y'all like Godzilla there on the hood? We've been checking that out all night.
Man, that's
Talking
fire.
about the Crestman livery, Struble or Musha bringing out the heat. Every time we come out to one of these comps, he's always got something that's just eye-catching. Just man.
Look, even the teeth. I didn't even notice that on our stream. Check out the teeth on the Godzilla there. That's awesome.
I think last comp he had didn't he have the Cowboy Bebop?
He did.
Yeah. Cowboy
Yes.
Bebop, yep.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was sick.
Absolutely. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Alex. Is this the first time we've seen an S15 tonight?
I believe you're right, because I don't think there were any on our side. So is this the one that y'all were talking about earlier on?
No, sir, absolutely not. No, the one S15 and maybe an S14 that was on our end got eliminated. So I believe there was only just one. I could be wrong on that though.
I think Biscuit.
Well, it would have to be because Stang didn't come from our side.
Right.
Yeah, no, he did not.
I was gonna say, unless maybe I have been drinking it. I don't even know it. That's what was in my Dr. Pepper.
Hey, you know there's 23 flavors, and good luck telling me all 23.
Appreciate the props there, King. Thank you, sir. We talked about this earlier on our side. Crescent, forevermore having the smoked American flag somewhere on their car. It never fails. It's there somewhere.
Yep.
If you're looking to join Team Crescent, hit up Stang, apparently. He is a recruiter for them guys.
Yeah. All right, well, I got a verdict for y'all.
All right.
We'll talk about it.
Dub's going to go to Musha. Stang just had a little too much sauce going through the decel zone and hit the brakes and it spun him out.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Godzilla moves forward.
That's right. And that'll complete round one. The top 16 is now down to 8. And we have got 4 pairings coming at you, and we are whittling it down here to the best of the best, and there is nothing but good drifting to continue on for tonight's event. So definitely stick around and don't go anywhere.
No doubt.
The
You've got
next pairing is
S.O.G.
coming right at you.
You've got S.O.G. Native versus Pib. You've got Toxic Monkey versus Somi. You've got Ayler versus Blue. You've got Wild versus Musha. Good fucking
Holy
luck.
crap.
My goodness.
GFL to everybody.
Yeah.
Hey,
bro.
Damn.
GFL to the judges, more important.
No kidding.
Facts. I'll tell you what now, folks. If my nipples weren't hard before, that just statement right there, reading off the rest of the bracket, damn, flick.
Right now,
like
you've got
they're
Nady,
already in the server.
S.O.G. Native
These
v.
guys are
Pib.
ready to go. Nady versus Pib. Nady on the lead. These guys jumped right in the server and said, let's do it. Cone Car says, hell yeah. So they are off to the races. And Nady knows he's got his work cut out with Pib on the chase, so he is giving it everything here, about as perfect as you can be through the first half of the course here, but Pib staying right with him, and you already know Pib isn't going to let you run away, so he is right on the door all the way around the roundabout. Coming in here through the final outside zone. Good stuff.
Jesus fucking
drivers.
Christ. I did not breathe. I did not fucking breathe one time.
I'm going to say it again, chat. I said it last week. I need damn Mr. Pib to pull into the pits and somebody to check his fucking doors. That fool's got magnets in him, I swear to God.
Christ on a cracker.
In killer proximity every single time. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, ridiculous.
These guys are not wasting a second. They want to get after it here. Pib on the lead. They get the green light. Look at how much of that first outside zone he uses up. Same with the inside zone. Oh, I don't even have words for this right here. Look at this lead run, but you can't look away from Nady, who is staying right there, keeping in line, matching the angle around the roundabout. Both of these guys tracing that white line on the inside. Pib's lead run though.
Look,
oh my
look,
God!
Look, can I get a moment of silence for that, chat? Thank you. That run was fucking ridiculous by both drivers. Let's just sit here and shut up and let the judges make their decision, because I ain't got a jack shit to say about that run other. Goddamn.
Goddamn. That's exactly right. That's the only appropriate
Goddamn
response. Yeah, chat's on the same fucking page. There's a couple of people out there saying that Natty for the W. Brian says he quits.
Nady ripped it. I mean, that was, but it's Pib just always. I learned last week this guy does not come to play.
Runs of Pib,
Yeah. Yeah, the thing that stands out in between, especially going down, because both of their lead runs were magnificent, but between the chases there, especially through the roundabout, Pib just had it door to door.
Exactly.
So,
the proximity is
know.
what's going to be the difference. You're absolutely right. Listen, just so everybody knows, the female voice that you're hearing right now is S.O.G. Daddy. She is a co-leader of our team, and she has been a judge for almost every single fucking competition that we have ran. She knows what to look for. She knows our lines. So when it comes down to her opinion, understand that she has been a deciding factor in a lot of y'all's runs. So it's not just a random voice in the room right now. It's a very educated voice.
Yeah, and when you hear that somebody's had a I believe the word you used was magnificent on the lead. Yeah, when you hear that coming from her, that is the top of the top as far as compliments go, boys. So y'all got the W on that one, regardless of who moves forward. That is big praise there from an S.O.G. judge right here.
No doubt.
Oh yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself, considering the fact that I would take her word over mine.
I don't know about that one, Powder. Your word's pretty good too.
Yeah. Powder
Word's pretty
taking
good
somebody
too,
else's
man.
word
Don't
over his.
discredit
That's
that.
impressive.
Oh, yeah. Got to call like I see it. That's all I do.
That's all you can do, yes, sir. The judges are not having as easy of a time as we had.
No, definitely
we
not.
feel like the
they must be looking
proximity
at something in particular
was the
I would
factor.
not be surprised if we saw an OMT, honestly.
Somebody had
OMP, or
made
again,
a
it could come
mention-
down for them seeing something we didn't. So who knows?
Yeah, that's the whole
yeah,
thing, right?
absolutely.
Like you can always rewind. You can do whatever you want to as a watcher, as a participant in the stream here. The judges are doing the same thing. They're a little bit more locked in. To them, it's not an entertainment factor. Obviously, they're having a good time participating the way they are. But honestly, for the judges' side of this thing, it really is. They are hyper focused on the nuance of each and every run, not just the general feel.
For sure.
Absolutely, because you know your boy Powder's had a distinct pleasure of being a judge with Miss Daddy herself on several occasions. And we've sat there for about 20 minutes a couple of times, breaking apart a run, make sure we make the right decision.
Absolutely.
Well, and to go off of what King had said earlier in the chat, was making the point to Mr. Curdy here throwing down with the drone cam. That's a big influence. Well, not influence isn't the right word, but it's a big help to the judges, because without that drone cam view picking up the things that need to be picked up on a run, it's harder for them to do their job to the best of their ability. And I now know from having about 2.5 hours worth of, maybe 3 hours worth of firsthand experience, that is not an easy job at all. And not only do you have to have your game set up correct, but you have to have the hardware set up correct too, because my controller was giving me fits. I never really thought about it, but it's got a hell of a dead zone on the joystick. So for Mr. Curdy to be working not only with the talent level that he has, but he's got that controller dialed in and his game settings dialed in to be able to deliver y'all consistent views every time with the drone cam. It is, I can tell y'all from direct experience now, I was impressed before, but now, sir, my hats are off to you. Holy shit.
I appreciate it.
The master.
The really what it comes down to,
he makes
though,
the judges' lives a lot easier. I think it's already super difficult what they have to do, but I feel so bad for the judges earlier on having to stick with my ass trying to follow these cars. So man, he's doing a great job. And also from me sitting right here, and I've been tasked with the play-by-play duty this evening, and it's making my life easy as well, because all the information that I need is laying out right there in front of me. Don't have to go looking for it. So big shouts
By
out.
the way, chat, can we get some love for our guest commentator in the booth. One of them, Mr. Alex on screen with a mean-ass commentary, play-by-play tonight. Oh, yeah,
oh yeah, Alex shows up, man.
I
That's what's up.
appreciate it. Thank you so much. I've always been saying, man, I'm just so glad to be here and glad these guys invited me. The S.O.G boys have been coming to, you know, obviously y'all can tell by my screen name and whatnot that I stream. It's kind of fits with, you can just kind of tell by listening to me. Oh, that guy's a streamer. Yeah, really? Are you serious?
Don't
But,
say it.
they've been hanging out around my streams for a long time, and with how busy they are, I appreciate them taking the time to come hang out with us. But they said, hey, man, we've been doing these events, and we'd love to have you come join in. And man, they have accepted me with open arms. And if that isn't the proof you need that this is one of the best communities in CarX right here, and they're not paying me to say that, but this is the spot to be right here, man. There's such a great
you
group.
a fucking bag of Reese's Pieces earlier, bro. What you talking about?
What'd you do with that? What'd you do with that C note I gave you?
Blue, what you got?
What
so
up, Blue?
it's going to be an OMT, another too close to call.
OMT,
Yes,
let's
sir.
get it.
Yes, yes, my wish was granted.
Fucking free racing right here, fellas.
Fucking love you, judges. Fucking love you. I had no power over it, but I fucking love you anyways. Right decision. Right fucking decision. Gotta
Pip
love to
said,
see
I'm
it.
ready. Can't fucking wait.
I'm excited for this one here. I'm trying to keep from yelling in y'all's ear, man. I am ready for this one here. After
Pip
those
might want to
first two.
settle down on the start. He might blow a fucking piston through that tank.
All right, here we go. One more time. It's going to be round 2 in this boxing match between Nady and Pib, and they are off the line here. Nady on the first lead, eating up every bit of that first outside zone. Look how close to the pole he was. And he is trying to run away from Pib here, but Pib ain't gonna let that happen. Not with that Viper power. No, sir. He is right back to the door, matching the angle perfectly and driving all the way up right to the door throughout the roundabout, hitting that outside zone as well. Oh my God, we might be in for another one here, boys.
I don't know. It looked to me like Pib might have left the door open for Nady on that one.
It
for
just
the chase.
yep, just a little bit.
It's a tad bit.
Damn, these boys, they just teleported right back to the start. They said, we're doing this right
We ain't
now.
playing no games. We
Yeah, they ain't got no time to waste.
Pib is out of here, burning those rear tires up off the starting line. Same thing, using up that first outside zone. But Nady, you can see the tire tracks is absolutely tracing the line here. So close on the transition into the roundabout, is staying right on the door. And now he's got the proximity all the way up, almost touching Pib's door there. This one might even be closer than the first pair of runs we saw. Look at that.
Jesus, folks.
Whew.
What do you have to say about that? That should have been a final run as good as that shit was.
Oh,
Here's what I got to say about that, Powder. If you are still in the fucking bracket, recognize.
Yeah. I'm saying, bud. Like, what was that? That wasn't even top fucking 8.
That's what these two guys just said whoever wins, right? One of these guys is going to go home
They
for
got
the
a
rest
problem
of the night,
on their
right?
hands.
Whoever's going
Big
forward
time.
just told the whole fucking room, bring it.
Yep.
Either one of them.
Oh boy. And the judges too, because they were going over those runs and they were like, well, maybe it was close on a tire drop here, well, the proximity here, and they're like, well, you know what? Let's give them the one more time, and we're gonna and now. Now what the hell are they gonna do?
There's nowhere to fucking hide at this point. You know what I mean? You're in the top 8, right? There's nowhere to hide.
Look, Brian.
You're here on
I don't
purpose.
mean to cut you off, but our boy Brian Gibbs in chat tells us the entire bracket just got put on life support. Ain't that correct?
He ain't wrong.
Curdy, what were you saying, my friend?
No, what I'm saying is like you're in the top 8 of this competition, right? You're here on purpose. So now's the time to sober the fuck up and participate. Otherwise, you're going to take this L.
Oh yeah, from one of these two right here for sure.
Right.
And you know what? I ain't got no problem taking an L from either one of them drivers.
No, everything from here on out is fucking earned. There's no more giving.
And this right here, this is the final 8 of this event, but this is just the first pairing of the final 8. We've got Toxic Monkey versus Somi, which is going to be ridiculous. Ayler versus Blue. I can't wait for that one. Similar driving style out of those two. I feel
That shit might burn
and
up
then
my
Wild
GPU.
versus Musha. This is just going to be. I mean, I feel like every one of those pairings is going to be like this.
Ayler v Blue
Shout out
might
to the
actually fucking melt my
between
goddamn hard
Ayler
drive.
and Blue from last weekend too. Like,
Facts.
Oh,
a
that's
good-
true. Yeah.
mhm.
That is a very good point brought up by
Those two have been
Mac.
going at each other, respectful competitors for a hot minute, right? They're like buddies, but they also come at each other hard. What's up, Blue?
Speaking of which,
So, another very close run. Nady just barely dropped a tire on outside. So the dub's going to go to Pib.
Pib
oh,
moves
so
forward.
close.
There
Yes,
we
sir.
have it. We can buy, and the 10-cylinder continues its rampage on the bracket this evening.
Every time. Great stuff from those guys, man. Shouts out to Nady for awesome runs there, but Pib
Absolutely.
coming through with the dub.
Nady left nothing on the fucking table. He put everything out there.
Absolutely.
Nah, he cleared his plate for sure, went back for seconds and cleared that bitch and walked out and was like, I'm good. I'm full.
So so Pib is going to take on the winner of Toxic Monkey and Somi, and that
Oh, you can't
in and
go
of
wrong
its
with
fucking
this. Oh,
self.
God.
If that don't make you shake a
Correct me
little
if
bit in
I'm
your
wrong.
boots, you're in the wrong fucking game, my guy.
Yep.
Facts. I believe this is going to be a Yaris battle coming up, correct?
For sure, Somi's in one. I don't know about Toxic Monkey. I don't know that.
I think Monkey's
Yeah.
in it. Monkey is in it. Yeah.
It's gonna be
Oh, boy. Here
a
we
Yoda v
boy.
Yoda.
Oh, yeah. I knew
The
it.
short wheelbase machines going at it. We had a Yaris battle in on our stream earlier on, and it was quite the show. So
Yerp,
at
that was
this
the
level
surf and
of the
turf.
game, the surf and turf battle. That's right. At this stage of the game, that is going to be a serious showdown.
Oh, I can't wait for this.
Same.
This is great. This is good stuff right here. I'm just going to shut up and watch this shit.
You really want to do that, right? Even though you're supposed to be a commentator where you do the thing, but you're like, you
Hey,
get caught up in the idea of like, fuck, this is just fun to watch.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, who knew? Who knew? Get powder to shut the fuck up. How you doing?
Somebody says, I can't fucking wait anymore. Bring me somebody to beat.
Facts.
Bring
She's
the
already-
monkey. Here comes the
She's here to
monkey.
show everybody up. She put everybody
Here's the
on
Yaris.
this.
Team
in
Twisted with the
first
grip.
round, folks, if you weren't paying attention over there out west coast, you let everybody know.
These are two good-looking Yarises right here, too. But like I said, the short wheelbase machines, but they come with the speed. They are ready to rock and roll here. They get the green light, and they are headed off, and off they go to that first outside zone, using that space up super close on the transition there. And also on the next transition through, that wheelbase will let you do that. Snap that car around quick, and they have the control on point. Toxic Monkey staying, keeping that front wheel right on that white line all the way around. But Somi not letting him get away one bit, right on the door all the way through. Great
Pressure,
stuff
pressure,
there.
pressure from Somia the whole
yeah.
way. Make him earn it. That's right. Love to see it. Ain't no freebies around here.
No, that's what I was saying a minute ago. From here on out, everything will be earned. Nobody's going to give you anything.
Somi already lined up.
Oh,
Says, let's
she's
do
ready to go.
this.
She said, I
Ready
can't.
to go.
Give me somebody to beat.
Yep. All right. Well, coming off the line, the drivers say they're ready. They get the countdown from the cone car, and off they go. Great launch in that first outside zone there. Quick transition. Monkey's not quite as close as Somi was to this section. Brings it back, headed into the decel zone, and a little
touch.
contact there. Headed into the roundabout, but drives right back up to the door. Is he going to be able to make up for that contact? But it doesn't look like he's getting quite the proximity. Is matching the angle, but not quite as close to Somi as Somi was on the chase. You see them flashing their lights there and loving the sportsmanship. These drivers all having a great time tonight, but the competition is ridiculously fierce. You can see them
Isn't that
two
a beautiful
rubbing
sight?
tires a little bit. You love to see it right there.
We're
So
gonna
cool.
come back to the line to get judged together. The camaraderie cannot be understated. We out here all having a good time. And
Absolutely.
if you salty as a sumbitch, don't worry. Let Powder know. He'll FedEx your ass to a fucking cow pasture so you can get licked on all day long.
100%. That's what I was going to say. If you get salty, me and fucking Powder know a goddamn pasture to put you in.
Yep.
Yes, we do.
It's all about the love around here. So for my my former judges, or active judges as well, but just, you know, people that have judged the event before that are here in the booth with me, what do you guys think when you watch a run like that? Obviously ridiculously talented drivers, but what kind of things are you focusing on as a judge to look for after a run like that?
For me, a lot of it is I'm watching tire placement and tread and stuff like that for the lead driver. Obviously, making sure that they're holding angle, because if you want to be at least, I like to see my drivers at least 40 in the low end of angle. You need to have a lot of angle going through quite a few of these zones, you know. Otherwise,
with the way that this line is set up, it's really set to eat up a lot of angle. These guys can throw these cars into these turns.
Not to mention, it's extremely difficult to chase a line when you're not holding. Like, you try to chase somebody that's barely holding like 38 degrees of angle to be considered holding angle. Like, it's very difficult to chase. Very hard line.
You almost have to read their mind as to when they're going to transition, because at that point, you're not really like at their door as a normal drift pair. You're like driving beside them. So you have to almost read their mind as to when they want to transition, so you can get on the brakes, get behind them, let them move over, and then drive back up to their door. It's not really... At that point, that's not really drifting, you know. It's kind of that's a whole different thing. So you're absolutely right about that, the lead car needing to maintain as much angle as possible.
Absolutely. And on the chase, like you were saying, Alex, you got to anticipate, not watch the brake lights. This line is fast, and if you ain't ready for it, it's gonna bite you in the ass.
This line is very it's misleading with how quick and technical it is, to be honest with you. It seems like with close quarters, you would be a little bit limited on speed, but you actually still got to rip it through, or else it just don't flow right. You got to go, you got to go fast.
And also, that's why I feel like having these small wheelbase cars over here, you cheeky little bastards, you two saw me and fucking monkey over here. Yeah, we know. We know. It's an advantage having those.
Well, it speaks to the fact that people are paying attention to the lines that we are setting up for them to run. Because I don't believe Toxic Monkey and or Somi was in this car last week. They realize that this is a track that's a little bit more suited to the smaller wheelbase, but also carries speed. So these are the type of people that are going to show up in these top 8s, top 4s, and pushing for the win are the ones that pay attention to the line and adapt to it, not just stick in one car and one setup.
Fact, because the fact of the matter is, not all tunes and setups work for every single line. You're going to have to change either your car or your tune, and most likely you're not going to change your tune. So, change your car. Pay attention to what line you got up.
I know a lot of guys that I've heard, oh, this is my comp car. And I've always kind of thought, man, I don't know how you have a comp car. Like, there's so many different
singular
lines and the maps and everything. Yeah, exactly. It's like, how do you just say, this is my comp car? And you take that car anywhere. When you come down to competition that is as tight as this right here, where it is literally down to inches, you can't just bring a generic, oh, this is my comp car. These guys have taken the time. They have tested they probably tested a dozen different cars before they said, okay, the Yaris feels the best. It feels like it's going to give me the most competitive advantage. Now I need to tune this car to where it's perfect, and then practice this line until I can't stand it anymore to get to the point where they're at now.
Yo.
There he is.
Hello.
Dub's gonna go to Somi due to contact from Toxic Monkey, and Toxic kind of straightened out after the contact also, just to add to it.
All right. Well, there you have it. Somi moving forward to face off. Oh, I'm gonna let y'all listen to this one real good. To face off against Pib in the semifinal.
Jesus.
Come on, son.
Oh my God.
Big body v little body.
The bracket did not just do that to us.
Oh, yes.
And
This
once
might be-
again,
Oh my God.
these poor judges.
Yep.
Facts. I like the fact that we got so many up in here showing all these males how it's done, slapping
right.
these mustaches
Yes,
off
sir.
our faces. How you doing?
And
Let
how
'em know.
different of a matchup can you get between a Yaris and a Viper?
That's my point.
Like,
You got big body v little
that's-
body.
Yeah.
It don't get too much more broad of a spectrum than that.
But before we get there, we have got a couple more pairings for you guys right here. And like we talked about earlier, this is some friendly rivalry that has been apparently going on for quite some time. It's Ayler versus Blue coming at you right here. And I am definitely looking forward to this one. You see Blue getting lined up there in the chase
Nadine needs
position
actually.
as we wait for Ayler to jump in the server here.
Nadine needs to scoot up a little bit. He's offset from the starting line just a bit.
That is correct.
Yep. But you're right. These two guys have been friendly
I think
competitors
that's what
for a
Blue is
long
trying to
time.
let him know here. Sorry to
I
cut
feel
you
like-
off there.
no,
I think
you're
he's
right.
pulling up to say, line up with my car. Because Blue,
Yep.
of course, has been our chase car for most of the evening.
Yeah.
Well,
He definitely knows where
been
you're supposed to
our
be.
cone car, yeah, absolutely. Most of the evening, man.
What did I say? I meant to say cone car. What did I say?
Chase.
Chase,
I'm sorry. Yeah.
like we out here trying to fucking cash a check.
I meant to say cone car. He is in the chase position for this run, but he has been our cone car is what I meant to say.
He has definitely been that.
Not to mention the fact that all these drivers out here trying to cash a check of the winner. How you doing?
There we go.
They want the winner's check, facts.
Nady might be getting the hint here.
Meanwhile, still waiting on Ayler to jump in the server here.
Yeah, I feel like Ayler might be on a timer. That's going to be unfortunate if we don't get to see that battle.
No, I've been waiting on this one.
Very unfortunate.
If that my memory serves me correct, that would be the first one we seen, right, Alex? 2-minute warning.
Yeah, because we did not have a single one on our side of things.
We had one.
We had Tank.
Yeah, Tank didn't show up to his on time, so he got bypassed.
Man. That's still, I mean, that's pretty good though, because we didn't have one at all on our side, and you guys only had one, so that's a pretty good thing there. And that's also shows the benefits of doing the two events at one time. You don't end up having somebody having to sit and wait, almost 2 hours before they come to their run.
Right, exactly.
Well, see there, Brian. See, no, I think it's the flip side. Did Ayler get scared? No, see, it don't work that way. I think Ayler scares up people the other way around.
That is
Trust on
typical. That is very typical what you're talking about. I feel like Ayler ain't scared. I can tell you that. What he might be doing is having some technical difficulties. But we have a 2-minute timer to let those things air themselves out. And hopefully, he can get his shit together so that we can see the fucking battle that we've been talking about for the last few minutes. Because it will be a fucking heater.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like, especially in today's age, 2-minute timer is pretty generous, because that 2-minute timer doesn't start right at the beginning of the round either. It's when they've established that, hey, we've asked them to join the server and they're not responding.
I hear squealing tires.
Let's put them on the 2-minute clock. But that's plenty of time to, modern technology. to restart the
We
system.
have a Frederick Osbo.
Man, my man just appears out of nowhere in the server. And they are off. That was something right there. It was like a magic trick. All right, well, let's see if there's magic on track here as they launch into that first outside zone. Looks to be good so far. A little bit of a love tap there from Blue on the quarter panel as they head into the roundabout here. Staying right there on that inside line, keeping the angle tight, but Blue staying right on the door all the way through, transitioning over. Oh, Ayler straightened out just a touch there.
A little bit.
It's
Ayler,
like the car went to rotate and then just kind of the suspension just kind of bound up on it or something.
Yeah.
Ayler said,
Either
I might
that
have
or
been.
he ripped up too much.
I might have been a little late, but motherfucker, I'm on time.
I'm in here.
Yeah, that he flattened out right there at the end. You're right, and what we talked about earlier,
just
you leave
the smallest little bit.
You leave a little chink in the armor, chances are that's going to get fucking found by your competitor.
Absolutely. Well, on the flip side, here comes Blue on the lead. They get the green light. And away they go. So much angle from Blue through that first outside zone. Gets to the inside clip point. Pretty solid. Ayler doing a good job matching the angle, but maybe not the proximity. But after the decel zone, is able to drive right up to the door. Blue a little bit wide there on that inside clip, but is able to drive back down to that white line, hold it on the inside, transitions out, and starts to run away from Ayler a little bit there. And I think you are exactly right, Curdy. I think Blue took advantage of some of the chinks in the armor that he saw and was able to drive the sword in just a little bit.
Yep, keeping it out there like you right there at the end, filling that gap. But however, on the flip side is Blue left a little bit to be desired in the filling of that large inside clip, the one going all the way around the roundabout. He could have been a little bit tighter on that. So that might be a balance that the judges see as a failing on Ayler's part and then a failure on Blue's part to send us to some free racing, which I'm fucking for.
Oh,
absolutely.
Unfortunately,
I think we're missing.
correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if you guys saw that, but I do believe that I think I saw Blue drop a little bit of tire tread out on the outside of the roundabout. So we're going to see how that plays in too.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
On that one. And we might have the possibility of that contact by Blue being taken into consideration.
Yes, sir. See how the judges perceive all of that, because it's going to be
definitely got a handful to look at here.
No doubt.
Indeed.
A whole minute and a half that they get to dissect here.
Mm-hmm. We shall see. But nonetheless, some fine driving. With that being said, who's looking forward to next week's comp?
Bro.
Mm-hmm.
I can't speak on it
the
too much,
drivers
but
we've seen at stop 1 and 2, hell, book me a ticket. I'm already at stop 3. You guys are just taking too long to fucking get there.
Cheers, Brian.
Facts. Already got my seat reserved in the booth. Got my name on the back of the seat.
Yeah, me and you both.
Mm-hmm. Facts. Just chilling. Waiting for us.
What is next week? Next week will be the 26th. For sure.
Yes.
We will be there. Well, actually, you might have to hang on to that one for a second. That is the weekend of Thanksgiving.
I was just going to say.
Considering after the holiday,
yeah. S.O.G is,
sure.
You know, we're life and family first, right? That's our motto. So we might have to have a little conversation amongst the administration group and see if we want to push a week. Let everybody just enjoy their Thanksgiving weekend, come back refreshed, ready to fucking go.
Yep. I know that factored into us modifying the slide style schedule a little bit is because we run, of course, once a month, and that ours was the same thing because ours we actually run Friday nights, so that landed on like the day after
Black
Thanksgiving
Friday.
and the day after Christmas. It was just like this. I was like, wait a minute, we can't do that. Like nobody's gonna show up. They got family first, like you just said. So that's actually modified our entire season schedule as we dropped 2 months off. So that's why it's so awesome that I was invited to join in with you guys and do this stuff because I'm in my off season of what I'm usually doing. So it's super cool for to be invited to do this, and it'll be fun once our stuff kicks back off again because I don't know if I'm gonna be able to leave you guys. I'm having way too much damn fun, so we're gonna have to figure something out with that.
Yeah, we're glad to have you around, man. We hope we can figure that out for sure.
I'm telling you one thing, man. You guys invited me along to join in the booth here, and maybe if you guys have the free time, maybe I'd like to have y'all join the booth over there. Maybe
man, I'm for it.
Have it going both
ways.
I want to
compete. Hey, now, don't be tempted powder with a fucking good time now. You hear? Don't do that.
And I'm telling you, man, especially with Powder cracking them drinks open over there and having a fun time, man. I'm telling you, with the what we do on our side of things, because I'm not going to talk about my own stuff for too long, but what we do, man, we don't have clipping zones or anything like that. We always say we're the monster jam of drift events. It is all about having stupid, wild fun over there on our side of things. It is definitely a different environment than this. But I think having the likes of everybody in the commentary booth here it'd be quite a wild time for us over there, because just cut loose and have fun with it.
Yeah, you and I have spent some time talking about exactly what you do, and I feel like there's room for all of that, right? Where there's the need for what we do over here, where it's very technical, like you have to be in your zone, out of your zone, up next to a line, all those things, right? Like that tests people to
pure adrenaline,
right?
Your
work on their
driving precision to the T.
Work on your technical side, but then there's room for what you've got going on over there, where it's just like, hey, everybody, it's a little bit more loose, and let's just fucking have fun.
Oh yeah,
right.
If you've got your rear tires over in the grass coming out of a turn, and you don't spin the car out, we are losing our minds over that, because that is hard as hell to do.
Right,
like
it's entertainment
in an actual
value.
drift event, that is the biggest no you can have. Is you're off track, you're out, you're out
exactly.
of here. But for us, we're like, woo!
Right, like you said, you're the monster jam of it all. It's strictly entertainment value,
like
and what was the most fun to watch.
Both, and I think it's definitely a unique situation that we're kind of, we're meeting of the minds here, getting to hang out and do this stuff together. So
that's 100% my type of event. I want to do something where if I hit a wall, spin around, and catch the line and keep going, then I win. Shit.
Yeah.
That's right up my alley.
Right. I meant to do that.
Oh, here comes Nady with our intel here.
What's up, Nady?
After a long decision, we're gonna go for one more time.
OMT, fucking fun racing, baby.
Sounds good.
I'm telling you, this has been the night, and that goes to what we were saying right there, is that the pure precision of driving and the judges. I mean, I almost lost track of time, because we just kind of got to talking and having fun here, but that whole entire time, the judges were picking these lines apart, and they came to the decision of a one more time. So that's the beauty of an event like this, is the down to inches of precision driving. You don't find this anywhere else. It is right here at these events is where you find this level of driving ability, and these guys are going to show you right here. Ayler takes off on the outside there, is coming with the speed this time, though. He is flying, and Blue is giving everything to stay on his bumper here.
Oh, he is struggling, tire drop after tire drop.
Yeah, absolutely. Drove it in there hard on the roundabout.
Got a little caught off guard, it felt like.
Let me real quick before we miss it, I'm going to click over to the stream here. All right, well, I caught right at the beginning of the line, so let me take another look here, because I don't know, because Ayler was playing it a little loose with the zones, I think, just a touch.
See, that's the beauty of the judges, to be able to watch it back, right?
Like we get to unpack on that one.
We get
both lead and chase.
We get to get a feel for it, like in real time, but then you get to back it up and watch it second by second and really understand the technicalities of it. I think that's a lot of fun for one of the things that we provide that most others don't.
Oh, absolutely. All right, well, here we have Blue on the lead. Now he's coming with all that angle, just like Daddy had mentioned earlier. So much angle on the lead, and that's what the judges are probably looking for here. But the transition, and Ayler all the way up to the door, but actually kind of enough contact to shove Blue up out of the inside zone a little bit there, but he brings it right back down, and there's that control that we talked about, able to do that with their car, make adjustments on the fly mid-line. Is something it is hard to find somebody with driving talent to be able to do that right there.
It is way more difficult than what it might look like on the actual stream. And most of the people that are watching us right now, they're competitors themselves. They know the difficulty of being out of position and getting back in position without completely wrecking your line that is a talent.
Without wrecking your line, without decelling where it's not allowed, all of that good stuff. It's very difficult.
Yeah, that was definitely impressive. I tell you right now, from all my experience of playing CarX and hanging with my friends, because you guys know I am not a competitive drifter by any means, but I just, from driving around enough to understand the difficulty and the level of just, and it's obviously practice makes perfect, but there is a level of just straight talent that comes in being able to drive like that. It is hard to find sometimes.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But it's kind of awesome to go from the conversation we were having earlier about how technical and precise the drivers need to be for the judges to come out and say one more time, and then those are the runs that we got right on the back of that show that precision.
Yeah, it's like the judges sometimes just want to punish them fucking selves.
Yep.
Well, you know what, Fire? I'm doing good. How you doing? I'm doing fantastic. Can't you see? Look at your screen, bud. You're in the chat. Got these fine drivers out here this evening putting on a show for us slap nuts to sit here and watch and commentate on. Oh, yeah. Not a bad way to send your Saturday night.
Not at all.
Absolutely not.
I've had more than a handful of Saturday nights that were significantly less cool than this.
Right about that.
Like that one time I had these bars in front of me.
If you got bars in front of you on a Saturday night, that means you had a good Friday night.
Yeah, say that. Yeah.
Hey, you already know, Bearded. That's what I do. Nom 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 nom.
Friday night to Saturday morning.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
I am lucky enough to have never found myself in that position, and I aim to try to keep it that way.
Same here.
I mean, it is what it is, what it isn't. I mean, you know, police officers don't like it when you make them look like an idiot.
Not really.
Nah, but you see, your boy does it nicely, you know. It is what it is.
He says I do it
Yeah,
nicely.
like,
Powder's like, I make people look like an idiot nicely.
Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with knowing your
I
rights,
love it.
okay?
Hey, yep.
Hey, ain't number. Hey, okay. Tell me what you would do. You go to a park, you get drunk. You drove there. What do? Walk home to your friend's house.
That's right.
A mile away. Right. You don't want to drive fast.
You don't drive, absolutely not.
Nah. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm stumbling through town. I get pulled over on a Saturday night. This little short fucking shit jumps out of the fucking car, all of like 5'3", right? All up in my face, telling me a bunch of bullshit. About telling me I'm about to get arrested for fucking drunk and disorderly in public. Okay, that's cool, fine. Now, with that being said, his sergeant comes pulling up.
It's 2 a.m. There's nobody out.
Hey, whatever, you know. That's what he told me. Then his sergeant comes up, and I could tell right off the bat this some bitch has some brains on him, you know, something called common sense. How you doing? Some bitch is free, but yet barely anybody has it. The fuck is up with that? I don't know. Just saying. So I proceeded to talk to this sergeant of his and asked him, so you tell me if this sounds right. So I get drunk at the park, right? So I try to do the right thing and not jump in my vehicle and put people's lives in danger while I drive home. So instead, I proceed to walk my happy ass down the street to my friend's house, which is a mile away. But nah, this dipshit had nothing better to do than stop my fucking ass for doing the right thing. Now, if you would like, I'll take my keys, you can give me a ride back to my car, and I'll drive that shit home.
And drive home, yeah. What do they, yeah, exactly. What do they expect you to do?
So, like, hello?
I'm guessing Sarge was a little bit more understanding of the situation.
Oh, he was, considering I told him when I wake up the next morning, I'm going to proceed to walk down to the fucking police station and file a complaint against this jackass.
Man,
I did that. I get there. I proceed to talk to the receptionist. She looks up at me and goes, no need. The sergeant did it for you.
Hey, that's a good deal there.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not something that's going to happen often.
Nope.
Nope.
Fine. But you know, too many
It's always
cops out
good to
there with
find
a
somebody.
fucking power problem.
Oh yeah, it's always good to find somebody in any profession that actually, like, you know, takes their job seriously. So it's nice that he went and did his job properly and made sure to make a report of that.
Absolutely.
And apparently let everybody know, because you walked into the door and they were like, no, we already took care of it.
Fact. Again, buddy.
They saw powder coming. They knew it was up. They said, oh shit.
Yep. Oh shit, he said he was coming. He wasn't joking. Here he comes.
Makes you wonder if he was a little bit newer in the area and they're just giving this guy a whole bunch of shit for it now.
Yeah.
What in the actual fuck are y'all talking about right now?
Anyway, yeah, so drift events are great.
Why don't you tell me about how you give me the fucking process about how you wash your clothes? Like, do you put it on cold, or cold, hot?
That's simple.
Let's talk about that for a little while.
I do it like the Eskimos. I wash it in Tide because it's too cold out Tide. How you doing?
Oh my god.
Bro, I almost spit all of my fucking whiskey on my computer. I'd have been fucking upset.
Yeah, I got him to break character.
He
folks.
said out Tide and in Tide. Get the fuck out of here.
That's two in one
tonight,
night for
folks.
powder.
Yeah, baby. I'm gonna fucking roll tonight, folks. You better be ready for that fucking heel promo. You ain't gonna see it coming.
Oh god.
Right, exactly, Brian. It's gonna be like, here lies powder. Big facts. He died on these days.
It's gonna say
Big
facts.
facts.
I love it.
Big facts. I already know. You know what?
I don't
My
know
boy
what the fuck
Jack
we
says
do
the
without
same
your
thing.
powder.
He says cheers to you, fam. Love every single one of you in chat right now. Cheers. We do it for you, fam.
How you doing?
Oh, shit. How you doing?
These motherfucking judges are confused currently.
Yeah,
They
doing
are not
something.
fucking around.
They
They
are
are not fucking
they are
around.
bothered by this run. They're like, man, I don't know. They're wringing their hands.
Yep, they're digging in on something for certain. They gotta be.
Damn right.
I heard a how
Hey,
you doing in the
I
background.
would not be opposed to having facts on my headstone and right below it. How you doing?
Yeah, here lies powder. He was a good guy. He was born on this date. Big facts. He died on these
Big
dates.
facts.
How you doing?
Shit. Wait until you hear what Curdy says.
That's funny.
Fucking great.
I've met at least 17 million people in my lifetime. Like, I'm old as fuck, and I've traveled all over the United States, and I've met a lot of people. And powder might be easy top fucking 15 people that I've ever met.
Oh, fuck, bro.
Oh, that's actually really sweet. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just easy to fucking
Shit.
get along with, guy. He's got a fucking good worldview.
He hit me
You
in
know what I
the
mean?
feels. God damn.
Right in the heart bone.
Shit.
Tugging at your
Got me
heartstrings
feeling
and
all
shit.
kinds of type of ways from that shit. God
Homie
damn,
just
I think
operates
I'm
on a
gonna have to
fucking
take another
level
cheers
that
for that.
I feel like
All
most
right,
people
Do we
need
have a
to.
decision?
What?
Ladies here.
We do have a decision.
Tell me about it.
Oh my
The dub
goodness.
is going to go to Blue.
Blue.
Let's go.
Due to Ayler dropping 2 single tires and lack of angle.
Two tires and a lot of
that
angle.
goes back to
Yes,
that
sir.
what we talked about on that lead run where he tried to just straight up run away with it. So maybe
Exactly.
he didn't get that. Hey, that's exactly what Daddy was talking about earlier about not getting enough angle on the lead run.
100%.
Watch where your tire tread is at on the track, your placement in tires, because I tell you what.
That's
last weekend,
exactly like word for
came
word
down
what you
to a
said.
call That literally the finals last weekend, or not even, it was a match or two beforehand, that the call game came down to, but he got the win because the other driver literally just barely didn't fill a touch and go a little bit more than the other driver did. The runs were identical, no tire drops, nothing. The one driver barely didn't fill his own a little bit. We had to give it to the other guy. Like,
And you know what? That's the way it goes. I said it last week, stream. We've taken it down 20 minutes to a fucking tiny ass minute correction. And the only way you could see it was the front tires.
It's got to be foolproof, man, because with the replay, and you're going to have some people that come back after the fact that are upset with the call, right? But all you got to do is go watch the replay, pay attention to what the cone card tells you why the decision was. And if you give a shit about fairness and you actually go back and look at it, you'll find what the judges were looking at.
Absolutely. Completely agree.
So right now we got, what, Wild and Musha? Oh, my God.
I was just about to say, we have got a final run here for this round. The last of the top 8 is going to be Wild versus Musha here. Check out the similar liveries on these right
Twin
here.
Advan liveries. Here we go.
Yes, sir. And off the line we go.
Boy.
Wild on the first lead. Using up that outside zone 1. Could have left a little bit closer on that inside one, but they make up for it on the second outside before they get into the D-cell zone and head into the roundabout here. And you can see right there, Musha is literally on the door all the way around. So close on that, just scraping across the back bumper. Look at how close on both transitions there. One of them was after the finish line, but still unbelievable work on the chase there from Musha, but a decent lead from Wild.
Well, I'll tell you what that looked like, folks. If you ever seen the damn Team Advan fucking promo video that they show between the FD fucking commercials, facts, that's what they remind me of.
Yeah, seriously.
Take Chelsea DeNofa and Adam LZ sliding their RTRs in, sub in these 2 cars. There you go.
Boom.
Their promo video. Bam.
Indeed.
All right, well, we are on the flip side now. Moose is going to be on the lead, and that's what you're going to look for here. We're going to see how much angle we can get out of this lead run, because that's what we've been looking for all night. You already see it starting off there. Getting in close on that inside zone there. Keeping the momentum up, though, with all that angle. Hard to do. Great transition there, though. Wild right on the door, just like Musha was on that first run, but now Musha's starting to walk away a little bit. 4 feet, 5 feet. On the throttle, pushing out the distance on the proximity of the chase. Great stuff there as well.
Facts, and once again, I'm going to say it. Love to see these drivers finishing out the entire run and not straightening it out coming off the roundabout. On the final finish line. Just drive it straight. Not even most angle, like 15.
Love these guys driving back side by side so the drone cam sticks with them. It's a cool little view there as they come back and park up to hang out. The one thing I noticed that sticks in my mind, I believe it was on the first run, the lead car got a tire up on the curb on that first inside clip. So I'm sure that's not the only tire drop that we saw, but that one sticks out in my mind because on Musha's lead, they did not do that. And I don't believe they dropped on the roundabout either. So it's going to be interesting to see what the call on this one is.
This is going to be very interesting. What do you got to say about it, Jack? Well, could be better.
Somi in the chat says these are my boys. Well, it could be, you could be facing off against one of these in the finals here. Actually, matter of fact, at this point, you're guaranteed to face off against one of them either in the final or the third place podium run.
I'm saying she's coming in to wobble and drop it like it's hot. I'm saying
it could happen. It'll be one or the other.
She's a force to be reckoned with in that damn yard, sir. Tell you what, shucky ducky quack quack. How you doing?
But it's either gonna be Wild or Musha facing off against Blue coming up in the semifinal. And of course, we already talked about we've got Pib versus Somi, so we have got the showdown coming for you folks after this.
It ain't nothing but fucking heat going forward.
It's all the way through.
Facts. Matter of fact, you might want to put your shades on, folks. About to burn your eyeballs if it gets so hot up in here.
I'm a little bit concerned about whether or not my fucking computer can keep up. A little bit concerned about that.
Too much heat. Too much heat.
I'm saying I'm about to catch a sunburn over here. Where the hell my suntan?
I don't know. Let's put on that goat helmet.
Oh yeah.
That'll
Yeah,
protect you.
damn right. You talking about my boy Baphomet, the Dark Lord of Drift?
Yeah, man. Just put that on.
Already.
Be all the way protected. Can't get to you that way.
But see, you know what? I kind of get a little horny when I put it on. You know what I mean?
I do understand that. You get 3 horns going at once, kind of a problem.
Yeah, I'm saying. It is, especially if I fall asleep drunk, wearing the sumbitch, wake up, trip, pole vault into the kitchen. Hey, that a sumbitch.
It is. You stand there in tripod. Yeah. I've been there.
I'm saying, yeah. It happens, but
So I mentioned earlier inviting you guys
got him again,
come
folks.
join the booth.
That's 3.
You got to know what you're getting into,
come
Alex.
join the booth for the other events.
We got a decision.
We might need to back some of that down.
I've got an answer for you guys. You ready to hear it?
Yeah.
What do we got?
Dub's gonna go to Musha.
Moosh.
Wild drop 1 tire. He dropped 1 tire in outer zone 1, and then outer zone 3.
Yes, sir.
Godzilla goes forward and he's like, I got the fucking blue beam ready for y'all motherfucking ass.
Yeah,
man. Yeah, take a look at that hood real quick before that car pops out of existence, if you don't mind. That's a
lot of layers.
Awesome looking, man.
Wild.
That is a lot of layers.
Seriously. Such an awesome job on that.
Shrek would be proud with all of those layers.
No kidding.
Oh yeah, bud. Oh yeah. The best part about that entire fucking livery on Musha, my man Alex pointed it out earlier. The attention to detail, the teeth set it off.
Agreed.
Yep, I love the teeth, man. It's like every little bit of it.
There's
oh
another
boy,
bot.
we are wasting no time here. The drivers are already ready. The semifinals are starting off strong. We have got Pib versus Somi. Look at the difference in these 2 vehicles right here. A Yaris and a Viper. It is going to be interesting to see what they can do with these vehicles. But let's see how they wheel them here. Pib you already know, maximizing that first outside zone. But Somi is staying right on the rear bumper, so close all the way through. They make it to the roundabout, and Somi drives that thing right up to the front wheel, all the way up, beating on the door of that Viper. 10 cylinders, 4 cylinders, 6, it doesn't matter. All the way up on the door, all the way through.
I guess I got my answer about that Yaris.
Listen, I struggle bus hard in the drone to monitor their fucking run.
Yeah, seriously, man. And now here we go. Look at that. They both just teleport back to the start. They don't want to have a Sunday drive. They are ready to fight it out here. They ready to launch off. Both drivers flash their lights. They're good to go. Get the green light from the cone car there. And away we go. Somi, same thing. Using up that entire first outside zone. Perfect on the inside. But that Viper, you already know, a little thump there on the quarter panel led to that Viper having to drive in and might have dropped a tire on that inside. You'd have to see on the replay. But able to follow the angle all the way through in a close transition coming into that final turn. But that little
out of here.
Contact headed into the roundabout. See, like you said before, it seemed to set the rhythm off for Pib just a little bit. They were able to dial it back in. But that might be something that the judges take a keen look at.
Jesus.
Right?
My goodness.
Jesus.
Hallelujah. Sorry if I'm yelling
Praise the fucking Lord.
I got so hyped.
Oh, no. Yell away.
So sick.
My man keeps on calling my name. Yes, my child. What can I do for you?
I don't know what this means, but SDT miseries put a backpack.
Pick it apart with my judge brain and give good commentary, because my goodness, man.
Well, hey, that's the kind of insight that we want to hear. Right. That's what we're looking for.
Look,
same,
you gotta
bro.
love a run that turns you from an adult to a fucking blithering idiot.
Yep. I was hype about that.
Because it's so damn good, you don't know what to say.
Here's the thing, I'm grateful. I'm
nice
grateful for the fact that Alex is here to be able to pull that off, because The whole time they were running, number one, I wasn't fucking breathing, and number two, the only thing that was running through my head was Jesus, fucking Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. I was like a fucking Pentecostal preacher.
I don't know. I don't know where it comes from. Well, my mom will say she knew it from the time I was born. That was when I told her about last weekend's event last Saturday. I told her it was 10 hours. She said, "You did commentary for that whole thing?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." She said, "Well, that sounds about right." I said, "God damn it, Mom."
I called out, didn't you?
They haven't. I need to get them the link so that they can watch these events. But the slide style events we were talking about, some of the biggest. I'm so blessed. Let me take a minute to talk about myself for a quick second. I'm so blessed. My parents have watched every single slide style event of our first season. Because we do fan voting for our runs, which usually it's a kind of a clusterfuck, but like I said, it's part of the fun. They vote on every run. My mom has a favorite driver. I'm so blessed that they are, so involved in what I do and everything like that, and they love every bit of it. So I'm gonna have to get them the link to these events, so that way on the weekend y'all can see Mom and Dad Alex come in and give their 2 cents on these drift runs, because they would love to see the technical side. Like I said, we do the fun stuff, but they would love to see this, especially my dad. My dad, I think, would be all over this. But yeah, I am very blessed that they are supportive as they are of me. But yeah, I guess I get it from them. I don't know, man, but it just kind of flows out.
Over here doing the
Somebody's got the hydraulics going over here.
Yeah. What happened? I was looking at him. Damn,
it's like Somi opened up and Pete was like, "I'll get in."
Stanky leg.
We got something from Blue here. What we got, buddy?
Dub's gonna go to Somi. Somi had those 2 perfect lead runs. I'm just gonna say that off the rip. Somi had a better pace though.
Yep, I'd agree with that statement wholeheartedly right there. Well, there you have it, everybody. The first driver making it to the finals of this event is going to be Somi, just barely squeaking out Mr. Pibb over there, who had some wicked-ass runs. Like I said, we were all damn near speechless. I might be genetically incapable of being speechless, as we just discussed, but everybody else was speechless.
Yeah.
And
here's the thing, Mr. Pibb. Mr. Pibb has the option. He's going to sit back and relax, because he is going to be the first one in the running for 3rd place.
Yes.
So he's not completely done.
This much, folks. I ain't never been as happy as I am right now. God knows I love you, Pip, but well done, Somi. Well
in the
done.
Finals, absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah,
well fucking done. Serving it up to the man, the myth, the legend. That is Mr. Pibb. That was fucking beautiful.
And coming at you next, our next semifinal run. Who is going to face off against Somi? It's either going to be Blue or Musha, and they are coming at you right now. Blue is going to be on the first lead. We get the green light from the cone car here, and away they go. Blue Max, I'm telling you, these guys are tearing up that first outside zone every run now. And look at the transitions here. Musha staying right there with Blue, not making contact with the rear there. That was almost a close one, but Musha and now just glued to the door as both drivers stay right in that inside.
Holy what happened there? There is obviously some desync.
Okay, it was a lag. I was like, oh no, what happened? But yeah, it was huge lag there right at the end of the run.
Honestly, that is unfortunate to be at the very end of the run like that, because the first 7/8 of that run was fucking beautiful.
Picture perfect.
Immaculate.
Yeah.
That is unfortunate that they have to replicate that. Good fucking luck, man.
Yeah, because they're going to have to do that one again because of the network issue. Yeah, good luck. Well, then again, could they somehow even make it better? Because that was like a practice run.
Jesus.
Holy cow.
I don't see how, but
here we go.
We're finna find out.
We get a do-over for free thanks to the old network there. So here it comes at you one more time. Hopefully we can run this one all the way through. So that's going to be Blue on the lead again. This is not their second run. This is a redo because of the network issues. And already Musha's getting right to the door, but Blue taking up all of that outside zone, and these guys are in close. Still making those wicked close transitions. You see how close both of these cars are to each other. And then same thing, they are right there. driving up to the front wheel is Musha, but Blue is right there on the inside all the way around and making up all the use of that last outside zone. You see him flashing the lights to say good job there.
Fucking surprise, they did it again.
Yeah, they somehow, exactly, they did it again. Unreal.
I dare you to go back, somebody that's a fucking wizard, collect those two clips from this YouTube channel right now, overlay them on each other. I guarantee you there is like 22 fucking pixel difference between that first and second run.
Got it, yeah, at the most. Holy shit.
Burn
And
baby,
off
editing.
the drop.
Right. Put one on top of the other.
Burn baby and her editing talent. That
And
is.
we've got Musha right here off the drop. You got Blue so close on the transition just as well. Lines looking just like the first one. Blue had to join. I was going to say he dropped back a little bit, had to jump up front, made a little bit of contact, is able to drive it back up, and you can see matching the angle perfectly, but the proximity is not necessarily as close as it was due to that contact.
Listen,
I think that little surge got him, bud.
the little bit of a surge, it was literally a microsecond of a mistake from Blue that might cost him a win here.
Small.
I do feel like we are going to see a Blue and Musha rebattle, right? No. A Blue and Pib. Blue v Pib probably for third place, which is in and of itself worth fucking watching.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
But
I
man,
do-
I tell you, because that was some kind of close there, but it's I don't want it like a miscommunication, I guess, almost a mistelepathication, if that's a word. I'll make that up
When
right
you made
now.
it up, that's
Couldn't
fine.
read the mind of the lead car because I mean it was just when you're driving that close on transitions, you have to anticipate down to the millimeter what that lead driver is doing, and just like Curdy said, it was the most minuscule of timing mistakes, but
Exactly.
it was just enough to cause that little tap.
Right, it's
Other
letting
than
off
that,
the
how
throttle.
perfect were those runs,
It's
man?
letting off the throttle 1/64th of a second too late, and that's really all it takes. It sends you a little bit of a surge, and that's enough to throw off your whole line going into the roundabout.
And like we talked about earlier, even though in the judges' eyes this won't make a difference on the run, but from a fan's perspective, like we had said about making a mistake like that, but then it not knocking the flow of the rest of your line off, he was able to drive back up and regain the angle that he previously had and trace the tire tracks of Musha all the way to the finish line. Like, mad props for that. Like I said, now to the judges, that may not make that's kind of not part of judging drift runs, but man, super mad props. Like we said earlier, is to be able to make that correction is just talent, man. Unreal.
Agreed, 100%. I just got a feeling that the fucking Godzilla was destined to be in
magical.
the top two.
She feeling?
Whew.
My
Man,
poor
I
granddaughter is sick.
Oh,
She got a fever,
that's no fun.
a cough, and mucus buildup. Barely hear her fucking cry.
That's not good.
Uh,
Best wishes to that one, the little one.
Yeah.
Struggling a little bit, right? No. She's a tough one. She's a tough.
You're cutting in and out on us there a little bit, buddy.
Me? Yeah, I'm talking to my daughter, trying to keep it on the
Oh,
low.
got you.
Somi's in South Korea?
That's
What?
kind of what I was just wondering. Are you actually in South Korea, or are you just that's the team you pull
Yo,
for?
that's badass.
She might be talking about the soccer team.
That's kind of what I'm wondering
I'm
about.
about
Is
to say,
maybe that's just
yo.
her team.
Who knows? She might be.
If
You
she's
know-
fucking South Korean, she types really good English.
Facts, you know, them South Koreans are some smart some bitches.
Exactly.
They're really good at video games. You think I'm kidding? Go watch some of them fools over on Overwatch. Watch them serve up some fools, real quick.
And
real
not
quick.
even like in a joking fashion. I'm pretty sure StarCraft is actually like, isn't that like the national, well, either the national sport or like the national esport of South Korea, like officially? I'm pretty sure that like that's where like the home of StarCraft.
Oh, okay. So Somi says she is from South Korea, but she lives in the States now.
Very cool. Okay.
Hell yeah.
West Coast, I assume.
Damn. Looks like America's better because we have you. Fast.
No doubt.
Look how sweet.
Oh shit, she been here since she was a child. Of course, I don't know. She
wrong
might be
with
13
South
now.
Korea, don't get me wrrong. Facts.
No, that's
but
not
North
what you're
Korea can
saying.
go
We
fuck
got what you
themselves
meant.
for all I care.
Oh,
Just saying.
Of course.
But we don't want to go there. I digress.
Yeah, don't talk about that. We all agree with you, but anyway.
The judges are having a fucking time with this one, ain't they?
It would be, well, anyway, speaking of that, the time zone difference with that would be pretty significant.
That's not too crazy. It's like 2 hours. It's 2 hours.
It would be.
I've got
really
a couple of buddies that hang out on my stream all the time. Actually, they're part of my mod team over there, but one is in the United Arab Emirates, and the other is in Finland. So they will actually either stay up or get up at 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning to hang out on stream with us. The dedication that those guys have
Spartan
is
Lord,
quite
who used
ridiculous,
to-
but they are
Spartan
some
Lord,
awesome
who was
people.
at one point a Team S.O.G guy. I think he's in Trinidad, if I'm not mistaken, which is like 6 or 7 hours ahead of us, which is a weird fucking split.
Yeah, it is.
We got a couple of guys that fuck with S.O.G on a regular basis that are from the UK, and we're out here running around at 7, 8 o'clock at night, and it's like 1 o'clock in the fucking morning for them.
Yeah.
Yep. Because if I'm on West Coast and I'm talking to a friend in the UK, they're 8 hours ahead of me.
Yep.
People don't think about that. Like right now, we're in St. Petersburg for round 2, right? Well, it says it's 9:14 p.m. for powder. Well, guess what? That means it's 8 p.m. St. Petersburg.
AM or PM?
PM.
It is.
Okay.
I believe, or AM. Is it?
AM.
Yeah,
AM.
the
Yeah, it's 11 hours. 11 hours behind. Sorry.
Huh.
It is 12:14 for me and Mac right now.
Yep, me as well.
Yeah, I'm in Central Time, so it's 11:15 for me.
It's up at 5.
Facts. It's barely 9:14 for powder party getting started.
What
But
a
hey,
deal.
heading into our final couple of pairings here at 12:15 is much nicer than 4:30 a.m. like we
You
did
are
last
not
Saturday.
fucking kidding.
Hey, look. It cannot be understated this time, chat. I'll say it again like my boy Alex said it earlier. You gotta give it up to all the higher-ups in S.O.G for setting up this beautiful fucking comp right now. The organization to put on 2 different lobbies at the same time.
At the same
2
time.
comps, and then bring them together with all the crews. Wow.
Yeah, man,
Just
it's only
wow.
going to tighten up as we do this more and more. The participants that we have from the team, this will tighten up a little bit more and more. So I've got a feeling that we can make this thing a 60 competitor comp that gets done in 5 hours. I believe that can happen.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah.
What you got for us, Marty?
Matey is here. What you got, buddy?
Came down to the conclusion where it's gonna be one more time.
OMT free racing.
Another one, yes, sir.
Let's go.
Due to
Nipples are
both
getting hard
drivers,
again, folks.
due
Click,
to
click.
both
Here we go.
drivers straightening out, coming right out of the roundabout in both their chases.
All right.
I feel like we
Hey,
talked
I told
about
you
that.
folks. I told you folks earlier, finish your run.
Yep, because you never know what's gonna happen.
And there's your answer right there in OMT, because both drivers straightened out on their chase. Now, if only one did it, well, we'd have a winner. But nah, they both did it.
All right, well, here they
we
go,
go.
ready to fire it off yet again. We are going to have Blue on the lead, Musha on the chase. This is yet another one more time. We love to see it. That is how close the competition is here this evening. So here these guys are ready to go. They let the cone car know they're ready. That'll start the countdown, and they should be firing off. Yes, sir. Here we go. One more time for these two, and Musha is already at the door of Blue, so close on the transition here. But Blue is hitting those zones perfectly. Good grief with the transitions on both drivers. Picture perfect, and Musha is all the way up, wheel to wheel on the front bumper, all the way around the roundabout here. And you could see just held the throttle down coming through that final turn and just was hoping that they made it past the finish line. What a run that was right there.
Well, that was full send if I've ever seen it.
And already have teleported back to the start, not playing games today. They say, let's do it. Musha on the lead this time around. Bringing the driving right straight into your living room tonight, everybody. They are after it right here. Blue maintaining that proximity, the great transitions, and same thing again. You can see he's trying to absolutely maximize that transition, get as close as possible, and be able to drive right up to the door. And just, it's exactly like Curdy said earlier, almost like one tick in the server. If he had released the throttle one tick sooner, it would have made the difference there. But that is definitely, in my opinion, what I think Blue is trying to do. He knows he needs to get almost all the way up to the front wheel of Musha, all the way around that roundabout, and is in trying to do that, just clip the back bumper.
Absolutely, you nailed it. I mean, I don't know that anybody could say it any better. It was the one thing that stood out in both of those runs was just like you said, a millisecond too long in the throttle for one driver.
Because the rest was perfect. I can't even come up. What was the word, Daddy? What was the word you had earlier?
Magnificent.
Immaculate.
Immaculate. That's right.
Yeah, immaculate.
But I mean, and that's no fault to Blue either, because Musha was able to do it on his chase, so Blue had to do it. He had to push. He had to give that 110%, or else he wouldn't have been in close. He wouldn't be on the door through the roundabout any other way. So he had to give that 100%. Give it everything. And
you got to,
like you said,
you got to full send it. It either works, it either sticks or it doesn't, right? But you can't, you can't not full send.
Especially after that initial chase from Musha there.
Look, Doc Hudson said it best: driving in deep and hope it sticks.
That's right.
It is.
I don't know about Doc Hudson, but that is definitely what she said.
Well, that happened to Powder, like 3 times already.
Just 3? Man.
Yeah, if y'all come over to my stream, we're gonna have a little production meeting before we start.
He's like, I'm trying to make some dollar bills over here, motherfuckers.
And that's the other thing too, is this is so much fun for me because y'all are just like, we're old buddies hanging out, it's just, we can shoot the shit about whatever and have fun with it. And over there, I'm, trying to, it's funny because it's like our streams are opposite. Is over there, the drifting is about being wild and acting up. And then I treat the broadcast as if it's on, national television, and then over here it's the opposite. The drifting is absolutely, like, literally, and I'm not even exaggerating, probably some of the best in the world. And then here we are in the broadcast, and they're over here talking about, what did you say earlier about a tripod? Come on, son.
Right.
I love this.
Oh, you
so
mean about
much,
tripping
dude.
and pole vaulting into the kitchen?
Yeah.
Here's
I love
what
this so much, man.
Here's what's funny is I believe that when I watch FD, like the guys that are commentating that, you can tell that they want to speak as like we're speaking now. They want to have a good time. They want to just like riff and let things flow. But you can tell that they are actively checking their personality so that they can stay on whatever network happens to be playing them, and so that somebody will maybe pick them up. And here's the thing: if they were just be like, "Hey, Netflix, carry FD, would you?" Then they can be however the fuck they want to be, and they would have thousands and thousands of fucking views. just by opening up the personalities that are commentating over the top of it.
Have you ever seen? I don't know if you guys are NASCAR fans at all, but they run a little segment on their social media. They call it Radioactive. That comes out usually on Wednesday every week after the race is over. And somebody goes through all of the drivers and teams' radio communications and basically tries to tell the story of the race through their radio comms. And I mean, the true characters of the drivers come out. And it is funny as hell, some of the stuff that you hear, and them talking shit about each other and all this stuff. But those are things you would never hear on the regular TV broadcast.
I bet you that Chastain one was probably fucking wild.
Oh, it was hysterical.
Oh, man.
Yeah, because, you know, they ain't got to worry about this little thing that we got called the FCC.
Yeah, the internet lets you do whatever the hell you want.
Which is weird to me, considering the FCC ain't even a government body. It's just a bunch of fucking Karens that back in the day said, nah, they can't say that on the radio. We don't
really
like
look
it.
at it now, the FCC and all that shit's so fucking outdated.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why we haven't revised that.
Don't kill our fucking fun. Get out of here.
I will say, over time, it is starting to loosen up because, well, hey, here we go. We got Nady with the info for us.
So, the driver that will be going against Somi is Musha.
Musha takes the dub. Can you give us the what for and the why?
Due to Blue's contact and straightening out again, coming out of the roundabout.
Gotcha.
Got you. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right.
So
well,
that
there
puts.
You have it. Your finals are set up. It is going to be Somi versus Musha, and that is going to be an absolute barn burner of a run. But before we get to that, we have to find out who's going to be on the podium. Going for third, and that is going to be a lineup of Pib versus Blue, and boy, is this going to be a show right here.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. This is a fucking win for everybody. Even though these two guys both took a L back to back, this is a W for us to get to watch these two guys go against each other.
Ooh, yes. Of course, Blue already in the server, so he is lined up. So we will wait for Pib to drop in here.
Oh, yeah, folks. For third place, right?
Yes, sir.
Here she comes.
Well deserved by every driver to be in the position that they are at this point.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, making it to the top 16 is something to be proud of, right? Then going forward from that, every fucking step, top 8, top 4, battling for a fucking podium position. That is a big fucking deal with the talent that has been here all night. Give me a fucking break.
Oh, yeah.
Top 3, even top 4 out of the 50, 52, 54 drivers we had show up this evening. And still.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's so awesome.
Here we go.
All right, here we are. We have got Pib on the lead for Blue here, and he is hanging it out on the outside there. He wants that podium position, but Blue isn't going to let it go away. And you see how much angle Pib throws in there. It's like in the decel zone, he didn't even use the brakes. He just slung that big old machine to the side. But Blue ain't letting him go nowhere. He is staying right with him here on the chase. And right on the bumper and making sure to not straighten out at the end, because that is what they called him for. And he heard loud and clear, and he did not do it off the end of the run there. Great chase there from Blue. But what a lead there. What an interesting way to get into the roundabout. And look at that. These guys are already fired up and ready to go again.
I got to remember to breathe.
I'm telling you.
Yep. My man Curdy's on manual breathing right now.
They got to launch off here. Blue is on the outside. All right, inhale. And then now we got him back to the inside. All right, exhale.
Those fucking credit card swipes. Jesus.
Oh, and there's the contact. Oh, and unfortunate and out of, I would say out of habit, hitting the reset button.
I think that's more out of respect, to be honest with you. That is a... Yeah. Now, we may have had a little bit of a desync issue there.
Oh, and then a big desync there at the end, so...
Yeah, it looked like it might have been. We'll see.
I'm curious as to whether or not we'll run that one back again, because one of two things: either Pib knew he sent it a little bit too hard and did the right thing, you know, and was respectful and just reset himself, or we had an issue. But it looks to me like the way they're lined up here, Pib knows.
So yeah, absolutely.
Pib knows.
Well, and it's so interesting because what happened to Blue on both of his chase runs in that semifinal is exactly what had happened with Pib on that one. He knew he was going to drive it up in there through the decel zone and get right up to the front wheel around the roundabout. And in order to do that, you have to time that transition perfectly. And it looked like just the smallest little miscalculation. And here we are.
Yep, absolutely.
Comes down to that millisecond that Mr. Curdy was talking about earlier. Staying on the throttle. I think it just bit him.
That was still some. Yeah, I agree, Brian. It was a respectful thing. Same thing, Bearded Barbarian. They both fucking killed it in that. A well-earned top 4 right here sitting in the fucking lobby. I don't know. These all night, the 4 of these have just been on fucking point. We have been on the A stream. We have had the privilege of watching Somi and Pib all night, and I believe Blue and Musha have competed on
our side.
the B stream. So we've got 2 and 2 from the 2 different sides, culminating all the way down here. That's so fucking cool how that worked out.
Yeah, and then Somi facing off against Musha for the final.
Yeah, absolutely.
So 1 from each. How awesome is that?
Yeah, you can't plan it that way.
Write
Absolutely
that shit,
representing for us girls. We gotta love it. Don't have enough of that around here, for sure.
Look, I'm just saying on the down low, I'm voting for Somi. That's who I'm rooting for right now. Because everybody knows I know Powder. He loves nothing more than a female to come up into this game and show up some fucking male. Facts.
I'm cool with Somi, man, but that Godzilla on the hood gets me, bro. I don't know. I mean, it's a tough call for me. I got to be the non-biased guy here, man.
I just want to see an OMG. That's all I care about. I want to see it run 4 times.
Oh yeah.
I'm jealous that way.
Get our money's worth.
Alrighty. Blue will be taking the dub due to Pib's contact coming out of decel.
Right on.
All right.
So S.O.G. Blue takes the 3rd spot. Another podium for him. He will get to put another little dash mark on his trunk here. He will take the bronze tonight. Now all that's left is what's the term there, Powder? It's all over but the shouting. We got to have these 2 come out here and scream and find out who's going to take number 1 and number 2.
Absolutely. We're going to have a screamer of runs back to back. If we're lucky, it's going to be so damn close. We'll be treated to another run. But I digress. That's up to the drivers.
Anything can happen. You never know.
Anything can happen for sure. And coming down to the 2 best drivers of the night right here, Somi and Musha. And it is going to be Somi on the lead with that Yaris for the first run. Old Godzilla there on the chase. Let's see if Godzilla can chase down the Yaris here. And who is going to come out and win Season 3's Round 2 right here in St. Petersburg as they get off to the start. Of course, you already know Moose is going to be close on the chase. Somi overrunning that outside zone there a little bit, but looks to dial it right back in here, making their way around the roundabout. And you already know Musa has got that car dialed up, and he is right front wheel to front wheel all the way around. With Somi being sure to hit that last outside zone.
Man.
Still a great lead, great chase.
Again, we've talked about it all night. Somebody open the door.
Drop by 1 of each, which in his mind comes down to this run right here.
I would say so too. Where would you say the second one was there, Powder? Because we know we
Musha
got
on the
Somi
inside,
on the
right
outside,
there on that line.
And then
on the inside by
going,
Musha.
Yep.
On the
Going
roundabout.
into the roundabout.
Yep. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, here they go for the flip side here. You got Musha on the lead, so and you know, not in the judges' eyes, of course, but in our eyes, we have 2 tire drops canceling out. So it is down to this run right here. It couldn't be any closer. Who is going to come away with the win here? Musha is on a flyer, absolutely launching out of the gate. But you know, Somi comes right back to the bumper and is right there. Look at the transition and drives all the way up to the door. Makes a little bit of contact, but they stay in close all the way around the inside clip of the roundabout here. How will they make the final outside zone? It's looking clean and crispy. What a run from both of these drivers for the finals.
Oh. Ow. Oh. I'll tell you what Powder has to say about that run right there. If that was Powder judging, he would blame Musha for that contact on the inside of that fucking roundabout. If you watch the car, it decels so fucking hard.
Yeah,
even
looks like
after
it's a
the
little
decel
late
zone.
into that.
Yeah.
Yep, I would agree with that as well. The judges are definitely going to be taking a look in for sure at that.
But, you know, what do I know? Don't listen to Powder. I'm just a commentator. But in my opinion, you know, without the judge's opinion, Powder says
Looked like Somi had nowhere to go.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. And at that point, it was beyond the decel zone, so Somi's not going to be on the brakes because why would you be? You're supposed to be back under acceleration around the roundabout, so I think y'all are absolutely right. But then again, I also don't know. The contact didn't seem to push either driver out of that inside clip, so was there really any wrong done with that contact?
The course line, but it didn't take them off, so I don't think that. Might be lucky that wouldn't be found.
Yeah, would you from a judging standpoint, would you refer to that as just a racing deal kind of thing, as they say?
I don't know, considering
It depends on the rest of the details of the run, though, because if it comes down to
just that,
who's using zones properly and stuff like that, if you're improperly using a decel zone and your opponent is, and that's the only two differences between the runs, what would kind of ultimately have it come down to, you know?
That is true.
Sometimes.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Hola.
Muy bien.
Okay.
Is that all you got?
That's all I got. That's as far as it goes. I mean, I can say some other shit that's going to offend some people, but.
You fucking punta.
Punta.
I said puta. Did I say it wrong?
The commentator.
Oh, you said poon. You said poon. Ahí, tu muchacho pendejo, cabrón. Swear to God. How can a white boy speak Spanish better than you, boy?
I mean, you are from California. It's like 75% of the population.
Oh, well, I live in Virginia, and we have fucking Mexican people down here, but I can't speak that shit fluently.
Hey, over here, where at in Virginia, my friend, if you don't mind?
Oh, what? Oh, hold on. Which part are you from?
I'm right outside of Richmond over here.
Shit, I'm all the way down in Chesapeake, son.
He said, come visit me.
Okay, you're out that way. I got you.
He said, ain't nothing but ain't no hill for a stepper.
I'm never home, though. I'm always out in Portsmouth.
Okay, all right.
That's where I work and shit, so.
I got you. I've been down there a time or two.
Pussy.
Yeah, if you look up what?
Oh, they're asking in chat what that word meant.
Oh.
Sorry, I went back to you.
I mean, pussy. I was like, I just fucking. Nah, but I work at Bayside Harley.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
Yeah, so I'm always hanging over there with my boys and shit.
I got you.
We got a Sooner up in here. We got a Sooner. I see you, bud.
Hey, I don't partake in that, but if someone fucks with me, I will let my iron bang. I might be white, but I'm still packing heat.
Are you a cone car currently?
Do you guys have a lobby open?
Bro, we're right in the middle of a
We're,
fucking
if
competition.
you were currently in the
My friend,
commentator's
welcome,
box, you're on
welcome in.
screen.
You have made
Say
it to the
hello.
commentator booth.
Oh,
You are
We
live
are
in front
awaiting
of
the judge's decision
thousands
on
of
the grand
people.
final here.
Facts. Well, you live on stream, bud. How you
there are tens of motherfuckers hearing you right now.
I was wondering.
Jesus Christ.
Don't mind him, folks. He's just barely getting back from the fucking concession booth. My slice of pizza took him fucking damn near all night. The
Yeah, he
lines
went
are
over there at the beginning
ridiculous.
of the event, and he's just now getting
Yeah.
back.
I'm playing. You know, they're all here to watch your badass drift in chat.
That was S.O.G. Matiga. He was like, oh, there's like 7 people in this chat. Let me go get in that one rather than the one that's got 40 people in it. There's way more people to talk to elsewhere.
He just scrolled right on by.
Let me jump
I
into
ain't waiting in that
Like,
concession.
hey,
Fuck
dude,
that.
well, you see, Crispy's my brother, and I want to join the judge VC, but I'm not a judge.
To be
Yeah,
honest
so
with
he
you, I'll
said-
be
He said,
completely
"Fuck it, I'll jump in the commentary booth, son."
I'll be completely
because
clear with
me and
you. I don't
Mac-
know how you
me and
made it
Mac
in
are
here.
good friends.
You should not be able to come in here without a specific role. That's fine though. How you doing, man? You good? How you mom and them?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. I mean, you're here. Let's talk.
My mom's good. She just got back from a big ass event. I just got home.
All right. What about and them? They good?
And them?
Yeah, like your cousins, your aunts, your uncles, your friends, your coworkers, your boss. They all good?
Everybody.
And
I mean,
then,
I don't see
And then,
like
and
that. But my,
and
I was gonna say, my man does not even know what he's walked into
He
right
does
here.
not. He has no clue what's happening. He's like,
no, I
oh,
don't.
bro, we're doing a competition right now. Our regular Saturday night competition. You have managed to wiggle your way into the live stream commentary for it. So,
as we await on the judge's decision for literally the grand final run of the evening.
Oh, should I dip and come back later then?
yeah.
oh no, you already here.
Yeah, you're here now. You might as well
Yeah,
participate.
Yeah, you already here, bro.
Yeah, celebrate with us, I guess. Damn.
Alright.
Oh shit! Well, here's what.
like,
Here,
I
hold
think
on,
I
hold
can
on, hold on,
play-
hold on.
like,
We have
I
a
can feel
developing
like a
story. We have a developing story in the fucking chat.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Wild and Somi are apparently an item.
They're an item.
Now,
Did that happen tonight where they went up against each other in the fucking competition? Did that actually happen?
Uh-oh.
I don't know.
Whoa. Somebody's gonna have bragging rights tonight.
I was
How you
finna
doing?
say, somebody's walking into the bedroom later and be like, yeah, bow down, motherfucker.
Whoa, whoa.
Gonna come in there. I'm gonna leave some tread
I've
marks
got
on
a-
your face.
Queen has spoken.
What do
an
you got,
OMT.
Blue? OMT. Fuck me, man.
Oh, we get an OMT for
Oh.
the finals.
Yeah,
And that's
another
what we were
one.
looking for as
Let's
well.
go.
I was called it. I was like, I want to see 4 runs,
Oh.
please.
Yeah, boy. Here we go.
Somebody down
we
here
go.
in the fucking chat trying to defend herself against her fucking boyfriend. All of a sudden, she's got to go run again. She's like,
now
sit
could
down,
that be the
loser.
story of the
I've got to go
evening?
fucking run these finals.
Boyfriend as well as so many.
No.
There's
What she's
more.
about to
A
do.
little triangle going on over here.
You're about to show her boyfriend how it's really done.
She's
'cause
like,
you're
hold
not
up, hold up.
defined.
I know you took that L earlier. Watch me go take this dub.
Facts.
All right, well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We don't like to do multiple one more times here, so this right here, these 2 runs are going to be it. We've got Somi, we've got Musa. They are fired off here, leaving the line, and it is coming down to it right here. Who is going to take home the win? It is Season 3, Round 2, and they are rocking it out right here, hitting every zone about as clean as can be, and you see how close Musa is on the transition. Seemed to drop a tire in there trying to get up to the door. And it might have lost him a little ground as they make their way around here. And a perfect lead from Somi. Little love tap on the bumper there from Musa. Just be like, hey, I got you. That was a good run.
You said it
Awesome
exactly
stuff
right.
there from
Almost
these
a
2.
perfect lead. Almost a perfect lead. I mean, you'd be hard pressed to find
folks.
something wrong with that.
If that was qualifying run, that was 98 or 99.
Yep.
Yes,
Facts.
sir.
You couldn't really get much better for a lead run.
And as
At
we've
all.
seen from all of the probably the final 8 drivers here, is that transition headed into the roundabout. They are looking to grab that advantage early as a chase car and drive up to the front bumper of the lead car, and that seemed to bite Musa there a little bit. So we'll see if he can make up for it here on the chase run. Or on the lead run. It's off to a great start. But Somi on the chase here is able to make it happen and get all the way up to that front wheel like we talked about, successfully up against the door, matching the angle, closest proximity as you can be, backs it off just a touch to make the perfect transition to that final outside run right there. What a job from Somi on the chase. The judges have got their hands full with this one.
Well, I think those 2 drivers for the final, folks, gave the judges every bit of they can handle and a little bit more. Dang.
In my mind, it's pretty clear. I feel like running it one more time really did.
Me too, because I'm just having so much fun, but I agree. I think we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I think we have a definitive winner here. Running it one more time, somebody was able to handle the pressure for 2 more runs more than the other, and I'm curious to see if the judges agree.
Yep.
While we await the judges' decision, I have kind of a dumb question.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Are Yaris's actually that fucking big?
Who the fuck knows, man?
Chunky?
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, lined up against the Viper. Well, there's the Viper right over there. It looks like it got stuck in the server like we talked about. But, like, that is not a small little car.
But I do believe that the body kit that they've got on it.
It's definitely got like a big old wide boy body kit on it.
Yeah.
But, like, look at the height of it. Like, if you
got
were
a point.
More than I think it normally would be.
It's a Hot Wheels versus an RC car run.
Look at them bouncing, having a good time. You gotta love the competitors and enjoying themselves here.
Love to see it. Well, either way, whoever took the dub for this one, man.
Well earned.
Man.
Everybody in the chat is showing love for these runs as well. Definitely 2 well-earned final spots here.
Yeah, chat seems to be about 50-50 on who they think should win.
Well, I'm glad I could be in the booth for you folks once again.
Man, it's been fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and thanks again, you guys, for inviting me along and having me. I had a ball and getting to do the B stream and run that. It was definitely a super fun experience, and I really appreciate y'all giving me the opportunity to hang out and do this. And it's been a blast. I enjoy every bit of this, man, for sure.
I'm very much looking forward to doing this again. This is my first time doing this, and this was a blast.
Isn't it fun?
So much fun.
So I'm glad you guys enjoyed yourselves in the booth with us.
Oh
yeah. Moose is over here doing cyclones.
I really appreciate you guys. I appreciate the teams that we have split to run both of the comps. I gotta say, I was saying this to King, like I might not be much of an owner, you know. He's the owner of S.O.G, but it was definitely like a proud mama hen moment because I've been judging this competition since round 2 or 3 of season 1, and ever since then I've been in the judges booth. So it's cool to see where it's grown and everything.
100%.
Oh yeah.
The biggest shouts out to seriously to King and the team for these guys being able to organize up and work together as a team to be able to run the concept of running 2 live streamed competition events side by side to culminate to one final where we all join in together and to go as seamlessly as it has. I mean, this is a feat right here that you would think would take months of planning, and these guys did it from last Saturday's event being almost overwhelmed by cars to turning around this week and saying, what problems do we need to solve? How do we make this happen? They asked me if I could come help out and do the other stream. I was like, oh, absolutely, hell yes. And then I hardly talked to anybody after that. They were just like, you can do it? Okay, cool. And then came back today with all of the information. Like, they just made it happen. So the S.O.G team
set and ready to go for you.
Absolutely crushed all of this. So huge shouts out just from not being a part of the team, me being the third party looking in, seeing the work that these guys put in. And like I said, all in 1 week, this is something that I couldn't have done in months. And they rocked it out from last Saturday to this Saturday.
Thank you, man. We really appreciate it. There is a actual full effort put in from the owners, co-leaders, and admins, top drivers, all the way down, co-drivers, you name it. If they've got the S.O.G tag, they do everything they can to participate and make sure that we rise above the fray and be the beacon of what CarX competitions can be, right? And there really is a lot of effort and a lot of time taken away from just regular life to invest in this. And it's nice to hear somebody like yourself saying something like that. There is a lot of effort put in here, and it really is not about us, and that's the biggest thing, right? We want our competitors, the people that show up to compete in this, to have a clean, well-run competition, and when they walk away with a W or an L, they feel like they had a good time doing it. That's really the ultimate goal.
That's because the fact of the matter is, S.O.G comps would be nothing without you. Right? We could all show up, but we ain't gonna have no fucking, just room.
We'd all show up in an empty server, man. These drivers come out, boy, and they throw it down
every week, and it's fucking impressive.
Every fucking week, man. Like I thought I was amazed last week. Nope. Little did I know these drivers had something special for us this week.
And this having two separate like brackets and then having them merge was a lot of fun. It was a lot of like
it adds a unique element.
Yeah, it was like looking forward to, man, I see all these crazy runs going down in this server. You can only imagine what's going down in the other one, and when they combine, you get this crazy madness that we had.
Oh yeah.
All the way to this final battle. This was so much fun, so amazing. I can't wait for the next one.
I'm saying, and Powder over here had the unique opportunity because his wifey, Mrs. Powder, was a judge in the first A-main comp over there while we were over on the B stream. So I got to glance over at her screen to see what was going on.
Yeah, gotta get an update.
Runs. Oh yeah, and that's when I seen
someone
throwing it down. Yeah, I was like, damn, okay, that's what's going on over there. All right.
Judges are definitely taking their time, making sure that they get the right call here. We obviously have the ability to, while it's happening, we can have the emotional reactions that we get to have as commentators and whatnot. The judges are really picking apart, making sure that they get the right decision here. Chat is 50-50 on who they think. They have their technicalities in there, and the judges they're definitely making sure they make the right call here. No doubt about that.
Oh, that's all right. And nothing wrong with that. Absolutely. And it cannot be understood. Is that 2 ad ban liveries in the finals?
Yes, sir.
2 ad ban liveries. I've been waiting to say it the whole time. Godzilla versus Mothra in the finals. Who is it going to come down to?
Somi rocking Mothra on the hood would actually be super sick.
My God.
Oh my God, get out.
Hey, here we go. Here it comes. What have we got for the final decision?
So, this is a very, 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 very close call. Somi's going to take the win. Musha fell off just a little bit in proximity in the roundabout. Other than that, there was a perfect run from both of them.
All right.
There you go.
Just like that.
So awesome. Somi with the victory. Congratulations.
Batch! Somi taking the dubs for the females. Fucking love it.
Let's go.
That might be the first female win in an SOG comp. Well
Show
done.
Up the love and chat for Somi.
Winner in SOG DC history.
She said, "Fuck a glass
Three
ceiling."
fucking seasons, and your boy Powder was here live to see it. I fucking love it.
He's so hyped, bro. He's so hyped. Look at that,
No.
man. Making history last week and then coming back this week and making history again. The first female winner. Look at that. And well done. And like I remember mentioning last week, too, is it's so awesome to have the first female winner, but when you sit in that seat, when you strap those belts down, you grab that steering wheel, it doesn't matter what you've got on you. You are a driver, and the best driver came out tonight and threw it down. Big props and congratulations to Somi. And once again, I appreciate everybody for inviting me. I'm going to go on, and I mean, I ain't going nowhere, but I'm going to hang out right here. I'm going to quiet myself right on down and let your boys right here from S.O.G, Curdy and Powder that are always on commentary pillow hanging out, and Daddy in here as well to take it home tonight. But thanks again to everybody for having me. I had a blast tonight. And what a show it was. And I will hopefully see you guys next time. So thank you so much.
Man, we appreciate you coming around, Alex. You really are a huge help. We can't thank you enough for participating at the level that you participated. We obviously want to thank all the competitors that came out tonight. We had 50+ people showing up, running these lines with us tonight. And that's a huge thing. We want to thank everybody that showed up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's got to be one of the best comps I've ever seen, folks. Some of the best driving I've ever seen in the last 3 years on this game.
Yeah,
and oh, by the way, everybody just got showed up by a female. Fuck yeah!
Yeah, she said, forget all these boys. I'm taking this one home.
She drove in this, the first time into the lobby and was like, yeah, I'm here to win. I don't know about y'all, but I'm taking that dub home.
See, my name is Somi. She said, this is so mine. That's all you guys.
Like you were speaking about earlier, Curry, they studied the line. They put the time in. She realized she didn't need the car she had last week. She needed that damn Yaris for this line. And look what happened. She was 100% correct.
That's exactly right. All right, Pillow, thank you for showing up. Daddy, thank you for coming in here at the last minute. Powder, always a fucking welcomed voice on the stream. That is going to do it for Season 3, Round 2 of the S.O.G Drift Championship. As always, if you want to make your name known, head over to Discord. That's discord.gg/Savage Outlawz Gaming. Use a S, not a Z. That'll bring you into the Discord. All you got to do is react to the rules. You will automatically be given a role, and then you yourself can join in on these competitions that we do every Saturday night. We will let you know, posting in that Discord, when our next competition will be. Like I said, we will have to address whether or not we want to run one on Thanksgiving weekend. If we do, you'll know about it. That'll be the 26th of this month. That is 1 week from today. Otherwise, you will for sure catch us on December the 3rd for Round 3. Thanks, everybody, for participating, joining in on the chat. All the competitors, we really greatly appreciate you. And all the commentators, all the work that was put in from the S.O.G team. Big kudos to everybody. Thank you very much. We will catch y'all on the very next one.
Have a good night, everybody.
Take it easy, everyone.